Chapter 1946. After obtaining the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's inheritance, many memories appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. There were all sorts of secrets about the dragon race, the various mysteries of the blue dragon race, and the various mysteries of the dragon race's martial techniques. All sorts of information gathered into a vast sea before him. After calming down, Xiao Chen compressed and sealed these precious memories. When he wanted to use them, he could just go and retrieve them at any time. Otherwise, he would not be able to digest them all at once and his soul pool would explode. Xiao Chen selectively absorbed all the secrets of the blue dragon race and some of the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's special experiences back then. Just this alone took Xiao Chen 2 days. After 2 days, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. He had somewhat forgotten that he had already broken through to the Holy Venerate stage. Without overthinking, Xiao Chen checked his soul pool. The mysterious phenomenon of stars in the sky above his soul pool had already vanished. Only 2 clumps of profound light hung high in the sky. One was like the bright moon and the other was like the sun. However, it was still very obvious. From the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories, Xiao Chen learned that when ordinary people broke through to the Holy Venerate stage, they only had 1 clump of profound light. The mysterious phenomenon of 2 clumps of profound light like Xiao Chen's was called sun and moon shining together. Aside from this, there were many other extremely strong mysterious phenomena in this realm. For example, the clear sky bright moon. An azure sky with an upside-down bright moon would appear above his soul pool. Another example was the 9 stars alignment. 9 resplendent stars of varying brightness would appear, forming a line that looked like a sword piercing through the sky. The strongest was the 9 suns proud world. 9 clumps of profound light would look like suns hovering in the sky, exuding a might that could destroy the world. With all these mysterious phenomena, their holy venerate wills would become even stronger. When cultivated to a high level, these mysterious phenomena could also materialize and affect the real world, dealing great damage. The great thousand realms are truly filled with wonders, Xiao Chen muttered to himself. With the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories, he realized that he had been a frog in a well, unable to see the world. This world was much larger than he imagined. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor had been dead for so many years. Xiao Chen still did not know what changes had happened to him. However, in terms of mysterious phenomena, his sun and moon shine together was also top-notch, comparable to the legendary 9 suns. With a thought, Xiao Chen activated his holy venerate will. 2 clumps of light immediately appeared in the air. A powerful will spread in all directions. Xiao Chen revealed a satisfied expression. He felt that his will was significantly stronger than that of the other star venerates. In the past, people always used their holy venerate wills to bully Xiao Chen's star venerate. In the future, he no longer had to fear them. Once one reached the holy venerate realm, one would have to officially start cultivating soul energy. There were many secret manuals for cultivating soul energy in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. Xiao Chen did not know how to choose. Xiao Chen wanted to familiarize himself with the first stage of the holy venerate realm before making a decision. It is time to properly cultivate the divine dragon body tempering art. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor was right. The true divine dragon war body truly began only after Xiao Chen cultivated all 6 layers of the divine dragon body tempering art. Whether Xiao Chen admitted it or not, he had indeed underestimated the divine dragon body tempering art in the past. In that case, Xiao Chen would charge to the 5th layer in one go. Now that he did not lack any resources and advanced to the holy venerate realm, he could not delay any longer. Xiao Chen stood up and headed for the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. Li Xiuhai personally received Xiao Chen. When he saw Xiao Chen, he showed a startled expression. Then he smiled and said, "Congratulations, Sir Xiao, on advancing to the Holy Venerate realm. Although you have the help of the 7-aperture cloud-breaking pill, breaking through is not easy." Unexpectedly, Sir Xiao managed to break through in 2 days. This is truly admirable. What Li Xiuhai said was true. Regular people would need at least half a month to break through, and their chances of breaking through would be only 50%. Xiao Chen advancing to the Holy Venerate realm so quickly indeed shocked Li Xiuhai. This Xiao Chen before Li Xiuhai became increasingly unfathomable. Xiao Chen took out a list and handed it to Li Xiuhai. "If the 9 Cauldron Pavilion has any stock on the list, I want them all. If not, help me get some substitutes." Bones of a sovereign personage ferocious beast, Dao bone pill 10,000-year-old heavenly blood grass. What is Sir Zhao's vital qi for cultivating a body tempering technique? Li Xiuhai looked at Xiao Chen suspiciously, finding this somewhat strange. Could Xiao Chen be a vital qi cultivator? If that was the case, Then Xiao Chen's strength could no longer be judged by the standard of an early-stage holy venerate. Xiao Chen smiled calmly and said, "There is no harm in telling you. 50 cauldron force. If you can get me these resources, breaking through to 60 cauldron force will be easy." 50 cauldron force. Li Xiuhai's heart churned. As he sized up Xiao Chen again, he felt some fear. Even with Li Xiuhai's peak holy venerate cultivation, he would find it hard to keep Xiao Chen here. No wonder Xiao Chen did not care about him from the start. It turned out that Xiao Chen did not care about him at all. Without a sovereign personage, no one would be able to suppress this person before him. Xiao Chen was a holy venerate with 50 cauldron force. Even in the entire northern region, it would be hard to find a young outstanding talent who could cultivate both at the same time. Li Xiuhai was stunned for a while. Then he smiled widely and said, "Sir Xiao Chen, you are really unfathomable. Man, get these resources for Sir Xiao Chen according to the highest standards. If our store does not have them, go to the other stores to purchase them. Do not delay them." Li Xiuhai called someone over and gave the instructions for Xiao Chen. After waiting for some time, Li Xiuhai probed, "Sir Xiao Chen, do you know that the 4 rank 6 sects in the Heavenly Lodging Palace had several probing clashes in Desolate God Valley in the past 2 days? There were also several loose cultivators who tried to force their way in. However, the sovereign personage experts of the Heavenly Lodging Palace directly killed them." Finding this strange, Xiao Chen asked, "Did they fight with sovereign personages?" Li Xiuhai shook his head and replied, "Not yet. Once sovereign personages fight, the matter will blow up. However, the Heavenly Lodging Palace's actions have slowed down due to the harassment from the various parties. After all, the 4 rank 6 sects are all here, and the Heavenly Lodging Palace is only a branch. They do not dare to underestimate them." Xiao Chen frowned and said, "That means that the Heavenly Lodging Palace still has no results on what they discovered." "Not yet. The people who tried to force their way in all died miserable deaths. The Heavenly Lodging Palace showed no mercy intimidating a group of people. However, they probably will not be able to intimidate them for long. If this drags on for a few more days and the news spreads, the Heavenly Lodging Palace's people will not be able to sit still." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Boss Li, you really care about this matter. Are you not planning to interfere?" "I have the heart, but I am powerless," Li Xiuhai said with a smile that did not reach his eyes, repeating his previous answer. 1 hour later, Xiao Chen delivered all the resources he wanted. After paying for the primeval heavenly pills at a 30% discount, Li Xiuhai personally sent Xiao Chen to the door. Before leaving, he suddenly called out to Xiao Chen, "I received some news, but I don't know if I should say it or not." "Speak." Li Xiuhai appeared put on the spot as he said, "It is the grandson of a Heavenly Lodging Palace elder with authority. Something happened to Hua Qingyun in ancient desolate town. This fellow is rather famous in our ancient desolate town. Of course, it is infamy. I heard that there has been no news of him for several days already. Even his 2-star war chariot disappeared. I heard that he disappeared when he met up with the Heavenly Lodging Palace's people. This matter could be major or minor. If something really happened to him, given that Hua Qingyun's grandfather is a divine Vane Realm sovereign emperor, the entire Heavenly Lodging Palace branch would suffer a calamity in his rage." Xiao Chen glanced at Li Xiuhai. When their gazes met, Li Xiuhai's face filled with a smile, but he did not shrink back. He was truly a smiling tiger. Xiao Chen snorted coldly in his heart. Then he said calmly, "Aside from the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor, there are 5 other Dragon Kings in the Divine Dragon Empire. Boss Li, do you know about them?" "I do. The White Dragon King, Silver Dragon King, Red Dragon King, Blue Dragon King, and Green Dragon King. Each of them is an overlord of a region in the Great Thousand Realms." "Why did young Master Xiao suddenly mention this? What do you mean?" Li Xiuhai asked somewhat nervously, feeling confused by Xiao Chen's actions. Xiao Chen glanced at the 9 cauldron pavilion behind Li Xiuhai. Then he continued, "Which is scarier, the Dragon King's rage or a sovereign emperor's rage?" "Naturally, the Dragon King's rage." Xiao Chen revealed a smile as he patted Li Xiuhai's shoulder. "You are just an insignificant person, not even worth a fart in the 9 cauldron pavilion. There are some things that you cannot ask about, so don't ask about them. Do you hear me?" Xiao Chen's tone was calm, but cold sweat trickled down Li Xiuhai's forehead for some reason. He smiled and said, "Young Master Xiao is right. I know what to do. I wonder who spread the fake news. This is getting more and more overboard." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Did I say anything? Businessmen like to take chances and take risks. This is a good thing. However, sometimes don't be too smart. Learn from Mr. Bai. In the future, when I come to the 9 cauldron pavilion, don't appear. Let Mr. Bai receive me. Damn it. Li Xiuhai cursed in his heart. He knew that he thought himself smart and ended up offending Xiaochen. Li Xiuhai immediately felt anxious. Young Master Xiao, listen to me. However, Xiaochen had already turned around, ignoring Li Xiuhai. As Li Xiuhai looked at Xiaochen's back, he felt regret. What should I do? Chapter 1947. After returning to the courtyard, Xiaochen did not delay and continued his closed-door cultivation. Li Xiuhai's words made Xiaochen feel some urgency. In a few days, the heavenly lodging palace would not be able to withstand the pressure of the 4 rank 6 sections. Xiaochen needed to break through quickly. He had to break through to the divine dragon body tempering art's 5th layer. After arriving at the closed-door cultivation room, Xiaochen took out the heavenly blood grass, Dao bone pills, and other precious resources for cultivating the body. It was really good to be rich. One could buy any resource they wanted at any time. These things that Xiaochen did not even dare to think about in the past were easily obtainable to him, who had 5 million primeval heavenly pills. However, in the past few days Xiaochen had spent only 2 million primeval heavenly pills. However, the results were all worth it. Not only did Xiaochen break through to the Holy Venerate stage, but he also obtained so many resources for cultivating the body. The Tyrant Saber would improve further. Xiaochen had already cultivated the Divine Dragon Body Tempering Art to the 4th layer for a long time. Making breakthroughs in the body were even more difficult than advancing his cultivation. However, Xiaochen had so many resources and the experience he obtained from the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor. Breaking through was not difficult. It just depended on how much time he spent. While Xiaochen and the others made use of every second to cultivate, the upper echelon of the Heavenly Lodging Palace branch was in a terrible fix, feeling frustrated and uneasy. Damn it! Who exactly spread the news? One of the 2 people in charge of the Heavenly Lodging Palace branch, Elder Su Feng, a great perfection sovereign personage, looked into the distance at the war chariots and warships of the various rank 6 sections. He felt like there was a dagger at his back against these rank 6 sex troops. He could not make up his mind to explore with all his might. This great fortuitous encounter originally belonged to the Heavenly Lodging Palace branch. However, given the situation, he had no choice but to give it up. Damn it! If I find out who is behind this, I will make him die a horrible death. Su Feng's rage silenced the other Heavenly Lodging Palace experts. After calming down, Su Feng asked, "Has young Master Hua not appeared yet?" Reporting to Elder Su, there is still no news of young Master Hua. No one in ancient desolate town saw him. Someone whispered, "Another piece of bad news." Su Feng said in a low voice, "You only know how to cause trouble for me. No wonder you were exiled by the headquarters. You're a jinx." Although Su Feng felt upset, he did not dare to speak too harshly. He said after some thought, "Given young Master Hua's background, no one would dare to truly threaten him. Go and tell the ruling sword gates Li Rong that I want to meet them." "Elder, are you going to? Since we can't keep it to ourselves, let's explore it together and pull back our forces. All of you think that I've found some delicious meat. Let's see how you all die when we really go in." The anger in Su Feng's heart was completely reflected on his face. All sorts of troubles had finally made him choose to take this opportunity for himself. 3 days later. Inside a courtyard in ancient desolate town, boom! A streak of fiery light soared into the sky, forming a terrifying red fire dragon that circled above the courtyard, roaring furiously. The flames were almost tangible, spewing out terrifying dragon breaths that burned the clouds in the sky. Murong Yen finally broke through. Murong Yen descended from the sky, accompanied by a fierce flame. His aura blazed like fireworks. The flames contained horrifying energy, looking like they could erupt at any moment. Murong Yen landed in an empty space in the courtyard and said, "My cultivation finally reached peak middle stage Holy Venerate, and my flame cloud art broke through to the 9th layer. Most importantly, I finally comprehended the mysteries of my Red Dragon Palace's forbidden technique, the blood-devouring dragon fist." Whoosh! Just at this moment, thousands of golden strands of dragon chi burst out in the sky, condensing into a light. This light looked very solid as it appeared above the courtyard. A dragon might containing the aura of a ruler spread out, making that light even more piercing. No one dared to look directly at it. This fellow Wei Hongfei improved significantly as well. When Murong Yen saw Wei Hongfei in the air, he withdrew his aura and said softly, "Not bad. Murong Yen, I feel that your strength has increased by at least 30%. Wei Hongfei, who was wearing his battle armor, landed on Murong Yen and said calmly, "Not bad. When listen to my call." The two who were competing in the dark quickly turned their heads to look. Wind and clouds gathered where Situ Changfeng stood. It was like the entire sky obeyed his call. This served as a contrast to Situ Changfeng's outstanding independence and boundless elegance. Wei Hongfei frowned slightly. He had always felt that, aside from Xiaoqin, Situ Changfeng hid his strength the deepest. Seeing the two's gazes, Situ Changfeng smiled faintly and slowly drifted down, seeming to merge completely with the wind. His landing posture was boundlessly graceful, not like he had landed. It was more like an omnipresent breeze was respectfully inviting him to come down. Soon Duanfei and Lu Riyun came out as well. The two of them had improved. These people all had divine dragon bloodlines and were outstanding talents of the same generation. Now that they had all improved, they gathered together and stirred up a storm. I wonder how much improvement Xiaoqin has made, Situ Changfeng said softly. Situ Changfeng said softly. The gazes of the others immediately fell on the cultivation room where Xiaoqin was cultivating. Without a doubt, Xiaoqin would forever be an unfathomable existence. They always thought that they had figured out Xiaoqin's limits. However, when the clouds scattered, they discovered that it was just the tip of the iceberg. When they looked up, there was still a dense fog. The deeper they came into contact with him, the more unfathomable and unfathomable he became. Inside the cultivation room, Kasi, crisp sounds rang out. Xiaoqin's bones rumbled like thunder, giving off continuous explosions. After Xiaoqin broke through to the Divine Dragon Body Tempering Art's 5th layer and executed the Divine Dragon War Body, his body looked like this, swelling up. Xiaoqin's dragon might merged with his physical body, and a pair of blue dragon divine wings spread out behind him. Xiaoqin looked mighty without getting angry, like a humanoid true dragon returning from the great desolate Aeon. When Xiaoqin glared, he inspired fear in others. Senior Bloodclad is right. This divine dragon war body is still far from being complete. Xiaoqin's bones wriggled, slowly recovering with a thought from Xiaoqin. When Xiaoqin completely recovered, that terrifying might and pressure slowly faded away. How terrifying. That was earlier. In the courtyard, Wei Hongfei and the others showed somewhat grave expressions. Earlier, Xiaoqin's expression had changed. In that moment earlier, a might that made their hearts tremble erupted from the cultivation room where Xiaoqin was. The pressure on their bodies multiplied. Fortunately, this might and pressure only lasted for a moment before vanishing. Under their gazes, a familiar figure slowly walked out of the quiet room. It was unexpected. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqin, who came out of closed-door cultivation, did not show the terrifying mysterious phenomenon that the group expected. He just walked out calmly. If not for the group feeling that terrifying might and pressure earlier, they would not have been able to tell that Xiaoqin made a breakthrough. After not seeing you for a few days, everyone's strength has improved to a delightful degree. Congratulations. As Xiaoqin looked at the group, he could tell with one glance that they had improved. Among them, Situ Changfeng improved the most. Murong Yen and Wei Hongfei were about the same, followed by Duanfei and Lu Riyun. Wei Hongfei and the others smiled bitterly in their hearts. Compared to you, our improvements are useless. Their joy was completely diluted. Murong Yen said embarrassedly, I say, Xiaoqin, can you not give us a blow? The longer I interact with you, the less confident I am. I am an outstanding talent with the most potential in the future of the Red Dragon bloodline. Situ Changfeng smiled and said, Xiaoqin, congratulations. When are we going to depart? Wait for my saber. Saber? Situ Changfeng and the others exchanged looks, feeling confused. Among the refiners in the depths of the courtyard, Old Yun walked out in a disheveled manner. There were dark circles under his eyes and he looked fatigued. He did not look like a rank 4 grandmaster at all. Only his eyes were sparkling with excitement. Ah! This old man finally succeeded. In less than half a year, I will definitely advance to rank 5 grandmaster. Old Yun rejoiced. He walked over with large strides and handed the tyrant saber to Xiaoqin. Just as Xiaoqin was about to draw the saber to verify it, Old Yun grabbed Xiaoqin's wrist. When a new saber is drawn, it needs to see blood. Be careful. Right now, this saber already has the might of an inferior grade soul tool. I already helped you infuse the Grandee Divine Lightning into it. I already helped you activate the strand of inherited spirit that you wanted. Old Yun held Xiaoqin's hand, preventing him from drawing the saber. Then he looked at Xiaoqin and said, This saber is much scarier than you imagine. This old man nearly fell for it. You have to take care of yourself. Don't get yourself killed. Otherwise, this old man will become a sinner for all eternity. When Murong Yen and the others saw Senior Yun's incredibly grave expression, they were startled. What exactly happened to this saber? Chapter 1948. Seeing old Yun's cautious expression, Xiao Chen, who was holding the tyrant saber, did not choose to draw it in the end. He could already sense that the saber in his hand was no longer what it was in the past. The instant Xiao Chen grasped the saber's hilt, a grave-killing qi and boundless surging energy surged out in his heart. It was like a volcano waiting to erupt. The moment it was drawn, it would erupt. Senior Yun looked at Xiao Chen and said, "This saber has been in the world for tens of thousands of years already, not appearing for more than 8,000 years. It was once of the highest quality, even surpassing spirit weapons and reaching the level of a divine weapon of the heavenly realm. However, as time passed, it became covered in dust, causing its quality to decline. However, that tyrannical and heartless soul never faded away. It awakened, revived, erupted, and climbed to the peak again. Although I made the soul in your saber reappear today, I also successfully infused a strand of Grand E profound lightning into it. This might be an opportunity for this saber." Xiao Chen said softly, "The Grand E profound lightning is born in the heavenly Tao and contains the supreme principles of the heavenly Tao. Does Senior Yun mean that the supreme principles contained in the Grand E profound lightning might be able to change some of the tyrant saber's origins?" "That's right. However, how to choose and where to go depends on you. The existence of this saber is a taboo in itself. The heavenly Tao rejects it, which is why it is so ominous. However, now you infused a Grand E profound lightning into it. This is actually quite contradictory." Senior Yun smiled and said, "Because of this old man gained great comprehension during this refinement. My family name is Yun and my name is Tian. If you need any help in the future, you can contact me through the Heavenly Alliance." The Heavenly Alliance? Lu Ruyun and the others revealed strange expressions. It seemed like they had not heard of this organization before. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Definitely. Goodbye." Senior Yun performed a cupped fist salute and left with an excited expression. Wei Hongfei asked, finding this strange, "Xiao Chen, you know about the Heavenly Alliance?" Xiao Chen nodded slightly to indicate that he knew. Based on the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories, Xiao Chen knew that this was an extremely ancient organization. Due to its high threshold, it normally kept a low profile so few people knew about it. The Heavenly Alliance was made up of blacksmiths, alchemists, swordsmiths, formation masters, appraisers, geomasters, and other grandmasters who were not martial cultivators. The threshold was very high. One had to be at least a first-level Supreme Power Master to join the Heaven Alliance. It was even to the extent that the Heavenly Alliance determined what a Grandmaster was. For example, an alchemist could only be considered a Grandmaster if he could refine the primeval heavenly pill. This was the Heavenly Alliance's rule. Without reaching a certain level of strength, it was impossible to understand this organization. After a certain period of time, they would hear of this organization, and they would often come into contact with it. If ordinary people wanted to come into contact with the Heavenly Alliance's members, they could only rely on a third faction. Such a faction would normally be a merchant association. In the past few years, the merchant associations had grown closer to the Heavenly Alliance. Rumor had it that the peak merchant associations were even members of the Heavenly Alliance, responsible for providing resources and venues. After watching Senior Yun leave, Xiao Chen's group set off for Desolate God Valley. "Sir Xiao! Sir Xiao!" Just at this moment, a hurried shout stopped Xiao Chen's group, who was about to turn around. It was Li Xiuhai rushing over. However, he was not alone. Aside from him, there was also the Appraiser Noble Clan's Master Bai and a group of middle-aged men. The Nine Cauldron Pavilion's boss? What is he here for? Wei Hongfei asked, feeling suspicious. Xiao Chen teased, "Boss Li, your timing is really coincidental." Li Xiuhai smiled abashedly and said, "Sir Xiao, you jest." Seeing that Xiao Chen was still willing to pay attention to him, Li Xiuhai heaved a sigh of relief. He said softly, "Sir Xiao, I was in the wrong the previous time. This time Master Bai and I are here to make up for it. These people are the blacksmiths and formation masters of my Nine Cauldron Pavilion. They know a lot about the heaven-suspending war chariot. The core formation cannot be completely changed, but changing its appearance and making some changes is something that can be done quickly." When Wei Hongfei and the others saw such a scene, they felt inexplicably shocked. Why did the Nine Cauldron Pavilion's boss look like he was trying to curry favor with Xiao Chen? What was going on? This stunned the group. These people were very familiar with Xiao Chen, so they wondered if Xiao Chen had some hidden identity that they did not know. Master Bai said, "Young Master Xiao, this old man can guarantee that these people are trustworthy." Li Xiuhai looked at Xiao Chen somewhat nervously, afraid that Xiao Chen would not be willing to accept this favor. Xiaochen entered deep thought. It looks like this Li Xiuhai does want to mend their relationship. However, there is no need for him to move this war chariot. There are still people inside. Hua Qingyun has been locked inside all this time. Xiaochen said indifferently, I appreciate your kind intentions. In the future, if there is any business, I will still take care of Boss Li. That will be all then. Li Xiuhai still wanted to say something, but Master Bai stopped him. Young Master Xiao, are you going to Desolate God Valley? Xiaochen did not avoid the topic. He nodded and said, since a fortuitous encounter appeared, we naturally have to fight for it. Most of the adventurers in ancient desolate town have already gone there, right? Master Bai smiled and said, it's far more than most. 3 days ago, the Heavenly Lodging Palace gave up on the seal and worked with the various rank 6 sects to explore. Nearly all the cultivators with some strength in ancient desolate town rushed over. Did you discover what it is? I'm not sure. The information is still chaotic and it is hard to tell if it is real or fake. I still have to see it for myself to verify it. Master Bai performed a cupped fist salute and said, I will not disturb young Master Zhao's group any further. If there are any gains, feel free to come to our 9 Cauldron Pavilion for a drink. Goodbye. After sending off the 2-star war chariot with his eyes, Li Xiuhai felt somewhat disappointed and frustrated. He sighed, this person still has not forgiven me. Why did I take the risk? I fancied myself clever, thinking that I could use this to figure out the other party's true origins. Master Bai consoled, don't overthink. It is already pretty good that you did not try to threaten him with this. No matter where this person came from, the aura that he gives me is already comparable to that of some sovereign personages. Just because of this, we cannot pry into him. We just need to befriend him. What about me? Don't worry. He still does not care about you. Given his boldness, he will not even remember you after this trip, much less take revenge on you. Don't even think about it, Master Bai said indifferently before turning to leave. Mr. Bai said faintly and turned around to leave. However, Master Bai already made up his mind to hand over Xiaochen's information. In the future, when the Bai clan saw him, they would treat him well. As long as such a person was given an opportunity, he would definitely achieve great things in the future. Inside the war chariot, Murong Yen could not hold back his curiosity. He looked at Xiaochen and asked, Xiaochen, why is that Li Xiuhai so obedient to you? It was not just Murong Yen. The others showed curious expressions as well, wanting to know the answer. Xiaochen answered honestly, there are no secrets to it. He cannot figure me out, but I can figure him out. Since he wants to gain benefits from me, naturally he has to be careful and cautious. Such a person is very opportunistic. He has been at the bottom of the 9 Cauldron Pavilion for too long and does not want to miss out on any opportunities. He might have offended someone that he cannot afford to offend in the past. His weakness is very obvious. That's it? In that case, I know how to do it next time as well, Murong Yen said with a smile. This was a very simple principle. However, Wei Hongfei and the others were not like Murong Yen. After trying to figure it out, they found it extremely difficult. Only Lu Riyun's heart was as clear as a mirror. Even if the others understood this principle, without Xiaochen's aura, it would be difficult for them to succeed. She couldn't help but be extremely curious in her heart. What exactly had happened to Xiaochen for him to always be so calm, composed, and unperturbed in the face of danger to form such a powerful aura? However, there was no way for her to ask. Naturally, Xiaochen would not tell her. This would probably trouble Lu Riyun for a long time. We're here. The 2-star war chariot moved very fast. In less than half a day after entering Desolate God Valley, it overtook many cultivators and arrived at the mysterious place sealed off by the Heavenly Lodging Palace. It should be nearby. Wei Hongfei pointed in the war chariot to the front, where strong winds blew endlessly. The few of them could clearly feel that there were many powerful auras gathering in front of the scarlet sand. They did not know how many cultivators had gathered here from all directions. Go through it, Xiaochen said softly. Then Lu Riyun controlled the war chariot and turned it into a beam of flowing light, shooting forward. After a while, the few people traveling through the scarlet sand suddenly saw something light up before them. They were all stunned by the scene in front of them. What appeared before them was a vast and ancient city. The marks of time lingered in it, but the city was intact, without any damage at all. In the harsh environment of Desolate God Valley, where ferocious beasts roamed freely, this was extremely incredible. A mysterious aura spread around the city, blowing away the endless scarlet sand that covered Desolate God Valley all year round. This gave everyone a feeling of a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel, suddenly enlightening them. In the previous moment, The group's vision had been filled with hazy scarlet sand. In the next moment their eyes lit up, and a city appeared like magic. This is the secret that the heavenly lodging palace sealed off? Wei Hongfei exclaimed in shock. How can such a complete city appear in desolate God Valley? If it existed, people would have discovered it long ago. There have never been any rumors of it before. A hallucination. It must be a hallucination. Murong Yin rubbed his eyes, not daring to believe what he saw. Logically speaking, there was nothing strange about a city. However, it was impossible for such a thing to exist in desolate God Valley. It was like seeing a floating beach in the sea. The most shocking thing was the aura that this city gave off. It was extremely ancient, filled with the marks left behind by time. Situ Changfeng said sullenly, it might not be impossible. Don't forget the origin of this desolate God Valley. The last great war between the righteous and demonic factions. During the previous great war between the righteous factions and demonic factions, it involved the powerhouses of the heavenly realm, resulting in the destruction of the heavenly realm and the fall of many true gods. This desolate God Valley is said to be a land of the fallen, where the corpses of deities are buried. Lu Riyun nodded and said, I heard my father say that after one becomes a true god, one can materialize a small world into a nation, a world of its own. A strong true god can build a city in his own divine kingdom and bring in his followers, just like how the Buddhists worship believers. Perhaps a certain deity's corpse could not withstand the corrosion of time and completely rotted away. After the corpse disappeared, the divine kingdom was exposed, leaving behind such a city. Xiaoqin looked at the city in front. After he came out of the cabin, he remained silent, completely shocked by the scene before him. Through the memories that the blood-soaked dragon emperor left behind, Xiaoqin soon learned the origins of this city. This was the symbol of a true god, the symbol of the peak of the martial Tao, the dream of every cultivator. Youth, dreams, hot-bloodedness and pride. Which cultivator on the path of cultivation did not have such a city in their heart? However, even a true god could fall. Their withered bones could not withstand the passage of time. A powerful true god, a peak immortal realm expert, left behind only a city after millions of years. That's not right. It is not that time left behind a city. It is time that snatched away my city. Chapter 1949. It was not time that left behind a city. It was time that was merciless, snatching away my city. No wonder the heavenly lodging palace wanted to seal off the news. A city left behind by a martial god. I really can't imagine what kind of vast fortuitous encounter there is in there. If the people of the heavenly lodging palace's branch monopolize it. Wei Hongfei said softly as a fervent light flashed in his eyes. Only two words echoed in his mind, martial god. Martial god. Martial god. It was not just Wei Hongfei. When the other adventurers saw this scene, they all had the same expression. After being stunned for a moment, they fell into a frenzy. Unlike Xiao Chen's melancholy, the others did not think too much. Only one word appeared in their minds, fortuitous encounter. Murong Yin smiled and said, Xiao Chen, why are you in a daze? Look, the others have already entered. Shouldn't we go in as well? Look at the cultivators rushing in from all directions. If we are any later, there won't even be scraps left for us. Xiao Chen recovered his wits and said calmly, there's no rush. If it were so easy to obtain fortuitous encounters, the heavenly lodging palace would have made a move long ago. There would be no need to wait until now. The 6 of us will split into 3 groups. After patrolling the city once, we will rendezvous here. Situ Changfeng approved of Xiao Chen's cautiousness. Although we have to make every second count before fortuitous encounters, we know nothing about this ancient city. If we lose our lives, no matter how great the fortuitous encounter is, it will be useless. Wei Hongfei nodded and said, I'll team up with Duan Fei. We'll go south. Situ Changfeng smiled and said, in that case I'll team up with Murong Yin. After that, only Xiao Chen and Lu Riyun remained. They had no other choice. The group split up. Xiao Chen and Lu Riyun headed for the north gate. The entire ancient city gave off a mysterious aura. When Xiao Chen tried to send his spiritual sense in, it was like a rock sinking into the sea. There was no reaction at all. This feeling was extremely strange. If there really was a strong barrier, it should have blocked out spiritual sense. However, Xiao Chen could not figure it out. An ancient city left by a martial god? Interesting. I was just about to leave when I actually encountered such a fortuitous encounter. Not long after Xiao Chen's group left, a group of dragon race cultivators appeared. The person who spoke was Zhong Li, whom Xiao Chen's group met in the White Dragon Palace. Lu Yunfei, who had a special body constitution, seemed quite excited as he followed beside him. However, this group was clearly not led by Zhongli. The strongest was a golden dragon race cultivator. If Xiao Qin were here, he would not be unfamiliar with it either. Haha, I, Qin Outyin, am indeed blessed with great luck. I just obtained a fortuitous encounter and found another ancient city left by a martial god. This golden dragon race cultivator was Qin Outyin, whom Xiao Qin had beaten up in Blazing Sun Valley. It had only been a few months since they last met, and this fellow had actually grown stronger yet again. The only thing that did not change was the number of inheritance rings he had on his finger. The golden battle armor he wore was engraved with golden dragons. They were vivid and lifelike as if they were swimming. Even without a deep understanding, one could tell that the golden battle armor was extraordinary. Let's go. Without even thinking, Qin Outyin strode forward, and the others quickly followed. The White Dragon Palace's Zhongli was very experienced. He wanted to say something but did not say it in the end. He wanted to say that this place looked strange and that they should not enter rashly. However, seeing Qin Outyin's interest, Zhongli could not bring himself to say anything. Furthermore, they still had to rely on Qin Outyin to help them enter the city. Senior brother, do you think we will run into Xiao Chen's group? Lu Yunfei asked somewhat nervously. He felt that if Xiao Chen's group came to Desolate God Valley, they would definitely enter this city as well. Zhongli said indifferently, he better pray that I don't see him. Zhongli had just obtained a fortuitous encounter, greatly increasing his strength. He was very confident that if he ran into Xiao Qin, he would be able to squash him to death with one finger. 1 hour later, Xiao Qin, Lu Riyun, and Situ Changfeng met up and explained what they saw. After Situ Changfeng heard Xiao Chen's explanation, he said sullenly, "It looks like it is as I thought. The 4 city gates each have their own mysteries. We cannot enter rashly, we have to choose carefully." Xiao Qin looked around. The east gate in front of him had faint purple qi lingering around it. He could even see a faint spiritual light with the naked eye. It looked auspicious. However, there was an unremarkable tower on the city wall. It happened to be able to suppress the luck of the entire area. The auspicious gate was countered, but the auspicious gate was not auspicious. After Xiao Qin gave a simple explanation of his opinion, Situ Changfeng exclaimed in shock, "Xiao Qin, you have done some research on the dragon-seeking art?" Xiao Qin answered honestly, "I know a little. However, don't overthink it. This ancient city appeared out of nowhere. There is nothing mysterious about it. I believe that this is a small trick that the original owner left behind. He knew that someone would come here, so he set it up. Every time we enter a gate, there will be a different test. There is no truly auspicious gate. Everyone has to go through a test. We just need to avoid the ominous gate." Right, I have the same opinion as well. However, speaking of which, why are Brother Wei and Brother Duan not here? Situ Changfeng asked, finding it strange. 1 hour had already passed, but the two still had not appeared. "We are here." Right after Situ Changfeng spoke, Wei Hongfei and Duan Fei showed somewhat sullen expressions. When a group of people saw that we were dragon race cultivators, they attacked us without saying anything. Fortunately, our strength increased significantly during this period. Otherwise, we would not have been able to retreat unscathed. Wei Hongfei's expression was unsightly. Clearly, the earlier experience was not as simple as he made it out to be. That group of people seems to be observing the ancient city just like us. They probably have accomplices. We have to be careful after we enter the city, Duan Fei analyzed. They attacked without saying anything? In that case, it looks like they are mortal enemies of the dragon race. That is good. It is better for them to expose themselves in advance than to be sneak attacked after we enter the city. The dragon race did not have many mortal enemies, but there were still many. Before they entered the city, there were already undercurrents. This was not a good sign. Let's enter through the south gate. The other 3 gates are fake auspicious and real ominous. The north gate is the true ominous gate. The west gate is very auspicious. However, it is hard to determine whether it is auspicious or ominous. The south gate is neither auspicious nor ominous. This is actually the best. After listening to what Wei Hongfei and Duan Fei saw, Xiao Qin made his choice. Alright, let's enter through the south gate then. There was no way to fly above the city, so they could only enter through the city gates. What dense spiritual energy. Xiao Qin originally thought that this was a dead city. However, after entering, he discovered that it was very different from what he imagined. The spiritual energy in this city was even denser than the spiritual energy at the profound dragon platform in the Heaven Dragon Palace. So many years have passed and the original master died long ago. I wonder what still maintains the spiritual energy in this city? Situ Changfeng said, feeling somewhat suspicious as he looked around. There are so many corpses. Many pairs of clearly lifeless cultivators wearing armor wandered the streets. Their flesh had already rotted away, leaving only empty skeletons wearing heavy armor. Some of them even rode skeleton horses looking very scary. These were all cultivators who had followed the original master when he was alive. However, after they died, they existed in such a manner. This looked somewhat sorrowful. The spiritual energy was clearly abundant. However, these corpses told everyone that this was a dead city. The two seemed to contradict each other. The group had just entered the city when a group of wandering corpses charged at them. Clearly, there was no advantage in fighting with corpses. This was especially so for these corpses. They had followed the true God when they were alive, making them even more difficult to deal with after they died. Dang, dang, dang. All sorts of attacks landed on these corpses. Their armor clanged, but the corpses remained undamaged. Murong Yin punched one of the corpses' armor. That armor gave off a clump of light, actually neutralizing most of Murong Yan's fist light. What kind of armor is this? To think that the formations in it can still operate. This development startled Murong Yen. However, the corpses surrounding him did not react much, continuing to attack him. I'll burn you all to death. Red Dragon True Flame. Murong Yen sent out a fierce sea of fire. While it looked mighty, it was useless. Xiao Qin and the others were not the only ones in a bitter battle. The many cultivators who entered from the southern city could not even take care of themselves. Many of them cried out miserably. The corpses mercilessly killed them and dismembered them on the spot. The group had just entered the ancient city, and they already met with such an obstruction. This caught them off guard. The southern gate was already so dangerous. What would the ominous gate encounter? The group did not dare to imagine. Damn. What the heck is this? Quickly go back. Quickly go back. Qin Outyin and the others ran frantically. After they entered the eastern city, they discovered a blood rain falling from the sky. When the blood rain fell, it would automatically gather and form a blood monster. After killing the blood monster, it would quickly form again. Nearly half of the cultivators who entered from the eastern gate died the instant they entered the city. What was even more horrifying was that when the blood rain landed on the body, it would corrode the veritable essence energy. When the blood rain landed on the body, it would immediately corrode large amounts of flesh, revealing white bones. The weaker cultivators could not endure this blood rain at all. The stronger cultivators could hold on for a while at first. However, when they discovered that something was wrong, their veritable essence energy could not withstand this blood rain. Zhen Yuan simply could not withstand the consumption. The east gate was simply a dead end. They could only retreat and take their time to think about it, choosing another gate to enter. However, there was also someone who slowly advanced with a calm expression amid the blood rain. That person wore white monk robes and held a string of azure beads in his hand. People continuously passed by him. They were people who could not endure the blood rain and were rushing back to the city. Great fortuitous encounters are bound to be places of great suffering. Let's see what is at the end of this path. This person wore white monk robes and had delicate features. He had a calm and serene expression. The middle finger and ring finger of this person's right hand were bent, and a string of azure Buddhist beads hung from the two fingers. The white-clad monk shouted as he performed a strange hand seal and pushed forward ferociously. Black Lotus Secret Technique, Cleansing Extermination. A light flashed and a horrifying Buddhist might burst out from his hand. The Buddhist light burned and purified all the blood monsters charging at him, turning them into filth that spread out and could no longer reform. A lotus appeared under the white-clad monk's feet as he continued walking forward calmly. As Qin Outyin and the others rushed back, they brushed past the white-clad monk. Zhongli looked at this person with some surprise. When Zhongli's gaze met, he felt a deep fear, so he quickly looked away. Where did this monk come from? Why is he so powerful? Why does that black lotus under his feet seem somewhat familiar? Chapter 1950. Good or bad luck was hard to determine, so one could not make a rash decision. Naturally, Xiao Qin understood this principle. If he were alone, he might have chosen the ominous gate as well. Those who were confident in their own strength would not be afraid of any danger. A place of great suffering would definitely have great fortuitous encounters. However, everyone was a team in this adventure. Since they were in a team, they had to consider the entire team. They had to integrate themselves into the team, becoming one with the entire team. At this moment, the team was in danger. Facing these damned servants gave them an incredible headache. Xiao Qin, are we going to form the 4 divisions formation and charge out? Wei Hongfei saw many cultivators working together to form a formation, not wanting to fight as they charged forward. Xiao Qin shook his head. The Divine Dragon 4 Divisions formation was a trump card. There was no need to take it out so soon. Formations drained a lot of soul energy. The Divine Dragon 4 Divisions formation could not be formed at any time. The South Gate was neither auspicious nor ominous. It was rather stable, so it should not be so difficult. There must be some detail that I missed. Bang, bang. Vital chi surged as Xiao Qin punched. Each punch contained 60 cauldron force. However, such a great force could only push back these damned servants. The armor on their bodies negated too much of the energy. What kind of armor is this? Even Xiao Qin felt tempted when he saw it. He wanted to get a set for himself. It was nearly as good as the dragon pattern battle suit that he obtained from Qin Outyen. The difficulty lay in the armor. More accurately, it was the formations in the armor. No matter what kind of formation it was, it required energy to activate it. These damned servants had no intelligence, only combat instinct. They should not be able to activate the formations in the armor. In that case, who was maintaining the formations in the armor? Murong Yin, protect me. Got it. Murong Yin shouted and threw a few punches. Then he shouted at those damned servants, scram. Murong Yin charged over to Xiao Chen's surroundings, helping him block the damned servants charging over. With Murong Yin protecting him, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, continuously spreading out his soul energy. Like a rock sinking into the sea, there was no reaction at all. However, he did not give up. He continuously drained his soul energy, doing his best to sense the fluctuations in space. I see it. After a short while, Xiao Chen's efforts finally paid off. His soul power sensed a mysterious energy source at the center of the ancient city. The unknown energy source emitted countless strands of soul power, constantly transmitting energy into the armor of these death attendants. It helped them maintain the operation of the array formation in the armor. Its soul power wasn't strong, but its penetrative power was extremely terrifying. I have an idea. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and said loudly, everyone gather here. Let's stack our Dao might together. Although they did not know why Xiao Chen said those words, they did not ask him why. One by one they quickly withdrew and landed around Xiao Chen. Everyone listen to me. Everyone spread out your Dao might to a radius of 1,000 meters. Just 1,000 meters, no more and no less. Xiao Chen's eyes flashed with confidence and he said in a deep voice, I found a way to deal with these Deadpool. Murong Yin smiled and said, I'll go first. Flame Dao, heed my call. Right after Murong Yin spoke, the Dao disc behind him gathered a spark and continuously rose. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a straight line. The Flame Dao's Dao might spread out, no more and no less, no more and no less, 1 kilometer. Wind Great Dao. Light Great Dao. Layers of Dao might layered over each other, forming a horrifying field within 1 kilometer of Xiao Chen and the others. Saber Great Dao, Thunder Saber Dao. Xiao Chen shouted and the 2 Dao discs condensed into 1 point. Then the Great Perfection Dao might of fire and lightning surged out. Boom. Instantly, a space similar to a Dao domain formed within 1 kilometer, immediately isolating the thousands of strands of soul energy coming from the unknown energy source. Dao domain was a strong field formed when one cultivated great Dao energy to a certain level. Xiao Chen had seen the Heaven Dragon Palace's elder Tian Yun execute it before and had a certain understanding of its might. Hence, he thought of this method. Although the layered Dao might of the group could not compare to a true Dao domain, it was more than enough to block those strands of soul energy with strong penetrative power. Lu Riyun Duanfei, quickly make your move. Xiao Chen said softly. Then the 2 who did not use their Dao might immediately made their move. Falling leaves filling the sky. Lu Riyun shouted and drew the short saber in her hand. A strong wind blew, and the falling leaves containing saber intent danced around. Whoosh, whoosh. As these falling leaves covered a large area, the armors of the death servants within 1 kilometer fell like paper. Success. Lu Riyun said joyfully. She continuously brandished the short saber in her hand, sending out strands of saber chi. The death servants within 1 kilometer turned into skeletons, shattering on the ground. Xiao Chen, you are really something. Murong Yin exclaimed joyfully. Xiao Chen showed a calm expression as he said, it's not over yet. Use your strength at the same time and expand the Dao might tenfold. Alright. Boom. When the Dao might's range expanded to 10 kilometers, the many cultivators enveloped by the Dao might felt not only the pressure from the Dao might, but they also discovered that the armor of the death servants shattered upon contact. They also discovered that the battle armor of the death servants, which was very troublesome to deal with, would shatter upon touch. They immediately rejoiced. The group could not maintain this for long. After a while, the Tao might shrank and return to the bodies of Xiao Chen and the others. However, most of the death servants on the street died in a short time. Many thanks to our friends from the Divine Dragon Empire for helping us. After the cultivators who broke free expressed their gratitude, they quickly fled, afraid of getting surrounded by the death servants again. The danger was temporarily resolved. Wei Hongfei felt somewhat confused as he asked, Xiao Chen, why did you take the initiative to help the others deal with the death servants? They are our potential competitors. As long as they wanted to, they could have left the city and not died at the hands of these death servants. Xiao Chen pointed to the ancient city and said, this ancient city is so huge. We cannot explore too many places by ourselves. Furthermore, the more people we have, the more advantageous it is for us to face the strong rank 6 sects in the Heavenly Lodging Palace. Doing what we can kill many birds with one stone. That makes sense. The explanation made the others' eyes light up, feeling that this was indeed the case. After this, we will split up and explore. If there are any major discoveries, send a message. As long as the core disciple identity cards of the Dragon's Gate's branch palaces were unlocked, they could communicate with each other. This was very convenient in this ancient city. Xiao Chen could tell that such an arrangement was due to the vastness of the ancient city. Wei Hongfei and the others wanted to try their luck. Their recent increase in strength gave them the confidence to do so. Stop right there. Xiao Chen called out to Lu Riyun and said, come with me. Lu Riyun asked in dissatisfaction, why? You relied on me to kill those death servants earlier. If no mortal enemy of the dragon race appeared, given your strength and trump cards, I would not mind letting you roam around on your own. After all, people have to grow up eventually. However, this time it is not up to you. Xiao Chen's forcefulness forced Lu Riyun to follow him obediently. Go out by yourself. With a wave of his hand, the demon blood vulture turned into a flash of scarlet light. Then it circled around Xiao Chen a few times before flying out excitedly. When Lu Riyun saw this scene, she said angrily, I am not even comparable to a stupid bird. That's right. In certain aspects you are indeed inferior. Xiao Chen continued as he walked forward. The demon blood vulture's life force was much stronger than Lu Riyun's. Defeating it would not be difficult. However, killing it would be somewhat difficult. Xiao Chen's casual words angered Lu Riyun to no end. She gritted her teeth in anger. The ancient city was filled with fortuitous encounters of various sizes. The southern city seemed to be a place for refining pills. Many of the palaces had intact pill furnaces and sealed pill bottles. However, the death servants here were alchemists with strong soul energy when they were alive. After they died, they were even more problematic. Dealing with them was rather problematic, taking up a lot of time. An alchemic recipe. Xiao Chen's face lit up in joy. After exploring 10-odd palaces, he finally obtained a pleasant surprise. He found a jade strip on one of the death servants, which recorded the alchemic recipes of many ancient medicinal pills. After checking it out, Xiao Chen carefully put it away. This thing would be very useful in the future. Xiao Chen quickly come over. Someone discovered a medicinal spring here. There seems to be a pill river as well. Just at this moment, Murong Yan's voice came from the identity token. He had discovered a great fortuitous encounter. Let's go. Xiao Chen and Murong Yan did not dare to delay, rushing over. Chapter 1951. Medicinal Spring? Pill River? The southern city was littered with alchemy houses. Xiao Chen had guessed that there would be a medicinal spring or a pill river as the core of the entire southern city. Unexpectedly, someone found them so quickly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures flew about in the silent southern city. Countless people leaped from roof to roof, rushing towards the medicinal spring and pill river. There were restrictions in the city that suppressed Xiao Chen's physical body. It would not be easy to rush over quickly. However, these restrictions did not suppress Xiao Chen and Lu Riyun, who possessed the dragon race bloodline as much as ordinary cultivators did. What a dense medicinal fragrance. Did someone break the barrier around the medicinal spring already? As Xiao Chen and Lu Riyun approached, they smelled a refreshing medicinal fragrance at the same time. Their fatigue was swept away and they felt refreshed and comfortable. Lu Riyun exclaimed in shock, the quality of this medicinal spring is probably at least grade 8 heaven ranked. Compared to the medicinal spring in our ancestor Dragon City, it is already equal. Heaven ranked was the highest grade of many medicinal pills, spirit veins, cultivation techniques, magic skills, and secret techniques in the Great Thousand Realms. For example, heaven-ranked medicinal pills, heaven-ranked war chariots, heaven-ranked spirit veins, heaven-ranked secret techniques, and so on. Grade 8 heaven ranked was second only to grade 9 heaven ranked. The two held their breaths and did not say anything as they sped up. After 15 minutes they met up with Murong Yen, Wei Hongfei, and the others on the roof of a pavilion. After exploring for a while they should have gained something. However, compared to the medicinal spring and Pill River, they were not worth mentioning. Murong Yen pointed to the front and said, "Look." When the two looked in the direction Murong Yen pointed, they saw a vast herb garden in the distance. A spring gushed continuously in the center of the herb garden. A natural medicinal fragrance spread out in all directions, gushing endlessly. Not far below there was a wide pill river. A viscous green liquid flowed slowly in the river. Indeed, it was a pill river and a medicinal spring. Who knew how many heaven-ranked medicinal pills were piled up in the pill river for it to reach such a horrifying level? Aside from the medicinal spring and pill river, there were many abandoned herb fields in the herb garden. Many medicinal herbs were left to rot in the soil because no one took care of them. It made people's hearts ache. Not far from the medicinal spring, there was also a towering tree. It was too far away for Xiaoqin to see clearly. From time to time, mottled spiritual mist would rise from the herb garden, obstructing one's vision and preventing them from seeing the entire herb garden. Just now, a human king blasted open a hole, and a huge amount of medicinal power leaked out. However, that hole quickly healed. Right now, everyone is waiting. No one dares to act rashly. Murong Yin had arrived earlier and understood this place better than Xiaoqin and the others. It's that person. Sovereign personage? Sovereign personages had a total of 4 stages. Initial perfection, small perfection, great perfection, and peak. Sovereign personages were not like star venerates and holy venerates. Every minor cultivation realm was like a layer of heaven, an insurmountable existence. Even in ancient desolate town, sovereign personages were rare existences. Any faction would treat them with respect. In a rank 6 sect, a sovereign personage could directly become an inner sect elder. In the 4 dynasties, a sovereign personage could be conferred nobility. Xiaoqin soon discovered that the person Murong Yen mentioned was not very old, looking like a middle-aged man. This person stood upright with his hands behind his back, frowning as he looked at the herb garden. It looks like the barrier is not easy to break. Come, let's go over and take a look. As they were too far away, Xiaoqin could not figure out the barrier. So he quickly led the group over. After a while, they arrived at the herb garden's entrance. Where did this trash come from? Do you think that just anyone can come to the herb garden's entrance? Boom. The moment Xiaoqin landed, he suffered an attack. A peak holy venerate gray-robed old man attacked him. When the gray-robed old man raised his hand, his might spread out. His veritable essence energy surged and his aura was boundless. Xiaoqin snorted coldly. Then he raised his hand and punched, clashing with the gray-robed old man without fear. Bang. When the fist and palm met, they were actually equal. Soon, the gray-robed old man felt that Xiaoqin's fist light was somewhat strange. The fist contained saber intent that continuously tore apart the gray-robed old man's veritable essence energy, trying to invade his body. Although the gray-robed old man's veritable essence energy was vast, it seemed that no matter how much veritable essence energy there was, it could not block this strange veritable essence energy. The gray-robed old man quickly withdrew his hand and retreated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment Xiaoqin landed, a few people stood out from behind the gray-robed old man. They did not look like they were going to let this go, wanting to continue attacking Xiaoqin. Trying to bully me with numbers? Murong Yin and the others were not willing to fall behind. They landed behind Xiaoqin one after another. Their extraordinary auras immediately put pressure on the other party. Dragon race cultivators. The gray-robed old man felt slightly startled. He quickly retreated, not daring to say anything else. Only now did Xiaoqin discover that aside from that sovereign personage, there were several other people near the herb garden's entrance. Those who could remain here were all strong teams. Otherwise they would not be able to come down. Without strength, how could others share the loot with them? Aside from the human king, the others were in groups of 2 or 3, forming their own teams. The middle-aged sovereign personage looked indifferently at Xiaoqin's group and said softly, "We have enough people. Attack together and break the barrier. Apart from you all, I, Lu Yuanzong, will kill anyone who dares to enter the spirit formation." Although his voice was soft, everyone within 50 kilometers could hear him clearly. Xiaoqin felt a cold killing intent, and there was a strong sense of threat in that casual tone. Only now did Xiaoqin and the others understand why this sovereign personage did not make a move. It turned out that he could not break the herb garden's barrier with his own strength. He had been waiting for a team that caught his eye. Only those who caught his eye were qualified to enter the herb garden. It had to be said that he was very domineering. However, as a sovereign personage, Xiaochen was indeed qualified to be so tyrannical. Senior Lu is right. Senior Lu, please instruct us to attack that point at the same time. The gray-robed old man who attacked Xiaochen earlier said in a flattering manner. Right here. Boom. Lu Yuanzong pointed with his finger, and a strand of resplendent sword chi with motes of starlight shot out. The instant the sword chi appeared, everyone near the herb garden's entrance felt their hearts tighten. The terrifying sword intent was startling. Xiaochen entered deep thought. This casual finger strike equaled 30% of his attack power. Even a small perfection sovereign personage could not be underestimated. Wuxia. When the sword chi entered the herb garden's barrier, it only left a crack that was neither large nor small. Furthermore, it quickly mended. Boom, boom, boom. After Xiaochen and the others found out where to attack, they did not hesitate to attack. Immediately, dazzling attacks shot towards the crack Lu Yuanzong had opened. Before everyone's expectant gazes, a hole finally appeared in the herb garden's barrier. Then it continued to spread. But in the end, the hole was only the size of a bowl, and it began to quickly close up. The crowd simply could not enter the herb garden successfully. Damn it, you bunch of trash. Seeing that so many holy venerate experts could not break the herb garden's barrier, Lu Yuanzong could not help feeling enraged. Unless one has a soul tool, there is no way to break this herb garden's barrier. Xiaochen, who had been secretly sizing up the herb garden, suddenly spoke up. Who do you think you are? Is there a place for you to speak here? The gray-clad old man who did not get along with Xiaochen earlier scolded. Could it be that you are even more incredible than Senior Lu? Xiaochen did not get angry. He replied softly, I do not dare. However, I am still slightly stronger than you. People who cannot even receive one punch from me are not qualified to speak. You are seeking death. The gray-clad old man roared, wanting to attack Xiaochen again. Scram. Lu Yuanzong shouted coldly. Then he waved his hand and knocked back the gray-clad old man. Then he looked at Xiaochen and asked, You have a way to enter the herb garden? Xiaochen looked at the herb garden's entrance and said, Unless one has a soul tool, no one can force their way in. I believe that Senior Lu must have tried all sorts of methods before we arrived. Lu Yuanzong's heart skipped a beat. How did Xiaochen know? Indeed, Lu Yuanzong was the first to discover this herb garden. He had tried using his peak strike, but he could not break the barrier. He could only wait for more people to arrive before attacking together to see if there was a chance. Who knew it still did not work? Could it be that we cannot enter? Many people showed pained expressions as they looked at the herb garden within reach. The fortuitous encounter was right before them, but they could not grasp it. How could there be anything more painful than this? I said that we cannot force our way in. I did not say that we cannot enter using other methods. Xiaochen continued when he saw everyone's expressions. What? Quickly say it. Quickly say it. If you have a method, don't hide it. That's right. The group of people immediately argued endlessly, trying to get Xiaochen to quickly tell them the method. Only Lu Yuanzong asked calmly, What do you want? Xiaochen pointed to the towering tree in the herb garden and said, That tree belongs to me. The rest depends on your own ability. All right. Lu Yuanzong thought for a while. Then he looked at Xiaochen and decisively agreed. Chapter 1952. Xiaochen, are you confident? Lu Riyun asked somewhat worriedly. Although Lu Yuanzong did not say anything, he would not end up well if he offended a sovereign personage. Don't worry. It's fine. After Xiaochen observed the barrier of the herb garden for a long time, he confirmed that it was a formation from the blood-soaked emperor's memories. This formation was called the essence-sealing god-locking formation. If it were at the beginning, even a faux god would not be able to break it. However, after so many years, the might of this formation had weakened. Now one could break it with a soul tool. Xiaochen did have a soul tool and more than one. However, he clearly would not take it out in front of so many people. It would not be difficult to break this formation. Xiaochen looked around and said, Who has formation flags? Lend me some. Damn. I thought that you were really a formation master. In the end, you don't even have formation flags. Can you do it? With one look, I can tell that he is bragging. We might as well try again. There is no need to trouble him. These words immediately incited many people's dissatisfaction. To think that Xiaochen did not even have formation flags. Lu Yuanzong looked around and asked, Are there any formation flags? If there are, hand them to him. Formation flags were one of the tools that formation masters used to lay formations. Ordinary cultivators only knew some simple formations and did not need tools. However, there were many people here, so there were always exceptions. After the sovereign personage spoke, Xiao Chen received 10 odd formation flags of various sizes. Including the dozens of formation flags that Xiao Chen already had, he barely had enough. When Lu Yuanzong handed the formation flags to Xiao Chen, he revealed a suspicious expression but did not say anything. Xiao Chen wiped away the spiritual mark in the formation flags and infused his spiritual sense into them. After familiarizing himself with them, he started. The main purpose of the essence-sealing God-locking formation was not to defend against enemies but to seal the natural essence of the world and lock down the souls of all things. It was laid here to prevent the spiritual energy of the herb garden from leaking out. After some herbs gained spirituality, it would help them stabilize their souls. As long as one understood its mysteries, it would not be too difficult to break it. As Xiao Chen continued to make hand seals, the array flags turned into rays of light and disappeared into the distant ground. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense followed the array flag and spread out on the ground. He instantly sensed a huge array formation. Spiritual light overflowed in all directions, vast and boundless. Relying on his knowledge of the formation, he avoided the streams of light and inserted the formation flags into the key nodes. After everything was done, sweat appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. He looked at the herb garden's barrier and said, "I have temporarily taken control of the formation. All you need to do is merge your quintessence with the aura of the herb garden, and you will be able to enter." Lu Yuanzong remained silent. He took a step forward and placed his hand on the spirit formation barrier. He closed his eyes and breathed in a wisp of the spiritual energy in the herb garden through the barrier. He was surprised to find that his arm had silently passed through the barrier. Success! Everyone was pleasantly surprised and cheered. However, Lu Yuanzong was not in a rush to enter. He looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "How do we come out?" That's right. This barrier was not forcefully broken. In that case, if they wanted to come out, wouldn't they still be restricted by Xiao Chen? In the end, a sovereign personage was more thorough and meticulous. Xiao Chen said calmly, "This is an essence-sealing formation. It does not affect the physical body. After we enter, we do not need to absorb too much of the herb garden's spiritual energy and can directly walk out. Of course, if you do not listen to my advice and absorb too much of the herb garden's spiritual energy, you will not be able to force it out of your body. Don't blame me if you cannot walk out. I'll trust you one more time." Lu Yuanzong did not say anything more. He was not too worried. He also had some trump cards that he could use, but he wasn't willing to use them. Furthermore, as long as he kept an eye on Xiao Chen, the other party would not be able to play any tricks. "Please." Lu Yuanzong smiled playfully and gestured for Xiao Chen and the others to enter first. "There's no need to worry. Let's go in." Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He placed his palm on the barrier and sent in a trace of the herb garden's aura through the barrier. Then he successfully entered. After stepping into the herb garden, Xiao Chen directly forced out the trace of the herb garden's aura from his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. People continuously entered the herb garden. Immediately, they were stunned by the dense spiritual energy and could not help wanting to absorb it. However, when they thought of Xiao Chen's warning, they swallowed their saliva and forced themselves to resist. Damn. This weed actually has spirituality. It is already comparable to a heaven-ranked herb. I wonder how much medicinal dregs are contained in this black soil. If we just casually dig up some, we will be able to grow herbs more efficiently in the future. I wonder if there is any way to refine medicinal energy from this black soil? That would be unrivaled. Just a bunch of useless people. Just casually grab a handful. Let's quickly go to the herb spring. Right. After entering the herb garden, everyone felt dizzy from excitement. Some people even ignored their image and dug up the rotten soil in the herb fields. They hoped that they would be able to dig out some intact medicinal herbs. Even if they could not, the value of the black soil would be very high. However, after being reminded, the crowd quickly executed their movement techniques and rushed to the herb spring in the center of the herb garden. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly someone laughed loudly. It was the gray-robed old man who did not get along with Xiao Chen. Before him was the tree that Xiao Chen had his eyes on. When the others saw it, they also laughed loudly. Only the trunk of that tree remained. It was riddled with holes and rotten beyond repair. There was no sign of life from it. It was clearly a worthless dead tree. Ha! Brat, your eyes are indeed unique. The gray-robed old man mocked as he looked at Xiao Chen. I was wondering what it was. After all this time, it turns out to be a rotten tree. No, we should thank this tree. If not for this tree, we would not have been able to enter the herb garden. The gray-robed old man jeered, eliciting laughter from the crowd. What are you saying? Bunch of bastards. If not for Xiao Qin, none of you would have been able to enter this herb garden. Murong Yen roared as he pushed away the people surrounding the tree. His voice was very loud and it immediately silenced the others. But who would have thought that after this angry shout, the others would be stunned? However, who could have imagined that after this roar, the rotten, towering tree would crumble and turn into a small mound of ashes, completely crippled? The others were stunned for a moment before bursting into even louder laughter. Ah, this won't do. I'm having a stomachache from laughing. Let me take a break. This idiot, he's really stupid to the max. This is great. There is not even a single strand of hair left. Murong Yan's expression immediately turned extremely unsightly, feeling incredibly embarrassed. He had not expected such a situation. He turned his head and said, Xiao Qin, what kind of eyes do you have? What tree did you choose? Xiao Qin replied calmly, I remember that your Red Dragon Palace should have one. However, it is normal that you do not recognize it. This tree is of a much higher grade than the one in your Red Dragon Palace. A coiling dragon tree? Murong Yan's expression suddenly changed. As he looked at the pile of ashes, he exclaimed, Red Dragon True Flame. Whoosh! Murong Yan sent out a wave of dragon flames. As the dragon flames burned the ashes, they glistened and turned into strands of 7-colored dragon chi circling the dragon True Flame. A 7-colored coiling dragon tree. It really is a 7-colored coiling dragon tree, a coiling dragon tree that can bear 7-colored coiling dragon fruits. As the ashes burned, a young sapling slowly appeared. Whoosh! Xiao Qin reacted quickly, grabbing the sapling and placing it in a brocade box to nourish it. Murong Yan's eyes popped out. It really is a 7-colored coiling dragon tree. The one in our Red Dragon Palace can only bear red coiling dragon fruits. Xiao Qin, if you offer this tree up, I wonder how the Dragon's Gate will reward you? It is simply unimaginable. Xiao Qin retorted indifferently, I have no intention of handing it up. A coiling dragon tree. It is actually a coiling dragon tree. The group of people who mocked Xiao Qin earlier were all stupefied. Unexpectedly, it was such a precious sapling. Hand over the coiling dragon tree. The gray-clad old man's group immediately could not take this lying down. They ferociously charged over and surrounded Xiao Qin and the others. Many other cultivators became restless, their eyes flickering with murderous intent. I gave you face but you rejected it. Xiao Qin had already endured this old man for a long time. Now that this old man jumped out, he snorted coldly and directly attacked. Xiao Qin immediately threw a palm strike. Firmament's rage carried a colossal hand that held up the sky. Its fingers were like sabers flickering with electric light as it pressed down. What martial technique is this? This greatly startled the gray-clad old man. Horror flashed in his eyes as he watched the colossal hand pressing down from the sky. He retreated frantically. The others nearby hurriedly dodged, one after another. However, no matter where the gray-clad old man ran, he could not avoid the colossal hand that approached. The gray-clad old man fell heavily to the ground. When the hand vanished, his body was riddled with thousands of wounds, all of them flickering with electric light. The gray-clad old man was already half dead, completely losing his combat prowess. With one move, Xiao Qin defeated a peak holy venerate, completely shocking the others. The Dragon's Gate's secret technique, Firmament's Rage. I have not seen it for many years already. Unexpectedly, there is someone in the Divine Dragon Empire's younger generation who can reach the second layer. Are you interested in exploring this medicinal spring with me? It might have one of the 5 elemental energies you need, the heavenly spirit water. Shock flashed in the sovereign personage Lu Yuanzong's eyes as he looked at Xiao Qin. Chapter 1953. Firmament's rage had been stuck at the second layer because he had not found the 5 elemental energies. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There were 5 different elemental energy sources. The heavenly spirit water was one of the water-attributed energy sources of the 5 elements, so he could explore it. Xiao Qin, it is best to maintain a distance from this person. I feel that he is not a good person. Lu Riyun sent a voice projection to Xiao Qin as she sized up Lu Yuanzong. Xiao Qin replied, there is no need to be afraid. I am confident of dealing with him. Although he is strong, he cannot do anything to me. Furthermore, there are no good people in this world. Everything depends on one's heart. There will probably be many experts in this medicinal spring. You can take this opportunity to collect all the other resources in the herb garden. Senior, please. Xiao Qin stepped forward and gestured for Lu Yuanzong to enter. Lu Yuanzong did not show any fear. He leaped into the medicinal spring. Xiao Qin quickly followed after, leaping into the water. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The stronger and more ambitious people in the herb garden quickly followed suit and jumped into the medicinal spring. Of the remaining people, only Lu Riyun's group remained. They were the strongest. As Xiao Qin expected, they were strong enough to collect the remaining natural treasures in the herb garden. Gurgle, gurgle. Natural medicinal springs were extremely difficult to find in the Great Thousand Realms. Once they appeared, they would attract the various strong factions to fight over them and bring them into their own sections. This medicinal spring was a grade 8 heaven-ranked medicinal spring. Its value was inestimable. The group leaped into the water and the medicinal spring entered their bodies. They all felt a warmth. As their physical bodies absorbed the medicinal spring, they automatically tempered their bodies, mended their hidden injuries, nourished their internal organs and refined their veritable essence energy. At first it was incredibly warm. However, after 1 kilometer, this warmth became somewhat scalding. The temperature rose continuously, reaching an extremely horrifying level. Xiao Qin had no choice but to gather veritable essence energy to block this heat wave. The rate at which veritable essence energy drained increased rapidly. Xiao Qin's heart could not help but sink. If he continued diving, the moment his veritable essence energy was completely drained, the high temperature would cook him. Since even Xiao Qin had such concerns, the others who jumped down naturally felt very nervous as well, feeling somewhat conflicted. Among the group, only Lu Yuanzong, a sovereign personage, was more relaxed and did not have many concerns. What exactly is below? Xiao Qin felt depressed. At the same time he could not help feeling curious. The most likely outcome was naturally an underground flame vein. Right at this moment, Lu Yuanzong, who was at the very front, stopped descending. The few of them landed around him and looked down, only to see endless spiritual light bursting out from the ground below. The scene was incomparably shocking. Their vision was filled with a vast expanse of whiteness. He could feel that the medicinal energy of the entire medicinal spring was flowing downwards like a flood from a broken dam. Compared to this, the power of the medicinal spring they had felt on the surface wasn't even a drop in the ocean. Veritable flame saint spirit. Someone asked curiously. According to the records, the bottom of the medicinal spring should not be like this. Dragon, essence energy. Spirit said. Lu, essence energy, Xiao said. When the natural spirituality of the medicinal spring disappeared, it would become a wasted spring. Lu Yuanzong said indifferently as he quickly descended. Xiao Qin could not help thinking to himself, this fellow is crazy. Then his body quickly descended. Xiao Qin could not help thinking, this fellow is crazy. After some time, Xiao Qin felt his body empty. He opened his eyes and looked down, startled. When he came into contact with that light, Xiao Qin felt his body descend uncontrollably, sucked in. The first thing that entered Xiao Qin's eyes was a boundless flame. 9 fiery lights as resplendent as stars looked exceptionally piercing. Xiao Qin looked around. When he saw clearly, he was shocked to discover that there was an incredibly huge medicine cauldron below. Below them was an incomparably huge cauldron. That cauldron was probably the size of a city and was incomparably frightening. Boom! The vast spiritual energy from the medicinal spring poured into the medicine cauldron together with Xiao Qin and the others. In that instant, a fierce flame flared up in the medicine cauldron. Danger! Xiao Qin quickly controlled his body and turned into a flash of lightning, flashing away. Miserable shrieks rang out. A few people could not dodge in time and were vaporized on the spot, not even leaving ashes behind. In the blink of an eye, there were only a few people left alive. Without exception, the others either vaporized by the flames or fell into the medicine cauldron, unable to control their bodies. Astral cores. Lu Yuanzong exclaimed excitedly as he looked at the resplendent starlight in the medicine cauldron. Could it be that the resplendent flames are the astral cores? Xiao Qin could not help feeling horrified. A medicinal pill refined with so many astral cores. What kind of medicinal pill was being refined in this medicine cauldron? There was also the medicinal spring. The entire medicinal spring was serving the medicinal pill refined in this medicine cauldron. Over the past tens of thousands of years, who knew how much spring water containing medicinal energy had been infused in? Xiao Qin sized up the surrounding caverns. His expression could not help but turn grave. In those herb fields, countless rotting spirit herbs had accumulated medicinal energy. Finally, all of it settled in the cave and was used by the array formation. Ha! A divine pill. What is being refined here must be a divine pill that surpasses heaven-ranked medicinal pills. If I snatch this divine pill, it will be just a matter of time before I become a sovereign emperor. That's not right. I might even become a faux god and rank on the divine sovereign wind ranking. The experienced and meticulous Lu Yuanzong sank into a frenzy at this moment. Xiaoqin could not help feeling startled. This fellow had probably suppressed himself for too long. Now that he suddenly saw such a fortuitous encounter, all his suppressed emotions erupted. Suddenly Xiaoqin saw Lu Yuanzong's bewitched eyes sweep over the lucky survivors. Oh no. This old fellow is going to find someone to scout the way. Before Lu Yuanzong could lock his gaze on Xiaoqin turned into a flash of lightning and quickly fled. Clearly, fighting a crazed sovereign personage was not rational. Why is this fellow running? Just as the others felt confused, they heard Lu Yuanzong say, "The few of you don't leave. Go down and scout the way." Lu Yuanzong suddenly flared up, and his sovereign personage will spread out. The group was instantly struck, and they vomited a mouthful of blood as they crashed into the cave walls. Lu Yuanzong used his full power suddenly. Although the survivors were experts, they could not dodge in time. "No. I don't want to go down. It's not up to you." Ah! Xiaoqin heard miserable cries. Lu Yuanzong must have tossed someone into the medicine cauldron. As he moved further away, he could no longer hear anything. This medicine cauldron was even taller than a tall mountain. Xiaoqin could not care too much about it. He turned into a flash of lightning and descended continuously. By the time it landed, an entire quarter of an hour had already passed. Only after landing here did he feel somewhat safe. He did not dare to think about facing a madman above. Xiaoqin could only observe a moment of silence for those who were not smart. What? Before Xiaoqin could size up the scene below, he heard the sound of flowing water. His heart immediately skipped a beat. Where there was water, there was a river. Where there was a river, one could make it out. Xiaoqin knew his limits and would not touch that divine pill. Unlike Lu Yuanzong, Xiaoqin was extremely firm in his heart for the martial Tao. Even without this divine pill, Xiaoqin firmly believed that he could become a faux god and stand at the peak of the martial Tao. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiaoqin's figure flashed, and he arrived at the source of the sound. What he saw startled him. The water was flowing out from the bottom of the medicine cauldron. However, what flowed out was not water but the dregs of the divine pill. While it was called dregs, it was probably comparable to many high-ranked medicinal pills. So, this is how the pill river above is formed. As Xiaoqin watched the dregs continuously gather and turn viscous like the pill river above, he suddenly understood. Thinking about it carefully, this entire herb garden was actually in service of this divine pill. Even if everything else was added up, it would not be worth mentioning compared to this divine pill. With this thought, Xiaoqin's thoughts became clearer. In that case, my 7-colored coiling dragon tree should be serving this divine pill. I wonder what use it has. After strolling around the underground, Xiaoqin discovered many simple residences. There should have been people living there in the past. What is that? Suddenly, Xiaoqin discovered a person standing at the fire entrance below the medicine cauldron. Chapter 1954. Why did I not notice a person standing there all this while? There were only two. Either it was a small perfection sovereign personage, much stronger than an initial perfection sovereign personage like Lu Yuanzong. Xiaoqin could not sense the other party's presence at all. Otherwise it was a dead person. Xiaoqin sent out a strong wind and that person fell over. Indeed. It was more or less as Xiaoqin guessed. If it were a small perfection sovereign personage, Xiaoqin would have taken him down first. Whoosh! Xiaoqin gently leaped to the side of that person. After hesitating for a moment, he flipped the corpse over. Just as he had expected, it was just a skeleton covered in armor and clothes. No matter how incredible one was when one was alive, one would not be able to escape the clutches of time after death. One would eventually become a skeleton. Hey! Xiaoqin pushed the skeleton aside and discovered a few blurry words on the ground. After trying to figure them out for a long time, he read softly, "Pill becoming vast?" Xiaoqin, who had just felt that something was wrong, came to his senses in the next second. His expression changed drastically. The pill had become demonic, not the pill had become light. It was not that Xiaoqin had never seen a medicinal pill gain a demonic nature and sentience before. However, for a divine pill to become demonic, how strong would it be? Just thinking about it made him tremble in fear. Xiaoqin looked around and his expression changed. Everything felt foreign. This was not an alchemy room but a cage that imprisoned a demon. Xiaoqin could not remain here for long. He could forget about any fortuitous encounters. If he could escape alive, everything would be worth it. Boom. Just as Xiao Chen was about to leave, several figures flew down from above the medicine cauldron. That's not right. They did not fly down. Someone flung them down with a huge force. Before Xiao Chen could react, 3 explosions rang out on the ground, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. The sounds echoed for a long time in this spacious place. The 3 figures that descended were bound in chains. Flames burned all over their bodies as they roared like wild beasts. These people had ferocious gazes, losing all rationality. These 3 people. Xiao Chen's complexion changed slightly. He suddenly remembered that these 3 people seemed to be the first to be directly rushed into the alchemy furnace by the medicinal spring. How did he become like this? He looked like he had lost all signs of life, like he was a corpse. Furthermore, it was being controlled and sealed by chains. Was it Lu Yuanzong? No, that was not right. Lu Yuanzong did not have such great strength. With his initial sovereign personage cultivation, he could not have done this. It was that divine pill. Yes, it must be that peerless divine pill that possessed a demonic nature. These people had all become pill furnaces. Ah! The trio cried out in pain as their auras became even more terrifying. Vaguely, Xiao Chen's aura reached that of a sovereign personage. The flames covering his body turned black, looking like a demon from hell. Die! 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 Whoosh! The 3 roared ferociously and charged at Xiao Chen, showing no fear or rationality at all. Xiao Chen's heart sank. He knew that he was in great danger. If he was not careful, he could die here. He needed to end this quickly. Otherwise, when Lu Yuanzong became a pill slave and charged at him, it would be problematic. Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up with 2 resplendent lights, one golden and one snow-white. The primal chaos heavenly flame and the heavenly snow divine flame burned at the same time. The 2 lights formed a magnificent Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram in front of Xiao Chen, blocking the 3's attacks. Primal chaos veritable essence energy Taiji universe. Xiao Chen's hands moved, not holding anything back. His primal chaos veritable essence energy circulated wildly. His demonic chi veritable essence energy and spiritual energy veritable essence energy filled his entire body. A Taiji diagram appeared under Xiao Chen's feet, complementing the Taiji diagram in front of him. As Xiao Chen drained his veritable essence energy, the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram in front of him gave off a bright light. Gradually, the 4 divisions and the 8 trigrams formed. Yin-Yang for divisions and the 8 trigrams. When the mysterious phenomenon of the Taiji diagram finished forming, Xiao Chen shouted, "Taiji explosion!" Boom! The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram directly exploded. The 3 pill slaves with auras comparable to sovereign personages got blasted into the air. If it were an ordinary cultivator, this berserk strike would have shattered the other party's bones, killing them on the spot. However, the physical bodies of these pill slaves seemed to have been modified to something like a profound tool. They were incredibly hard, not something ordinary cultivators could compare to. Whoosh! The pill slave shook the black chain in his hand, and a flame immediately appeared on the medicine cauldron. It was just one spot, but when it landed, it turned into an unending rain of fire, covering the sky and the sun. This flame might contain the demonic nature of the divine pill, so Xiao Chen did not dare to touch it. He stood on the lightning dragon, and his figure turned illusory. Electric light shot out as he easily dodged the flames. However, the rain of fire did not stop. There was no end to it. The pill slaves did not care. As the flames bathed them, their injuries actually healed. The degree of horror made one's hair stand on end. Bang! When fighting with the pill slaves, Xiao Chen was shocked to discover that if he did not activate his divine dragon war body, the other party's physical strength was even greater than his. Great Dao Might Thunder Great Dao and Berserk Saber. Xiao Chen's face sank. He activated the Saber Great Dao and Thunder Great Dao at the same time, layering them and strengthening his might. Boom, boom, boom. Xiao Chen's aura clashed with the 3 pill slaves, producing thunderous explosions that rang out endlessly. Right now, Xiao Chen's only advantage was that the 3 pill slaves had lost their rationality. Although they were rude and unreasonable, they were riddled with openings. Their attacks were even more chaotic. I have to make him stop this rain of fire. The endless rain of fire restricted Xiao Chen's movement technique, forcing him into a passive position in his fight with the pill furnace. Thousand Frost Battle Snow. Xiao Chen executed a killing move that he had learned in the Kunlun realm. He circulated the Ice Feather Divine Incantation, and snow instantly fell like falling leaves covering the ground. The snow and flames merged and the surrounding temperature dropped significantly, giving Xiaochen a lot of space to maneuver. Now is the time. Xiaochen did not want to delay any longer. His figure flashed and he turned into 9 bolts of lightning rushing over. The lightning bolts turned into dragons. In that instant 9 dragons soared into the sky. The dragons crashed into the 3 pill slaves. The huge impact along with the electricity sent the 3 pill slaves flying. Whoosh! The 9 dragons merged into one, and Xiaochen did not stop moving. He ruthlessly smashed down with Firmament's rage. The fingers of the colossal hand were like sabers. Electricity flickered, covering the sky and sun. Once it landed, there was nowhere to run. Boom! Under the chain of attacks, the 3 pill slaves cried out in pain as their bones shattered and burned to ashes. Whoosh! 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 When Xiaochen saw the 3 souls, he wanted to flee. However, terrifying laughter came from the medicine cauldron. The souls howled in pain as they were dragged into the medicine cauldron, letting out even more miserable cries. Xiaochen's face sank slightly. This was his first time seeing such a terrifying existence that was hard to deal with. Even the souls were imprisoned, becoming slaves for all eternity. With the danger averted, Xiaochen thought of something. His figure flashed and he arrived beside that corpse. He searched around on his divine mountain. After a while he found an ancient bronze plate with some profound words on it, recording something. Xiaochen had seen some of these words in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. They were ancient words from the beginning of the martial epoch. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor did not recognize many of them. Xiaochen relied on his memories and recognized them with much difficulty. Great Desolate 10,000 Beast Pill. Xiaochen's expression immediately changed. He knew that this was an extremely horrifying medicinal pill. This was a divine pill refined by gathering the essence, souls and blood of 10,000 kinds of ferocious beasts from the Great Desolate Aeon and supplementing it with divine herbs that were tens of thousands of years old. Just the ingredients alone were hard to find. This was no longer the Great Desolate Aeon but the epic epoch. Epochs came and went. It was unknown how many epochs passed before the martial epoch arrived. The difficulty of finding the descendants of 10,000 Great Desolate Aeon ferocious beasts in the martial epoch was easy to imagine. Furthermore, the supplemental herbs were incredibly precious. Even a true god would find it as difficult as ascending to heaven to collect them all. To think that someone really wanted to refine such a divine pill. Legend had it that once this divine pill was refined and consumed, it could reverse one's bloodline and trace one's origin, reverting to the primal chaos god demon. Based on the current situation, the refinement of this medicinal pill clearly failed. In Xiaochen's opinion, this was just wishful thinking, going against the heavens. It was simply impossible to accomplish this. Not only would it fail but it might even result in a great disaster. This divine pill tainted with a demonic nature before Xiaochen horrified him. If it was released it would be a horrifying disaster. Without even thinking, Xiaochen directly tossed the ancient bronze plate into the fire like a medicine cauldron. This would completely destroy this harmful medicinal pill recipe. Xiaochen continued searching the corpse. He felt that there should be some other things left. Just at this moment, the black chains binding the pill cauldron behind him twisted like a snake and silently crawled towards Xiaochen. Chapter 1955. Inside the herb garden. When Murong Yen and the others worked together, they were nearly undefeatable. Without a sovereign personage, they were overlords among holy venerates. The divine dragon bloodline in their bodies was a powerful killing weapon. No one dared to compete with them. The few of them monopolized close to 80% of the harvest in the herb garden, reaping a bountiful harvest. Why is Xiaochen not back yet? Lu Riyun said somewhat worriedly as she collected the spring water in the medicinal spring. As she looked at the gurgling spring water, she felt somewhat worried. Wei Hongfei smiled at the side and said, "Don't worry. He is very lucky." Back then, when he was alone in the abyssal underworld battlefield, even Rakshasa Tian's clone could not do anything to him. This time he will be fine as well. Lu Riyun said, however, that Lu Yuanzong is a sovereign personage. Although he is only an initial perfection sovereign personage, he is not someone that we holy venerates can match. The difference is still too great. When the difference in cultivation was too great and there was a huge disparity in strength, no matter how many trump cards one had, it would be useless. The moment a sovereign personage's will of soul appeared, they could suppress them on the spot. No matter how many trump cards one had, one would not have the space to bring them out. No matter how unrivaled Xiaochen was among the holy venerates, there would always be a huge difference. There would naturally be a huge gap between Xiaochen and a sovereign personage. Wei Hongfei asked seriously, "Do you want to hear my opinion?" When Lu Riyun saw Wei Hongfei, she showed a serious expression and asked, "What opinion?" Wei Hongfei said unhurriedly, "I keep feeling that Xiao Qin is still hiding a side that we do not know about in the strength we revealed. The strength that we have displayed has always been restrained, like he is purposely hiding it, not willing for others to know about it." Lu Riyun said, "Are you doubting Xiao Qin? How can you do that? After all, he saved your life before." Wei Hongfei sighed softly, "Naturally I know. However, I can only tell you these opinions. So, there is no need to worry too much about Xiao Qin. Even if he is not an enemy sovereign personage, I think it should not be difficult for him to leave easily. Without us by his side, we can bring out his strength without any worries." Lu Riyun entered deep thought at Wei Hongfei's words. She felt that what he said made sense. In fact, the feeling that Xiao Qin gave her was also a layer of fog. There were many things that she couldn't see through. What made her feel strange was that Xiao Qin's face perfectly matched the outline of her sister's blank painting. She wouldn't believe that there was no mystery to it even if you beat her to death. Just as the two of them were about to continue their conversation, the medicinal garden's spirit formation barrier suddenly suffered an intense attack. The entire herb garden was shaking. The expressions of Lu Riyun and Wei Hongfei changed at the same time. They looked up and said, "Someone is using a soul tool to attack the herb garden's barrier." What happened? Who is it? To think that it is a soul tool. Could it be the 6 great sects? Didn't they all go to the city center? Why are they still using soul tools to attack the herb garden? The cultivators collecting resources in the herb garden all panicked. Before the attacks of the soul tools, they had nowhere to run. "Assemble!" Wei Hongfei shouted, and Murong Yen and the others quickly gathered over. Their expressions all appeared somewhat grave. Boom! Another horrifying attack tore a huge hole in the herb garden's barrier. Then a few figures quickly entered. The person in the lead held a resplendent sword in his hand, emitting a powerful pressure that shook the surroundings. Ice Cloud Sword. It's the ruling Sword Gates people. The expressions of Lu Riyun and the others changed slightly. The ruling Sword Gate cultivator holding the Ice Cloud Sword was Qi Yunfeng, whom they had interacted with before. Ah! What did I discover? A herb garden left by a true god. We are going to strike it rich. Qi Yunfeng looked at the medicinal spring and then at the Pill River. His face lit up with joy. His senior and junior brothers behind him also felt incredibly joyful. They said, "Congratulations, senior brother Qi. The value of this herb garden is even more than our earlier harvest combined." Thinking of leaving? Everyone don't move. Seeing that someone wanted to sneak away, Qi Yunfeng quickly swung the sword in his hand. The fleeing person's aura locked onto that person's and his soul immediately froze. That person looked no different from an ordinary person. However, his body was incredibly stiff, like he was fixed in place, unable to move. "Shatter!" Qi Yunfeng shouted, and that person immediately shattered into countless pieces of ice. Then strands of terrifying icy sword chi burst out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sword chi surged everywhere, and the expressions of the cultivators in the herb garden changed drastically as they scrambled for cover. Some of the cultivators could not dodge in time. The sword chi pierced their bodies and quickly sealed them in ice, turning them into statues. "Behave yourselves. Our senior brother Qi doesn't want to go on a killing spree and take your harvest from the herb garden. Hand over all your harvests from the herb garden and you can leave. Otherwise, you saw what happened to these people." A ruling Sword Gate disciple behind Qi Yunfeng threatened coldly. "Senior brother, there are a few Divine Dragon Empire cultivators over there. They blocked those sword chi." "What?" Qi Yunfeng looked around and immediately fixed his gaze on Lu Riyun and the others. After being stunned for a while, he guffawed, "Ha! Interesting. Unexpectedly, we meet again so soon. You bunch of Divine Dragon Empire bastards. Are you still not going to hand over your harvests? Do you guys want to die?" Seeing that the other cultivators were still in a daze, unwilling to hand over their harvests from the herb garden, the other ruling Sword Gate disciples became enraged. Murong Yen retorted indifferently, "Hand over my ass. You are just relying on a soul tool to intimidate others. Without this sword, this old man can teach you how to behave." Qi Yunfeng smiled coldly and said, "Even at death's door, you still dare to be stubborn. If I do not teach you a lesson, you will not know how powerful I am. Everyone else can leave. Today I will leave you all behind." "Many thanks, young Master Qi. Young Master Qi, you are really bold. Young Master Qi really has good eyes. Their group occupies more than 80% of the natural treasures in this herb garden. We are just small fries." When the other cultivators in the herb garden heard this, they rejoiced and quickly fled. Let's test his strength first. If it is just an ice cloud sword, given our strength, there is nothing to fear. He will not be able to bring out much of its might. Situ Changfeng's voice rang out in everyone's minds. Should we leave? We cannot leave for now. We still do not know what state Xiao Chen is in. If his combat prowess is weakened after he comes out, it will be somewhat problematic for him to face this ice cloud sword. Yes. Wei Hongfei's voice rang out in everyone's minds, sounding incredibly calm. Die. However, Qi Yunfeng did not give them much time to think. The moment he saw the others flee, he immediately attacked. As Qi Yunfeng circulated the ice cloud sword, the ruling sword gate disciples behind him did not dare to be careless. They all executed their secret techniques, continuously draining their soul energy and veritable essence energy to infuse into the ice cloud sword. It turned out that Qi Yunfeng was not the only one controlling this sword. Instead, these people were controlling it at the same time. Clearly, the ruling sword gate's upper echelon wanted this group of people to wield the soul tool and sweep through the resources of the other regions, while the various large sects headed to the city center to search for that mysterious energy source. It had to be said that this move was quite brilliant. Even sovereign personages feared the might of a soul tool. Even if they could bring out only 10 or 20% of its might, it would already be horrifying. Boom. When this sword chopped down, Murong Yen and the others blocked it for a while before getting knocked back. The sword light flowed, and the icy sword chi gave everyone the impression that they could not block it. More importantly, the ice cloud sword might spread out in all directions, covering the entire herb garden and greatly suppressing everyone's strength. Murong Yen wiped off the blood from a corner of his lips. An intense flame burned all over his body, dispersing the cold. He smiled and said, "You are rather strong. However, that is all there is to it." Qi Yunfeng put in more strength. "Don't tell me that you are only capable of this? You bastard. This old man will kill you. Ice cloud sword, soldiers at the gates." Murong Yan's mockery enraged Qi Yunfeng. He activated the secret technique of the soul tool and locked it on Murong Yan. "Good job. It is time for us to make a move." It turned out that the group had agreed to let Murong Yan attract the firepower while they took down Qi Yunfeng in one go. Murong Yan did not dare to be careless when facing the secret technique of a soul tool. He instantly activated his great desolate Ian bloodline and executed the blood-devouring dragon fist. Murong Yan's entire body burned with a scarlet light as he sent out a blood dragon fist light to clash with the blazing sword intent. "Damn it. I fell for it. Activate the sword might and protect me." When Qi Yunfeng attacked, he knew that he fell for a trick. He saw Wei Hongfei and the other three charging at him like beams of cold light, startling him. The other ruling sword gate disciples quickly made their moves, forming their own sword arts. Finally, before Lu Riyun and the others arrived, the ice cloud sword might retracted and encased the group. Boom. All sorts of chaotic dragon race martial techniques struck the sword might. The sword might only lasted for a moment before breaking. Qi Yunfeng and the others immediately went flying. They all vomited blood and fell to the ground. However, the sword might blocked most of the damage. Although they were in a sorry state, they did not suffer any major damage in the end. When Lu Riyun and the others saw this scene, they felt slightly disappointed. They quickly retreated to protect the severely injured Murong Yen. "Ah, Qi Yunfeng, you really embarrassed our rank 6 sections. To think that you cannot destroy a group of holy venerates with the ice cloud sword." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just at this moment, many figures suddenly appeared in the herb garden. The true inheritors of the other 3 rank 6 sects all rushed in. Every leading disciple held a soul tool in their hands. The situation instantly turned exceptionally chaotic. "You all." Qi Yunfeng felt greatly startled. Unexpectedly, so many soul tools appeared in one go. "Do you think that your ruling sword gate is smart and that the people of the other rank 6 sects are fools? We have been following behind you. Ah, do you really think that you are unrivaled? This herb garden is ours." Chapter 1956. Inside the cave under the medicine cauldron, Xiao Chen flipped the corpse over and found a jade pendant on the armor. His eyes immediately lit up. The instant Xiao Chen held it in his hand, he immediately felt a warmth. What a wondrous feeling. However, before Xiao Chen could send his spiritual sense into it, he suddenly sensed an extremely dangerous aura. Xiao Chen's expression changed drastically, and he quickly turned around. Whoosh! 3 black chains instantly wrapped around Xiao Chen like black lightning. One of the black chains bound Xiao Chen's feet, and the other 2 bound his hands. Damn it! Xiao Chen's heart sank. He felt like he could not move at all as a huge force continuously pulled him upward. At the same time, strands of evil energy came from the black chains, continuously invading Xiao Chen's soul pool, trying to corrode his soul. Just the force of the black chains already made Xiao Chen feel weak. This soul energy that corroded the soul was even more difficult to deal with. Xiao Chen could only rely on his willpower to resist. Whoosh! Soon Xiao Chen was pulled back into the air above the medicine cauldron. The mysterious existence controlling the chains pulled him back into the medicine cauldron. Divine Dragon War Body. Break. At the crucial moment of life and death, Xiao Chen finally expelled the energy corroding his soul. Then he shouted. Vital qi surged in Xiao Chen's body, roaring like a river. His body suddenly swelled up, and his dragon might soared. A pair of azure-colored dragon wings crackling with electricity spread out, and all the chains on his body broke. Roar! Dragon roars rang out continuously in the empty cave. The dragon might on Xiao Chen's body soared to the level of an initial perfection sovereign personage. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly 4 or 5 figures charged out of the medicine cauldron's flames. The leader had an overwhelming aura as he roared ferociously. This person forced back Xiao Chen's dragon might. This person was the sovereign personage Lu Yuanzong. Black chains also bound his body, and a crazed look flashed in his eyes. Ah! Xiao Chen, to think that you have not left yet. Since you haven't left, then stay and become the pill god's slave. Let's flatten the entire world together. To think that Lu Yuanzong could still maintain some rationality. He was very different from the other berserk and ruthless pill slaves. Xiao Chen could not help but frown. Such an existence combined with Lu Yuanzong's strength would likely be even more difficult to deal with. Wonder. Ah. Right now, I am even stronger than a small perfection sovereign personage. As long as you offer your soul to Lord Pill God, you can obtain everything you want. Lu Yuanzong smiled proudly when he saw the expression on Xiao Chen's face. Whoosh! Too lazy to bother with this madman, Xiao Chen flapped his wings, stirring up a strong gust of wind as he flew far away. Lu Yuanzong alone was already difficult to deal with. With the addition of the others, it would probably be even more difficult to deal with. Their chances of victory were slim. You want to leave? This is the Pill God's world, you can't leave. Lu Yuanzong snorted coldly. Pill fire blazed all over his body, making him look neither human nor ghost as he charged at Xiao Chen. His speed was no slower than Xiao Chen's. Dang! 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 After Lu Yuanzong caught up, he quickly attacked, forcing Xiao Chen to turn around. After receiving 10 moves, he vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. Just as Xiao Chen was about to land, he flapped his wings and hovered in the air. Do you feel the pill god's strength? Do you feel a flame attacking your heart? It is very painful, but there is nothing you can do about it. Ah! Lu Yuanzong teased as he looked at Xiao Chen like a crazed demon. 10 strands of pill fire rushed to Xiao Chen's heart like venomous dragons. The pill fire burned his meridians, feeling like thousands of poisonous needles stabbing at him. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen felt a warmth from the jade pendant in his hand as it drew in all the pill fire in his body. Boom! After absorbing the pill fire, the jade pendant gave off a bright light. Xiao Chen felt a strange pull, like he could control that mysterious, mountain-like medicine cauldron. Rumble? The entire medicine cauldron shook intensely. Heaven and earth shook in the cave and countless flames poured out. A terrifying and deep voice came from the medicine cauldron. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Yes, Lord Pill God. Lu Yuanzong's expression changed drastically as he charged at Xiao Chen. At the same time, pill slaves continuously flew over from the medicine cauldron, radiating terrifying auras as they tried to surround and attack Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen dodged continuously as he sent his spiritual sense into the jade pendant. It turned out that this jade pendant was used to store the medicine cauldron. This made sense. The medicine cauldron before Xiao Chen was huge, nearly the size of a mountain range. Ordinary storage rings would not be able to store it. One needed to use additional means to control it. At the same time, this jade pendant could control the flame in the medicine cauldron. Controlling the jade pendant meant controlling the medicine cauldron. However, it was practically impossible for Xiao Chen to completely control the jade pendant in such a short time. Furthermore, with Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy, he could not drive the vast flame in the medicine cauldron. That was the flame released by the astral core. One needed to be at least a divine vein sovereign emperor. The jade pendant had only one use for Xiao Chen. He no longer needed to worry about the pill flame in his body when he fought with Lu Yuanzong. Xiao Chen could control this weak pill flame as he pleased with the jade pendant. The medicine cauldron shook continuously. The existence in it appeared extremely enraged. Those pill slaves did their best to kill Xiaochen. At the crucial moment, Xiaochen's heart turned increasingly calm. Everything in this herb garden seemed to have a purpose. While everything looked casual, they actually had a deep meaning. The herb fields were used to stabilize the medicinal energy in the surrounding caves, and then the formations were used to transfer it. The medicinal spring was for maintaining an abundant supply of medicinal energy into the medicine cauldron at all times. The pill river was formed after the medicinal dregs of the divine pills were discharged. What about the coiling dragon tree? Xiaochen felt like he thought of a crucial point, and his thoughts became increasingly clear. Suddenly, inspiration flashed in Xiaochen's mind, and he revealed a smile. So that was the case. The coiling dragon tree was used to suppress the demonic nature of the medicinal pill. The coiling dragon tree was divine dragon wood in the first place. The 7-colored coiling dragon tree was of high grade and could be used to suppress the demonic nature of this great desolate 10,000 beast pill. That must be the case. The herb garden's owner was very meticulous. Everything in this herb garden was connected. How could the owner not think of a way to suppress the demonic nature of the great desolate 10,000 beast pill? However, this coiling dragon tree withered because no one cared for it, resulting in the demonic nature of this medicinal pill. To think that you dare to get distracted. Lu Yuanzong saw Xiaochen, who had been extremely nimble since he unfurled the blue dragon divine wings, pause for a moment. Lu Yuanzong snorted coldly and gathered a ferocious might. Then a fist light that shook space flew over. However, just as the fist light was about to strike Xiaochen, the blue dragon divine wings with lightning coiling around it folded together. The wings layered over each other in front of Xiaochen, encasing him and using the dragon wings to receive the other party's punch. Bang! A surging dragon might surged out, knocking Lu Yuanzong back. Flames rained down from Lu Yuanzong's body, and electric light burst out, blasting his body beyond recognition. After this strike, Xiaochen's bones contracted and squirmed. He withdrew his divine dragon war body, returning to his original form. What kind of dragon might is this? Light of freedom. As Xiaochen looked at that medicine cauldron, he turned into a flash of lightning and charged over. Then he turned into a lightning dragon and flew up the medicine cauldron. After a while, he revealed himself at the edge of the medicine cauldron. When Xiaochen looked down, he saw a terrifying existence in the blazing flames. It looked like it wanted to charge out of the flames and swallow him up. Xiaochen did not panic. He took out the brocade box and tossed down the 7-colored coiling dragon tree sapling. Whoosh! The grade 8 heaven-ranked medicinal spring above Xiaochen's head poured out vast medicinal energy again, instantly infusing it into the 7-colored coiling dragon tree sapling. Immediately, the 7-colored coiling dragon tree grew at a visible pace. Then it fell down and suppressed that pill demon. The sapling sprouted branches and leaves. In the blink of an eye, it was 1 kilometer tall. The coiling dragon tree was incredibly thick, its roots firmly planted in the flames. Unexpectedly, the coiling dragon tree could even absorb the energy of this astral flame to nourish itself. Xiaochen recalled that the coiling dragon tree in the Red Dragon Palace seemed to use flames as nourishment. Hence, it was not strange that this 7-colored coiling dragon tree used flames as nourishment. Miserable cries came from the medicine cauldron as it shook continuously. The chains on the pill slaves flying at Xiaochen fell off. All of them were like flowers that lost their nourishment, instantly withering. No! Lu Yuanzong cried out in horror. However, he could not change anything. His life force drained away and his body continuously withered. A sovereign personage died just like that, paying a heavy price for his greed. Chapter 1957. The true inheritors of the 4 rank 6 sects all held soul tools as they guarded a corner in the herb garden. The original situation of the ruling sword gates Qi Yunfeng dominating the herb garden turned into 4 people fighting for supremacy. If it were just the ruling sword gate, even if Qi Yunfeng had a soul tool, Murong Yan and the others would not fear him. Even if they could not defeat him, they could still leave at any time. However, now that the people of the 4 rank 6 sects, the ruling sword gate, the Northern Mountain Academy, the Wolf Smoke Pavilion, and the White Sun sect, appeared, things became somewhat problematic. They could not leave even if they wanted to. Friends from the Divine Dragon Empire, we do not have any personal grudges with you. You can leave after offering up half the resources in the herb garden. Don't even think about the rest of the medicinal spring and pill river. The true inheritor of the Northern Mountain Academy, who was dressed like a white-clad scholar, spoke indifferently as he held a folding fan in his hand. The White Sun sect and the Wolf Smoke Pavilion both expressed their agreement with the white-clad scholar's suggestion. They would not go overboard with Murong Yen and the others. The strong preyed on the weak. Given that they held a great advantage, this group of people was already very generous in asking Murong Yen and the others to hand over only half the resources. Of course, this was because Murong Yan's group was a disciple of the Dragon's Gate. If it were loose cultivators or disciples of other sects, not to mention half the harvest, it would already be very fortunate if they did not hand over the resources that belonged to them in the first place. Situ Changfeng and Wei Hongfei discussed for a while and came to an answer. They could only do this. However, the reason for their hesitation was that Xiaochen was still in the medicinal spring and had not come out yet. They could not contact him with the Dragon's Gate's identity token, so they did not know what happened. This worried them. Suddenly, Qi Yunfeng said with a cold smile, "You fellows, stop pretending to be good people before me. If you knew that their group monopolized a demonic blood thousand-winged snake's corpse 7 days ago, would you still make such a decision?" What? The moment Qi Yunfeng said that, the expressions of the white-clad scholar from the Northern Mountain Academy, the wolf-armored cultivator from the Wolf Smoke Pavilion, and the pretty woman from the White Sun sect changed slightly. A demonic blood thousand-winged snake, an overlord-class ferocious beast that is worth more than 10 million primeval heavenly pills. As they looked at Murong Yan's group, greed immediately appeared in their eyes. To them, Murong Yan's group was like sparkling gold. Ah! Qi Yunfeng, you hit it extraordinarily well. You are really broad-minded. I'm afraid you didn't even tell your own group of junior brothers. You're quite a loner. The leading wolf-armored cultivator from the Wolf Smoke Pavilion held a strangely shaped, ferocious, and tyrannical dragon-toothed saber as he mocked. Qi Yunfeng said coldly, "Cut the crap. The most important thing now is to keep this group of people here. You are just a bunch of Dragon's Gate Outer Palace disciples. I don't know what you are afraid of. Just kill them." Shwa. The white-clad scholar silently opened the folding fan in his hand, and the might of a soul tool slowly spread out. He smiled faintly and said, "Sorry, as the saying goes, it is better to offend a gentleman than a vile person. Sometimes, provoking an existence like Brother Qi is really a troublesome matter." A bunch of hypocrites. None of them are good people. Lu Riyun frowned slightly as she looked coldly at the others. However, she did not show any fear. As the White Dragon King's daughter, she naturally had many life-saving trump cards that the White Dragon King left on her. However, once she used them, her father would definitely find out. Now she had no choice but to use them. This girl is rather good-looking and has a fiery character. If you are willing to follow me, I might be happy and let you all go. The wolf-armored cultivator from the Wolf Smoke Pavilion looked at Lu Riyun, desire flashing in his eyes. The girl before him gave off a special air. She looked valiant and her facial features were exquisite. Aside from being pleasing to the eye, she also gave off a different air. "Dream on!" Lu Riyun shouted, and a saber light turned into countless flying willow leaves. Then they gathered into a white dragon. The white dragon flew towards the wolf-armored cultivator. Boom! The white dragon appeared very suddenly. When the wolf-armored cultivator swung his saber at it, he got knocked back because he underestimated his opponent. The willow leaves scattered. Tens of thousands of willow leaves scattered with the wind, whistling away. When the willow leaves pierced through the wolf-armored cultivator, his body was covered in wounds and blood. A terrifying murderous intent appeared in the wolf-armored cultivator's eyes, and his expression turned extremely sullen. However, the white-clad scholar's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Lu Riyun and said, "Willow Leaf Saber, what is your relationship with the White Dragon Holy Daughter?" "No matter who you are related to today, I will personally kill you." The wolf-armored cultivator roared and unsealed the dragon-toothed saber in his hand. Boom! The might of a soul tool surged out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wei Hongfei and the others quickly shielded Lu Riyun. They all made their moves, preparing to deal with the strike of this soul tool, the dragon-toothed saber. Just as the battle was about to erupt, a towering tree suddenly sprouted from the center of the gushing medicinal spring. The tree frantically absorbed the spiritual energy in the herb garden, growing at a visible rate. The coiling dragon tree blocked the horrifying strike of the dragon-toothed saber. Rumble! The entire herb garden was shaken by the sudden change. Cracks even appeared on the ground. What's going on? This sudden appearance of the coiling dragon tree startled everyone. The white-clad scholar and the others held up their soul tools and cautiously retreated to a corner of the herb garden. "This is a coiling dragon tree." The eyes of the pretty woman leading the White Sun sect exclaimed as her eyes lit up. "This coiling dragon tree has a very strong life force. To think that it directly bore fruit. What exactly is going on? Just as the true inheritors of the 4 rank 6 sects felt confused, someone with sharp eyes suddenly exclaimed, "Look! There is a person on the tree." Doubt flashed in the wolf-armored cultivator's eyes as he quickly squinted. Indeed, there was a person holding a simple and unadorned treasure bow. That's not right. That bow is aimed at me. The wolf-armored cultivator's expression changed dramatically. A threat of death that he could not get rid of appeared in his heart. He shouted, "Protect me! Protect me! Quickly, help me activate the dragon-tooth saber secret technique." However, by the time the wolf-armored cultivator reacted, it was already over. The wolf smoke pavilion true inheritors at the back had just formed hand seals when the arrows from the god shadow bows shot out. Shio. The shadow of a god was invisible and formless. Ordinary people couldn't even see the trajectory of it. Bang. The wolf-armored cultivator's dragon-tooth saber was blasted away. A horrifying wound appeared on his chest. He was crippled on the spot. If not for the soul tool in the wolf-armored cultivator's hand blocking most of the impact, the wolf-armored cultivator would have died on the spot. His companions behind him were affected by the shockwaves and were sent flying while vomiting blood. The soul tool. This bow is a soul tool. Furthermore, its grade is even higher than ours. The Northern Mountain Academy's white-clad scholar, the White Sun Sect's pretty woman, and the ruling Sword Gate's Qi Yunfeng were all startled. As the wolf-armored cultivator struggled to get up, he suddenly discovered a gaze on him. Immediately he felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. A chill invaded his body, chilling his limbs and bones. Xiao Chen was looking at him coldly, expressionless and silent. I'll go now." Fear lingered in the wolf-armored cultivator's heart, unable to disperse. His voice trembled somewhat. "Don't offend people you should not offend. Don't say things you should not say. It is too late to leave now," Xiao Chen said indifferently. Earlier, in the medicinal spring, he happened to hear the wolf-armored cultivator say good things to Lu Riyun. At that moment, the wolf-armored cultivator was already a dead man in Xiao Chen's heart. The wolf-armored cultivator's heart turned cold. He explained, "There must be some misunderstanding." "I can explain." Seeing that Xiao Chen seemed to want to kill, the white-clad scholar said, "This brother, do not go overboard. We are from the nearby rank 6 sections. If you kill him, you will offend the wolf smoke pavilion. You can forget about leaving this ancient city alive." Xiao Chen said sullenly, "Is that so? However, not only do I want to kill him, but I also want to spare you." The saber intent silently permeated the wolf-armored cultivator's body. Then Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and clenched it. Thousands of saber lights burst out of the wolf-armored cultivator's body, which had already been severely injured by the god shadow bow. He died on the spot, turning into mush without a corpse remaining. "Senior brother." The wolf smoke pavilion disciples cried out in horror. The white-clad scholar paled in fright. He could not help taking a step back. He said, "You are seeking death. If the 3 of us work together, you will not be able to survive." Whoosh. Right after the white-clad scholar spoke, Qi Yunfeng flew off on his sword. While the white-clad scholar was distracted by Xiao Chen, he led the ruling Sword Gate disciples in fleeing for their lives. When the White Sun Sect's people saw that the situation was bad, they also fled far away. The white-clad scholar's face immediately drained of all color. His heart sank. Chapter 1958. Bang. 2 loud sounds rang out. It was not Xiao Chen continuing to attack. Instead, it was the White Sun Sect disciples and the ruling Sword Gate disciples crashing into the herb garden's barrier. The 2 sect disciples flew out too fast. In the end, they crashed even harder, falling to the ground. What's going on? This barrier does not look like it is meant to seal the inside. The expressions of Qi Yunfeng and the others changed slightly, revealing confused expressions. Earlier, they had seen those cultivators run out without any obstruction. Naturally, the reason was that these people had been absorbing the spiritual energy in the herb garden for a moment after entering. The spiritual energy in their bodies had completely merged with the herb garden. After Xiao Chen's warning, the others did not absorb the spiritual energy in the herb garden. Naturally, they could walk out easily. Damn it! How can it be like this? Qi Yunfeng cursed. However, he did not say anything more. He prepared to gather the ruling Sword Gate disciples and attack with their soul tools. "Sorry, I did not intend to let you go." Firmament's rage. Xiao Chen directly threw a palm strike. The fingers of the gigantic hand were like sabers, flickering with electricity. Then, it smashed down with the rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon. "You are going too far." Qi Yunfeng felt incensed. He could only change the direction of the ice cloud sword's attack to clash with this horrifying palm strike. Bang! The instant the gigantic palm landed, the ice cloud sword pierced through the soul tool. However, Qi Yunfeng and the others showed extremely unsightly expressions. This was especially so for the sect disciples at the back. Blood leaked out of their lips. Senior brother, we have already overdrawn on our veritable essence energy. If we continue, we will overdraw on our soul energy. Even with the strength of a few people, a soul tool was not that easy to control. Qi Yunfeng looked at Xiao Chen and said, Xiao Chen, what exactly do you want? The White Sun Sect's pretty girl, the Northern Mountain Academy's white-clad scholar, and Qi Yunfeng all felt somewhat anxious from Xiao Chen. If this continued, they would end up in a life-and-death struggle, fighting with their lives on the line. When the white-robed scholar saw that the other two did not succeed in leaving, he heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, Xiao Chen, don't go overboard. Even a cornered dog will jump over a wall. Don't force people into a corner. Lu Ruyun and the others could not help feeling nervous. They leaped onto the coiling dragon tree and stood behind Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen looked at the white-clothed scholar and said with a snicker, So what if I'm forced into a corner? Do you still want to fight me to the death? Do you dare? If you dared to risk your life, you would have done so long ago. Why do you need to deceive yourself? You want to fight to the death? I, Xiao Chen, am afraid of everything, but I am not afraid of fighting to the death with you people. Whoever dares to move, I will see. Xiao Chen twirled the God Shadow Bow in his hand and locked onto the three. The others were so frightened that they took a few steps back. Their faces darkened and they didn't dare to say anything. God Shadow Bow. As the three looked at the soul tool in Xiao Chen's hand, they revealed horrified expressions as they fought to the death with Xiao Chen. They did not know whether Xiao Chen could survive or not. However, if Xiao Chen used his full power on the bow in the other party's hand, they would definitely die. Fighting to the death was just a pretense to deceive themselves. If they did not even believe themselves, how could they scare Xiao Chen? They could only mock them. As the three looked at the white-clad, expressionless Xiao Chen on the coiling dragon tree, they felt uncertain. They could sense a strong aura from Xiao Chen. This caused them to feel the pressure that could only be felt when facing the elders of the sect. Their mental state and cultivation were on a completely different level. Xiao Chen took in the reactions of the three. Disdain flashed in his heart as he said, My request is very simple. Do what you did to my companions earlier. The moment Xiao Chen said that, the white-clothed scholar and the others were startled. Xiao Chen wanted them to spit out all their gains from earlier. This could not be tolerated. Young Master Xiao, these are our gains in the ancient city. Leave them all. Before the three could say anything, the Wolf Smoke Pavilion disciples who had lost their leader took out the natural treasures they had obtained in the ancient city and placed them on the ground. Xiao Chen waved his hand, and an opening appeared in the herb garden's barrier. Those people felt like they were relieved of a heavy burden. Then they picked up their dragon-tooth sabers and rushed out. Such a scene was inconceivable to the white-clad scholar and the others. How could Xiao Chen control the herb garden's barrier? They needed to use a soul tool to open an opening. To think that Xiao Chen managed to do it easily with a casual wave of his hand. The white-clad scholar's heart immediately thumped. His final bit of courage was gone. The white-clad scholar's expression turned sullen. After discussing with the others, he took out the resources and placed them on the ground. Every time the white-clad scholar took out a portion, his heart bled. He went for wool and came home shorn. Originally, he wanted to make a huge profit from this group of dragon race cultivators. Who knew he ended up losing his gains? Is that enough? The white-clad scholar asked through clenched teeth. Xiao Chen nodded and gestured for them to do as they pleased. With a thought, an opening appeared in the herb garden's barrier and let them out. Following that, the White Sun Sect's people were forced to do the same. They handed over their gains and left as well. Qi Yunfeng's expression changed unpredictably, appearing uncertain. He felt extremely depressed and upset in his heart. Qi Yunfeng originally thought that this was a rare chance to turn the situation around. Unexpectedly, he ran into this group of dragon race cultivators again. Not only could he wash away his previous humiliation, but he could also recoup his losses with interest. Who could have imagined that the moment Xiao Chen appeared, the situation would instantly turn around? Senior brother, we already overdrew on our veritable essence energy, the ruling Sword Gate disciples behind complained bitterly. The ruling Sword Gate disciples at the back complained bitterly. The Ice Cloud Sword was very powerful, but it was not easy to control. The few attacks exhausted these people's veritable essence energy. Shut up. Do you think I don't know? Qi Yunfeng cursed as he took out the resources and placed them on the ground. His heart filled with sullenness and displeasure. When it was about time, Qi Yunfeng looked at Xiao Chen and angrily said, "Green robes should not flow forever. Xiao Chen, just you wait. Don't let me run into you again. Let's go. You talk too much." Xiao Chen immediately became slightly angry. Originally, letting this Qi Yunfeng off was already showing mercy. Who could have imagined that this person would still dare to boast shamelessly after leaving? A spot of heart flame appeared on Xiao Chen's fingertip. He drew the bow, pulled the bowstring and released. Qi Yunfeng dead. The divine image pierced through the heart. The might of the arrow instantly shattered all of Qi Yunfeng's life force. The heart flame spread and his eyes slowly lost color. Qi Yunfeng did his best to turn his head, wanting to see Xiao Chen again. His heart filled with regret. Why did he have to be so shameless? Wouldn't it have been better for the white-clad scholar and the White Sun sect's people to leave quietly? If Qi Yunfeng had another chance, he definitely would not have been so shameless. His mouth felt good for a moment and it repaid itself in an instant. Senior brother. The remaining true inheritors of the ruling sword gate were all frightened silly, not daring to say anything. They also did not dare to look at Xiao Chen. After using the ice cloud sword to create an exit, they fled for their lives, running as far away from the herb garden as they could. Good kill. Back then we could have left. However, this fellow jumped out and spoke of us killing the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, nearly causing us all to die, Murong Yen said ruthlessly as he looked at Qi Yunfeng with some disgust. Sidu Changfeng said, "This person asked for it. Back then, when we killed the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, he already had bad intentions. Even though he was clearly not strong, he wanted to work with eccentric Tai and the others to suppress us. He is a classic fence-sitter." Sidu Changfeng said, "This person asked for it. Back then, when we were dealing with the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, he already had bad intentions." Xiao Chen put away the god shadow bow and calmed himself. Then he said, "Let's not talk about this person. There are some coiling dragon fruits on this coiling dragon tree. After we pick them we should leave quickly." Lu Riyun asked, "Xiao Chen, what exactly happened below? Also, how did this seven-colored coiling dragon tree grow so big in an instant? What exactly is going on? What about the others? What about the sovereign personage Lu Yuanzong?" Murong Yen and the others all felt incredibly curious, wanting to know what happened below the medicinal spring. "I'll explain it to you later. The matters below are too complicated. This herb garden is no longer safe. If we continue waiting, I will not be able to control the situation." At this moment, the coiling dragon tree and the pill demon were in an intense battle to the death in the medicine cauldron. The pill demon was not resigned to being suppressed, resisting to the death. However, Xiao Chen did not know the result. Naturally, if the pill demon was suppressed to death, that would be the best result. However, if the pill demon came out, Xiao Chen did not dare to imagine the consequences. When the others saw Xiao Chen's grave expression, they did not dare to delay, quickly picking the coiling dragon fruits of various colors on the tree. Xiao Chen landed and collected all the harvests of the white-clad scholar and the others. Then he turned his head back to look at the coiling dragon tree. A trace of reluctance appeared in his eyes. What a pity for this seven-colored coiling dragon tree, the medicinal spring and the pill river. Originally, Xiao Chen had wanted to leave the sapling behind. In the future, when the Kunlun Realm's Dragon's Gate disciples came up, they could quickly increase their strength. Chapter 1959. Under the white-clad scholar's lead, the Northern Mountain Academy's group left the herb garden feeling extremely depressed. They only calmed their emotions after a long time. After all, this group had soul tools. As long as they did not run into a strange person like Xiao Chen, they would be able to reap great benefits in the ancient city if they put in some effort. Even if they ran into a sovereign personage, they would be able to hold their own without fear. No matter what, he absolutely could not run into Xiao Chen. "Senior brother, where are we going now?" The white-clad scholar replied, "We cannot remain in the southern city. We came from the western city. That leaves only the northern and eastern city. Let's go to the eastern city. As far as I know, not many people go there. With a soul tool we can dominate." "Alright, I'll listen to senior brother." The group executed their movement techniques and continuously leaped from roof to roof in the ancient city. As they rose and fell, they traveled a long distance. These people were not weak. However, when they ran into Xiao Chen, they paled in comparison. When the god shadow bow clashed with the soul tool, it completely countered it. On a street in the eastern city, a white-clad monk looked at the item in his hand with joy on his face. Just earlier he finally walked out of the blood rain that no one dared to touch. Indeed, he had obtained a great fortuitous encounter in this dangerous land. It turned out that there was a drop of divine blood at the end of the blood rain. This was a drop of martial god essence blood containing a divine nature. If one could refine it all, the benefits would be extremely startling. Unfortunately, even a sovereign emperor could not refine it all. At most, one would have to spend more than 10 years to slowly digest it. Otherwise, one might explode and die at any moment. The white-clad monk knew his own strength. He only took a trace of this drop of divine blood and used it for himself. Even if it was just a trace, less than 1% of the drop of divine blood, it still benefited the white-clad monk greatly. Even so, Shaoqin still received boundless benefits. His physical body and bloodline were thoroughly purified. There was also some divine might that merged with his Buddhist might, making it even more wondrous. Someone is coming. The white-clad monk looked up into the distance. A group of people quickly leaped from roof to roof appeared at the limits of his vision. The soul tool. The white-clad monk focused his gaze on the folding fan in the white-clad scholar's hand. With one glance he recognized the grade of the folding fan. However, this wasn't what surprised him. What surprised him was that this person had a trace of an aura that he was rather familiar with. The aura of an old friend. The white-robed monk muttered to himself. Who was his old friend? Who was he? Naturally, this person was the Black Lotus Church's only remaining holy son Ming Xian. The Black Lotus Holy Venerate's death allowed him to break out of his cocoon and become a butterfly. His comprehension of the Buddhist Dharma improved further. After making arrangements for the Black Lotus Church, Shaoqin went to the central great realm alone. Treasure path of Buddha light. The white-robed monk's hands moved, forming hand seals. Buddhist light gathered above the dome. In the next moment, a golden path was carved out, and the white-robed monk stepped onto it. The golden path brought him along like an Aurora movie flying away. However, his clothes did not move in the slightest, and he looked rather calm and composed. In just a moment he appeared in front of the people from the Northern Mountain Academy. Where did this monk come from? Move aside, don't block the way. The white-robed scholar looked at this monk. Although he chided him, he did not dare to underestimate this monk at all. The white-robed scholar silently opened the folding fan in his hand, and the might of a soul tool encased the group. The holy son Ming Xian looked at the white-robed scholar and said, I do not have any malicious intent. I just sensed the aura of an old friend on you. Who did you see earlier? I hope you can tell me. The moment the white-robed scholar said that, he immediately became enraged. Being humiliated by Shaoqin earlier was the greatest humiliation of his life. How could he let others know? To think that this monk actually wanted him to say it the moment he opened his mouth. How could this be? An old friend? Wait a minute. Could this person be acquainted with Shaoqin and is his friend? If I can subdue him, I might be able to recoup my losses from Shaoqin. With this thought, the white-robed scholar could not help surging with a murderous chi. You do not have any malicious intent, but I do. Kill. The white-robed scholar gently waved the folding fan in his hand. Immediately, the Confucian scriptures in the fan started chanting. A vast righteous chi gathered above the white-robed scholar's head. The might of a soul tool is indeed extraordinary. The holy son Ming Xian dodged by a hair's breadth. However, the fan's shock wave still struck him. The vast Confucian scriptures rang out in his ears, one word at a time. Bang, bang, bang. The holy son Ming Xian's mind shook, and his chi and blood surged. He vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion paled slightly. Don't blame me for being too ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being acquainted with Shaoqin and befriending someone you should not have. The white-robed scholar's attack succeeded, and his righteous chi grew even stronger. He said seriously, life is like a dream, the curtain falls on prosperity. The scene in the folding fan immediately changed, showing 100 years of life. The curtain falls on prosperity, life is like a dream. As the palm strike flew over, it looked like a dream. It was like real life was just a dream in the first place. The holy son Ming Xian smiled faintly and said, So, you really do know an old friend. Black Lotus secret technique, destroy. The Buddhist prayer beads in the holy son Ming Xian's hand instantly formed a horrifying hand seal. Buddhist might surged all over his body, brewing horrifying energy. However, it was like the calm before the storm. There were no energy fluctuations coming from Ming Xian's body at all. Only when the holy son Ming Xian stretched out his hand did all his energy erupt at this moment. Boom. A black Buddha statue appeared behind the holy son Ming Xian. Its eyes showed an expression of loathing for everything in the world as it shouted. The tall building under the holy son Ming Xian instantly turned to dust. The white-robed scholar bore the brunt of the attack. Before this secret technique, the Holy Sun Ming Xian appeared extremely petty, immediately getting blasted away. Bang, bang, bang. When the dust settled, everything within 1 kilometer of Ming Xian was empty. No buildings could be seen. The many Northern Mountain Academy disciples were blasted into pieces. Their mangled corpses littered the place. Boom! Ming Xian's figure flashed. When he landed, he stepped on the chest of the white-robed scholar, who was struggling to get up. A miserable shriek rang out. The Holy Sun Ming Xian remained indifferent. He said indifferently, "You are not the only one with a soul tool. Now, can you tell me what happened to you earlier?" I'll talk. The white-robed scholar said with some difficulty, feeling unbearable pain. After the white-robed scholar finished speaking, the Holy Sun Ming Xian kicked the white-robed scholar into the air. Then he said sullenly, "What a coincidence. However, I have an appointment with someone, so I won't be looking for you now." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After learning about Xiao Chen's whereabouts, the white-robed scholar moved quickly. 1 hour later, on a tall building in the ancient city, "You are late." When Ming Xian reached the tall building, a mysterious person shrouded in scarlet shadows spoke to him indifferently. This person exuded a strong evil demonic Dao aura, a stark difference from the calm and peaceful Ming Xian. However, these two people with completely different auras ended up together. I was delayed on the way. The East Gate was indeed difficult to reach. However, it should not be too late now. The mysterious scarlet shadow person looked at the center of the ancient city and said, "It is not that easy for those undying old men of the heavenly lodging palace and the 4-rank 6 sects to break the restrictions." How surprising. Who could have thought that an ancient city left behind by a true god would appear in desolate God Valley? Ming Xian looked at the center of the city, where a mysterious crystal core supported the vast spiritual energy in the city, controlling everything in the city. That was a divine crystal. A divine crystal that contained divine Dao energy. Even a sovereign personage would not know how valuable it was. Only sovereign emperors, who surpassed sovereign personages, could understand a little about these existences that surpassed the mortal realm. Divine crystals held a fatal attraction. Ming Xian said softly, "To think that no sovereign emperors arrived. This is the most surprising thing. It looks like this ancient city is indeed appearing for the first time. The heavenly lodging palace did not know what was in there either. This is an opportunity for us." Xiao Chen did not know where the two got their confidence from, daring to barge into the center of the city. The rank 6 sects and the heavenly lodging palace's sovereign personages gathered there. Everyone could tell that the center of the city had the greatest fortuitous encounter. However, as long as one knew one's limits, one would not take such a huge risk by getting involved. Inside the herb garden, Xiao Chen, there is a total of 10-odd coiling dragon fruits of all attributes. This is a great harvest. The coiling dragon fruit's effects are not much weaker than your heaven dragon fruit, Murong Yen said joyfully. To think that the coiling dragon tree could sprout leaves and bear fruit in a short time. All of them were astonished by what they saw. "Let's go. We can't stay here any longer," Xiao Chen said softly as he put away the coiling dragon fruits. "However, this coiling dragon tree seems to be continuing to grow. Should we not wait a little longer?" Murong Yen asked. The coiling dragon tree had already grown to 3 kilometers, but it had not given up. Clearly it would bear more coiling dragon fruits. When Xiao Chen saw this, he felt that it was a pity. If Xiao Chen had not given the immortal spirit ring to Ao Jiao, he could have ignored that pill demon and directly collected this tree. However, that was all he could do now. Let's go to the city. I feel that there are even greater fortuitous encounters there." Chapter 1960. The group left the herb garden one after another. Then Xiao Chen turned his head back to look at the coiling dragon tree and the pill river. There was also the huge medicine cauldron at the bottom of the herb garden, where the others could not see. All of this held an incredible allure for Xiao Chen. "I can't just give up." While the others were not paying attention, Xiao Chen casually formed a hand seal. Life bestowal spell. Some of the soil in the herb garden gathered and turned into a lively little bird, which became Xiao Chen's eyes. If the pill demon was destroyed, then Xiao Chen would do his best to subdue this coiling dragon tree and that incomparably huge medicine cauldron. "Xiao Chen, why don't we refine this coiling dragon fruit here? It can increase our strength significantly in a short time," Sidu Changfeng suggested to Xiao Chen. The others were filled with anticipation as well, eager to give it a try. Xiao Chen looked at the surroundings and nodded. "Go ahead and refine it. I'll stand guard for you." Murong Yen took out the coiling dragon fruit. Dragon-shaped spiritual energy swirled around the group. The different colors represented different attributes. Murong Yen chose the red one. That was a fire-attributed coiling dragon fruit. If others consumed it, not only would it be useless, but it would even harm their bodies and minds. However, if the red dragon race members consumed it, they would benefit from both. Their soul energy and veritable essence energy would increase significantly. They would also gain great comprehension of the fire Tao, which had boundless wondrous uses. Murong Yen received the coiling dragon fruit and smiled. In our red dragon palace, only elders can consume the coiling dragon fruit. Disciples have to complete very difficult missions. Disciples have to complete very difficult missions or have exceptionally outstanding cultivations to be rewarded. Master said that when I enter Ancestor Dragon City, he will reward me with one. Ah, I can refine it now. When I return, I will probably be so shocked that my jaw will drop. After the others received the coiling dragon fruit, they all revealed joyful expressions. However, Lu Riyun was surprised. She did not have a choice. She shook her head and said, I don't need it. I already refined a similar fruit 3 months ago. It would be a waste to refine it again. Xiao Qin shoved the coiling dragon fruit to her and said, there is no need to be afraid of wasting this thing. It is fine as long as it is not harmful. This white coiling dragon fruit is actually quite suitable for you. Leaving it in my hands would be a true waste. Lu Riyun smiled helplessly and received it. The few of them began to refine it. Xiao Qin guarded it carefully. There were a lot of death servants here, so someone had to protect them. The dead pool was extremely difficult to deal with, but as long as he was not surrounded, it would not be a big problem. Xiao Qin looked at the center of Xie City and was a little puzzled. What exactly was there? The dense spiritual energy that filled the entire city came from that point. The energy of the various restrictions and formations in the city also came from that point. That place should also be extremely dangerous, not a place ordinary people could go. 1 hour later, Murong Yen and the others woke up one after another. Strong auras surged out from their bodies. Their auras were clearly much stronger than before. Let's go. Setting off again, Xiao Chen's party's speed was much faster. Along the way they met many cultivators and had some harvests. However, compared to what Xiao Chen and the others had obtained in the herb garden, it was nothing. However, as Xiao Chen approached the center of the city, he encountered fewer and fewer cultivators. One could clearly feel that the atmosphere in the air had become much heavier. The formless might and pressure placed an increasingly heavier restriction on them. The deeper they went, the more they felt it. How terrifying. I feel like my strength is suppressed by about 10%, Murong Yen said with a grave expression. As he looked at the unknown center of the city, he felt pressure. This is actually good news for us. This is actually good news for us. The pressure on sovereign personages will be even greater, Sidu Changfeng calmly analyzed. Xiao Qin felt that his strength was suppressed by about 20%, much more severely than Murong Yen and the others. Sidu Changfeng was right. The stronger one was, the greater the restrictions they would face. However, at the same time, Xiao Qin was shocked to discover that his physical strength was not suppressed. Under such pressure, his vital qi became even heavier. This was a piece of comforting news. Wait, there's the sound of fighting. Suddenly, Xiao Qin stopped and listened attentively. Sidu Changfeng closed his eyes. In the next moment he opened them and said, it came from the west. I seem to hear some familiar voices. I heard them. It's Zhong Li and the Golden Dragon Palace's Qin Outyen. Sidu Changfeng was skilled in the wind great Tao. He could clearly hear the faint sounds coming from the wind. With an advantage that the others didn't have, the few of them were quite convinced of his judgment. Murong Yen smiled and said, Zhong Li actually allied himself with Qin Outyen. Interesting. No wonder he has the confidence to fall out with us. Xiao Qin recalled that he seemed to have beaten up this Qin Outyen before. He asked seriously, what is Qin Outyen's background? Finding this strange, Murong Yen asked, you don't know? His first brother is known as the top expert of the Golden Dragon Palace. He was already a late-stage holy venerate many years ago. He grasped 2 great Tao and even comprehended the Emperor Dragon's mysteries. Although he is known as the top expert of the Golden Dragon Palace, he is actually the top expert of the Outer Palace. Wei Hongfei should be clearer on this. Wei Hongfei ignored Murong Yen. He said with a grave expression, they probably ran into the group of people I met earlier, the mortal enemies of the dragon race. Murong Yan's expression changed slightly. Do we need help? I'm afraid we have no choice. Sidu Changfeng said, they are currently being chased. The direction they are fleeing in happens to be where we are. Indeed, right after Sidu Changfeng spoke, hurried footsteps came from the front. Hurried footsteps came from ahead. Soon Zhong Li, Lu Yunfei, Qin Outyin, and the others appeared before them in somewhat sorry states. Aside from Qin Outyin, who was in a slightly better state, the others were all injured. A miserable shriek rang out. A saber light struck a dragon race disciple who was running too slowly. The black saber light turned into a malicious spirit, continuously gnawing on the other party's physical body and soul. The miserable shriek was incredibly mournful, making everyone tremble in fear and their legs go soft. What saber technique is this? Murong Yin asked with a somewhat trembling voice. This was too evil, he had never seen it before. We have never seen anyone with a saber before. The Green Dragon Palace's Duan Fei said softly. When Zhong Li and the others saw Xiaochen, they were startled. Then they said joyfully, Xiaochen, Wei Hongfei, you came at a good time. We ran into the Flood Dragon humans. Help us block them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before they could react, the pursuers had already arrived. A group of black-clothed men wearing masks that covered the lower half of their faces, revealing only their foreheads and eyes, as well as a man wearing a bamboo hat wielding a saber, appeared. When Wei Hongfei saw the leader of the black-clad men, his expression changed drastically. He cried out hoarsely, Yin Tsangming? Although that person wore a mask, Wei Hongfei immediately recognized his eyes. This was the Flood Dragon human Yin Tsangming, whom Wei Hongfei fought in the abyssal underworld battlefield. His strength was still fresh in Wei Hongfei's mind. With one hand, Yin Tsangming beat Wei Hongfei until he could not retaliate. I was wondering who it was. It turns out that it is a group of defeated people. Yin Tsangming only glanced at Wei Hongfei before shifting his gaze to Xiaochen. He said seriously, very good. Unexpectedly, you are here as well. Zhen Yuan, you should be very happy, right? Whoosh. The bamboo hat man removed the conical bamboo hat from his head and waved it. The conical bamboo hat immediately shot towards Xiaochen. As it spun around, it actually turned into a black dragon image. When it arrived before Xiaochen, the black dragon image appeared and roared ferociously. A berserk dragon might surged out. This stunned Murong Yen and the others. They felt immense pressure and could not help taking a step back. Bang! Xiaochen calmly attacked, throwing a punch and shattering that black dragon image along with the conical bamboo hat. Boundless shrapnel flew into the air. Xiaochen, it has been a long time since we last met. Under the conical bamboo hat was a face that Xiaochen was very familiar with. It was the profound light temple's Zhen Yuan. However, he now had hair and his face looked older. When Xiaochen saw that strand of saber light earlier, he had already suspected it. Unexpectedly, it really was Zhen Yuan. After absorbing the Black Dragon King's strong demonic nature, Zhen Yuan actually did not turn crazy. Not only that, but Zhen Yuan even mingled with the Flood Dragon humans who once followed the Black Dragon King. Damn. These dragon race cultivators with divine dragon bloodlines. I'll leave them to you, Xiaochen. Yin Tsangming had an innate hatred for cultivators with divine dragon bloodlines. When he saw them, he would feel an uncontrollable murderous intent in his heart. In reality, the Flood Dragon humans had an inextinguishable hatred for the dragon race. Back then, the Flood Dragon humans could not stand the pressure of the six-colored divine dragons and followed the Black Dragon King to the abyssal underworld. Now, they lived at the bottom of the abyssal underworld, even more miserable than they had been in the Divine Dragon Empire. Naturally, the Flood Dragon humans placed all this hatred on the cultivators with divine dragon bloodlines. I'll block them. You all split up. Xiaochen sent a voice projection to Murong Yen and the others. Then he activated his divine dragon war body, and his body instantly swelled up. His bones crackled like thunder. Xiaochen's dragon might immediately strengthened several-fold. What was even more shocking was that Xiaochen's dragon might completely merged with his physical body, not leaking out at all. This blocked Yin Tsangming, preventing him from continuing forward. Xiaochen, I'll leave these people to you. We'll go first. When Zhong Li and Qin Outyin saw the situation, they rejoiced in their hearts. Then they laughed loudly and turned to leave, not lingering at all. Chapter 1961. Before Murong Yen and the others could decide, the instigators, Zhong Li and Qin Outyin, quickly fled. They had no intention of staying to help. Perhaps they knew how horrifying Yin Tsangming and Zhen Yuan were and felt that they could not defeat them, so they used Xiaochen and the others as shields. Do you think you can leave? Martial artists with divine dragon bloodlines are indeed as shameless as ever. Today I will kill all of you. Yin Tsangming snorted coldly. Without even looking at Xiaochen, he turned around and directly grabbed at Zhong Li. Xiaochen did not move as Zhen Yuan's saber intent had already locked onto him. There was no room for change in the confrontation of qi. Touch of death. As Yan Songming waved his hand, countless strands of black energy moved towards Zhongli like dragon whiskers. Zhongli's expression sank. Black tentacles surrounded him from all directions. There was no way he could escape. Rushing cloud hand. With a furious roar, Zhongli's hands moved rapidly. Layers of clouds surrounded him as he thrust his palms forward. The clouds changed constantly, forming all sorts of mysterious phenomena that charged out in all directions with great might. However, once the clouds got close to the black tentacles, the mysterious phenomenon formed by the thousands of clouds corroded, rendering it useless. Thousand cloud flower rain, falling water turns to ice. Zhongli's expression changed slightly, and his hands moved as he attacked again. The mysterious phenomenon of thousands of clouds turned to ice. Cold qi spread everywhere, sealing the black tentacles in ice. He blocked it. Zhongli showed joy on his face. However, before his smile faded, he saw Yan Songming reach out and grab. Kacha kacha. The layer of ice shattered, and thousands of black tentacles gathered into a tentacle containing the mysteries of the Death Tao. Then it grabbed at Zhongli. Everywhere the black tentacle passed, all life was lost and everything was silent. It was extremely terrifying. It's over. A trace of despair involuntarily surged in Zhongli's heart. If he was grabbed by this palm, he would lose most of his vitality. Even if he did not die, he would be crippled. The falling leaves filled the sky like rain. Shwa. Leaves fell from the sky as the wind blew. They were sparse like the sound of falling rain. A flash of saber light with strong life force and humanity appeared. It streaked across the sky and cut off the black tentacle. Lu Riyun pushed off the ground and moved gently, shielding Zhongli. Let's go. I'll cover you. Thank you, senior sister. Zhongli was still in a state of shock. He felt a trace of shame in his heart, but a trace of determination flashed in his eyes as he turned around and left. Xiao. Yan Songming hovered in the air. Then he stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. The shattered black tentacles returned to his body. His entire body was suffused with a black aura of death. The aura wriggled like tentacles, looking exceptionally terrifying. What a pure white dragon bloodline. Your identity is definitely not simple. Yan Songming looked at Lu Riyun and his eyes lit up. He said seriously, perhaps there might be some value in changing my mind. When Xiaoqin noticed this scene, his heart skipped a beat. He said, protect Lu Riyun. Xiaoqin had seen this Yan Songming make a move before. Yan Songming's strength was extremely terrifying, far beyond that of an ordinary holy venerate. This person's resentment and killing intent were the most horrifying that Xiaoqin had ever seen in his life. So. Murong Yen and the others quickly rushed over and arrived before Lu Riyun. At the same time, the other flood dragon humans moved as well, arriving behind Yan Songming. I alone am enough. You all go and chase after those small fries that fled, Yan Songming said indifferently. Yan Songming said indifferently, his tone filled with strong confidence. Yes, young master. The other flood dragon humans immediately scattered, leaving only Yan Songming. A wind blew. The flood dragon humans shattered. Zhen Yuan appeared where Xiaoqin stood. As he looked at Xiaoqin, who had already retreated far away, Zhen Yuan asked seriously, are you not going to draw your saber? Zhen Yuan's face hurt somewhat. He had already dodged very quickly earlier. However, due to his distraction, the saber qi broke his defense and injured his face. The saber qi broke through his defense and injured his face. Xiaoqin stretched out his hand and prodded his wound. Then he looked at the blood on his hand before looking at Zhen Yuan. When a saber is drawn, it will definitely see blood. I promised your master to spare your life. Ah, that old fellow is really concerned about me. Since that is the case, why did you not send me to the 4 great monasteries earlier? This old man has had enough of that tiny place. Zhen Yuan revealed a mocking smile as a crazed look appeared in his eyes. Since that is the case, then die. You can forget about drawing your saber for the rest of your life. Mahamaya abstinence violation saber, breaking the mundane. A black saber light burst out of Zhen Yuan's body, and a black swastika appeared on his forehead. Scriptures appeared in the surroundings. All sorts of illusions appeared in Xiaoqian's mind, all of which were tragedies of the mortal world. The flames of war raged on. Corpses piled up. Cries of starving people filled the land. Crows ate humans. Emaciated people appeared everywhere, starving and cold, their clothes barely covering their bodies. Zhen Yuan used the most decisive method, a method that was completely different from Xiaoqian's, to break the mundane world. Zhen Yuan comprehended the mysteries of the first move of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber. However, in Zhen Yuan's hand, it became an incredibly horrifying demonic saber. In the next moment, all sorts of illusions, crows eating corpses and passers-by lying on the roadside, waiting to die, all showed their ferocious sides. Zhen Yuan's sharp gaze focused on Xiao Chen. Then it turned into a saber light and charged at Xiao Chen. The entire world turned into Zhen Yuan's saber light. Break! Xiao Chen did not think too much. He materialized the divine dragon war body and punched 100 times in all directions. Bang! 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 Vital chi surged and dragon roars rang out. The illusions instantly broke, and Zhen Yuan took advantage of the opportunity to charge over. This is for not drawing your saber. Zhen Yuan did not show mercy after gaining the upper hand. He quickly launched all sorts of sharp attacks, turning them into a complete saber move, putting immense pressure on Xiao Chen. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged more than 100 moves. Xiao Chen was forced back several steps, allowing Zhen Yuan's aura to reach its peak. Azura Hell Chop. When Zhen Yuan's aura reached its peak, he did not hesitate to chop with his saber. The saber move that Zhen Yuan set up completely erupted at this moment, revealing his ferocious and terrifying side. It turned into Azura Hell, concentrated in this saber strike. This was the opportunity that Zhen Yuan had been waiting for. Buddhist Sect's 7-kill seal. Xiao Chen roared ferociously and executed the Buddhist Sect's 7-kill seal in the time it took for a spark to fly. His killing chi expanded sevenfold. Supreme Dragon Fist, raging at the unfair heaven. Zhen Yuan's surging killing chi turned into rage, shaking the sky and making it pale. When Zhen Yuan punched, killing chi surged out endlessly like a gushing river. Before the fist light arrived, the terrifying killing chi turned into a sharp dragon image and tore that Azura Hell into pieces. When the fist light arrived, the sevenfold killing chi suddenly erupted, and the Azura Hell instantly crumbled. Zhen Yuan vomited a mouthful of blood as he got knocked back. Shock appeared in his eyes. Unexpectedly, his peak killing move could not defeat Xiao Chen. Supreme Dragon Fist, Heaven Dragon regrets. While you are down, I'll take your life. Xiao Chen did not hold back. He leaped into the air. His killing chi erupted as he punched again. The boundless killing chi gathered into a lofty aspiration, like a regretless heaven dragon. It carried an aura of despair and self-sacrifice, pressing forward with no regrets. The strong dragon might cause the nearby ancient city to tremble. Many buildings collapsed. When Yen Sangming, who was fighting 1 against 4, sensed this scene, he sent out a palm strike to block Lu Riyun and the others. Yen Sangming charged over to Xiao Chen in a flash. The mysteries of death chi all over his body surged as he sent a palm strike to clash with Xiao Chen's sure kill fist light. Bang! The fist and palm clashed and the shock waves spread out. The others all moved back, afraid of getting caught up in the shock waves. Cracks appeared on the ancient street. A certain formation that was originally supporting the ground looked like it would break at any moment. Xiao Chen took a few steps back and thought to himself, what a pity. This punch did not land on Zhen Yuan. It would be difficult to subdue him. Zhen Yuan had refined the demonic chi that the Black Dragon King had accumulated for many years. His physical body had already fallen into the demonic Tao, and his recovery ability was startling. Indeed, the demonic chi on Zhen Yuan's body surged. His injuries healed at a visible rate. A brilliant light flickered in Zhen Yuan's eyes, and the demonic chi on his body surged. Yen Sangming looked at Xiao Chen and a look of praise flashed in his eyes. Supreme Dragon Fist. To think that you actually managed to practice the Supreme Dragon Fist. This is truly shocking. However, I know this fist technique as well. Supreme Dragon Fist, Master of the World. Right after Yen Sangming spoke, he suddenly punched. Black Dragon Chi spread out from his body, and his veritable essence energy burned, materializing a war banner burning with black flames. When Yen Sangming punched, the war banner carried a boundless tyrannical aura that commanded the surroundings as it shot towards Xiao Chen. This startled Xiao Chen. Clearly, he had not expected Yen Sangming to practice this forbidden technique that only the Heaven Dragon Palace had. However, the situation before Xiao Chen did not allow him to think too much. He was very clear on how strong this punch was. As Xiao Chen circulated his energy for the Supreme Dragon Fist, he punched and materialized a blazing war banner as well. Then he punched. Bang! One side infused the mysteries of the Death Tao into the Supreme Dragon Fist, and the other infused the mysteries of the Massacre Tao into the Supreme Dragon Fist. The strong clashed and the two war banners crashed into each other in the air. A horrifying dragon roar shook the surroundings. The two war banners shattered at the same time, and a startling force exploded where they stood. The two war banners turned into a horrifying pillar of energy soaring into the clouds. In the next moment, the ground cracked open. A black hole appeared and everyone fell into it uncontrollably. After everyone fell, a strong suction came from the hole, making it even more difficult for those who struggled to get out. They could not resist this mysterious suction at all. Chapter 1962. Inside the mysterious cave, Xiao Chen and Yan Songming did not give up on fighting. As the two descended, they continued to search for opportunities to severely injure each other. The two executed the Supreme Dragon Fist, exchanging moves in the average-sized cave, fighting intensely. The Heaven Dragon's Dragon Might and the Death Dragon Might clashed, neither giving way. Dragon roars rang out. Xiao Chen showed a grave expression, feeling shocked. To think that someone could rearrange the Supreme Dragon Fist like him. In reality, if the other party used resentment to practice the Supreme Dragon Fist, it would be even more mighty. However, like Xiao Chen, Yan Songming saw the flaws of the Supreme Dragon Fist and switched to the Death Dao to drive the Supreme Dragon Fist. The other party's comprehension of the Death Dao was much stronger than Xiao Chen's Massacre Dao. Xiao Chen's killing chi had been tempered in the Great Thousand Realms for many years. Although it was vast and dense, it barely advanced to the level of will. Xiao Chen was still a long time away from truly comprehending the Massacre Dao. In reality, few of the thousands of cultivators, even divine vein sovereign emperors, could comprehend such a great Dao that surpassed attributes. The process was painful, arduous and long. However, once one comprehended it, one's strength would be extremely horrifying. Within the same cultivation realm, one would be unrivaled. The Yan Songming before Xiao Chen was such an existence. To think that he comprehended the Death Dao. If not for Xiao Chen using the 7-kill seal to drive his killing chi, Yan Songming's Supreme Dragon Fist would not be able to hold his own. However, Xiao Chen did not know that Yan Songming was even more shocked than he was. The other party should not have come into contact with the Supreme Dragon Fist for long. However, the comprehension ability that he showed was already no weaker than Yan Songming's. How did you cultivate the Heaven Dragon Forbidden Art? Xiao Chen asked as he looked at the other party. Compared to the other party's horrifying strength, this question was even more serious. Yan Songming retorted coldly, "When I came into contact with the Supreme Dragon Fist, you had not even grasped it yet." Boom. The two exchanged moves again, and the effects of the 7-kill seal on Xiao Chen slowly weakened. In the clash of the Supreme Dragon Fist, Yan Songming slowly fell into a disadvantage, losing his aura. "This is not enough for you to be arrogant in front of me." Yan Songming grabbed hold of this opportunity to deal a fatal blow to Xiao Chen before he landed. However, Xiao Chen suddenly discovered that Xiao Chen's aura had become erratic. Xiao Chen had clearly locked onto the other party, but Xiao Chen was unfathomable like a fish in water. Bang! Xiao Chen punched out only to find that he missed. The terrifying might of the fist exploded, but it did not hurt Xiao Chen at all. Heaven Dragon Profundity. You actually comprehended the Heaven Dragon Profundity. This greatly startled Yan Songming. Theoretically, a flood dragon human could become a heaven dragon. Yan Songming had studied the Heaven Dragon's mysteries for many years. Even though he could comprehend the Death Dao, he could not make any headway. Not only that. Xiao Chen snorted coldly in the darkness. The substantial Heaven Dragon's mysteries merged with the Supreme Dragon Fist's final move. When Yan Songming sensed Xiao Chen's aura, he recognized this move. It was the Supreme Dragon Fist's final move, "Only I am supreme." Without even thinking, Yan Songming used his strong Death Dao's mysteries and his mental cultivation technique, which he was far more familiar with than Xiao Chen's, to launch this punch first. Supreme Dragon Fist, "Only I am supreme." When Yan Songming punched, an unparalleled tyranny burst out from his body. That was the intense confidence of being the only one in the entire world, everywhere and everywhere. What was a supreme? Until the end of time, a supreme would not age. Even after a long time, a supreme would not die. This heart would not die, these words would not be regretted, this body would not die. At first, Xiao Chen's fist move was the same as Yan Songming's. However, later on, it gained an even more distant state. Supreme Dragon Fist, "Only I am supreme." Although it was only in embryonic form and not complete, when Xiao Chen merged the Heaven Dragon's mysteries with it, Xiao Chen's punch became well prepared. In that instant, Yan Songming's might drowned out Yan Songming's. The instant the two fists clashed, Yan Songming's aura shattered. He vomited a large mouthful of blood as he went flying. Why? They were both using the Supreme Dragon Fist's final move. Even if Yan Songming grasped the Heaven Dragon's mysteries, The other party's 7-kill seal was no longer effective. Yan Songming should be slightly stronger. However, why did the might of Xiao Chen's only I am supreme completely drown out Yan Songming's? They were not on the same level at all. Yan Songming, who flew back in pain, felt very confused. However, before he could think too much, Yan Songming, who had been severely injured by the punch, lost control of his body and fell down. Withdraw. Xiao Chen opened his fists and retracted the scattered dragon might, negating the might of Yan Songming's punch. There was no one else in the darkness. Silence reigned. Yan Songming had been defeated. However, he could not continue his pursuit in this mysterious cave. Caught off guard, the others had already fallen somewhere. Only the two of them could control their falling speed. Now that Yan Songming was defeated, only Xiao Chen remained, able to control his body somewhat. This cave in the depths appeared rather abruptly. This was worth thinking about. Why would such a cave appear near the center of the city? Xiao Chen calmed his mind and entered deep thought. Then he opened his heavenly eye and did his best to see his surroundings. However, the situation was only a little worse. He could only see some blurry light in the darkness. There were also flickering spots of light on the walls. Wait, there seems to be some pattern to these spots of light. Are they talisman scripts or ancient characters? Xiao Chen did his best to control his body. Then he arrived before the wall. As he descended, he imprinted the flickering characters into the depths of his mind. He compared them with the memories that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor left behind, hoping to gain something. These are divine characters. Xiao Chen finally confirmed that these were divine characters, the characters that the heavenly realm's martial gods used back then. Compared to ordinary characters, divine characters contain the energy of the divine Tao. After they were written, they naturally contained laws and supreme truths. Xiao Chen felt like this was a record of some cultivation technique. Unfortunately, whenever he tried to recall it, the divine characters imprinted in his mind would quickly slip away. After that, he had no recollection of them. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen felt something under his feet and he landed. The huge impact nearly sent Xiao Chen tumbling down. Fortunately, Xiao Chen had been doing his best to control his body. Although the impact was strong, it was still within his control. After stabilizing his footing, Xiao Chen controlled his body and walked forward step by step. After opening his heavenly eye, he could see divine characters that others could not. Xiao Chen was strangely obsessed with these divine characters. Although he could not truly remember them, Xiao Chen found them very wondrous as he walked along the flickering divine characters on the walls. My soul energy? Suddenly, Xiao Chen was shocked to discover that the originally faint sun and moon shining together in his soul pool actually glowed. A bright moon and a blazing sun competed for brilliance. Although the light was not dazzling, it flickered, giving this mysterious phenomenon its original form. Originally, Xiao Chen's soul energy had to advance by at least 5 or 6 layers to reach this level. However, just by observing these divine characters, he managed to achieve such an effect. This helped Xiao Chen save a lot of time. Interesting. If I continue to observe these divine characters, will I be able to bring out the sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon in the end? Xiao Chen thought joyfully. Originally, he had only just advanced to the Holy Venerate realm. His soul energy had been extremely weak. After all, he had not cultivated any soul energy secret manuals. Previously, he had only been a star venerate. His usage of soul energy had been very crude. Wanting to bring out the sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon without reaching the sovereign personage realm was like a fool's dream. Those outstanding talents of rank 7 sects had been nurtured from a young age and received pointers from experts. That was why they could bring out mysterious phenomena at the Holy Venerate realm. However, along the way Xiao Chen had relied on himself to fumble about, unyielding perseverance to achieve this. Xiao Chen, who came from the abandoned land, was much weaker than many people in the Great Thousand Realms. With this anticipation, Xiao Chen immersed his consciousness into the divine characters, following the traces left by the divine characters as he chased after them. He did not notice that the space he was in had already turned blurry without him realizing it. Whoosh! Murong Yin was the first to come out of the cave. Soon after, Lu Ruyun, Wei Hongfei, and the others came out one after another. How piercing! The first reaction of these people, who suddenly came out of the darkness, was to close their eyes involuntarily. When these people got used to the light, they were horrified to discover that they were under a pink screen of light. There was a mirror made of light under their feet. They could not see the exit at all. Where's Xiao Chen? Lu Ruyun suddenly thought of this question and asked the others, appearing somewhat flustered. I don't know. He and that flood dragon human should have fallen in first. Logically speaking, they should have arrived earlier than us. Did you not see him? I was following behind you. I thought that Xiaoqin came out long ago. Just as the group felt confused, Sidu Changfeng said, at that time I felt that Xiaoqin and that flood dragon human continued fighting after they fell in. Since that flood dragon human Yen Songming has not come out yet, Xiaoqin should not have come out so early either. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyun and the others relaxed slightly. Soon Yen Songming and Zhen Yuan appeared together. However, there was still no sign of Xiaoqin. Damn it! What did the two of you do to Xiaoqin? Why is he not out yet? Lu Ruyun shouted when she saw the situation. This startled Yen Songming. He thought to himself, shouldn't this fellow have come out long ago? However, Yen Songming remained expressionless, not showing any fluctuations. He smiled coldly and said, why are you so concerned about that fellow? You are a noble white dragon. Did you fall in love with a mixed blood dragon? He already died at my hands. You can rest easy now. Lu Ruyun and the others immediately became enraged. They prepared to activate their great desolate Yin bloodlines and fight to the death with Yen Songming. Upon seeing this scene, Zhen Yuan frowned slightly. These people activating their great desolate Yin bloodlines was problematic. He said coldly, Xiaoqin is not dead. We do not know where he is either. Before you make a move, look at your surroundings first. Everyone is looking at us like fools. Chapter 1963. Xiaoqin followed the flickering divine characters on the walls and walked all the way. When he startled awake, he discovered that he was in a strange world. Where am I? Where are Lu Ruyun, Murong Yen, and the others? Xiaoqin felt suspicious. He felt that there was only one path in the cave and he had walked for a long time. After walking for so long, even if Xiaoqin was at the very back, he should have met someone else or left the cave he came from. Or perhaps Murong Yen and the others had already arrived here before him. However, after looking around the place, he didn't find anyone else. The strangest thing was that Xiaoqin discovered that the path he came from had been cut off. It looked like he had arrived in this strange space for some reason. This place was filled with pink crystal walls that flickered with a dazzling luster. Xiaoqin did his best to recall. Unfortunately, he had been immersed in the divine characters earlier and had no recollection of them at all. Of course, the divine characters that captivated him had all slipped away. He could not remember a single one of them. The only thing that proved their existence was that Xiaoqian's soul energy had increased significantly. The mysterious phenomenon of the sun and moon shining together in Xiaoqian's soul pool had become increasingly distinct. The silhouettes of the sun and the moon appeared clearly. Not only did they flicker with light, but they also shed a faint radiance on the ground. Xiaoqian entered deep thought. With a thought, he sent out his holy venerate will. Boom! In that instant, the mysterious phenomenon of the sun and moon shining together appeared in Xiaoqian's soul pool. The bright moon and the blazing sun appeared at the same time. The entire space and the surrounding crystal walls reflected off each other, looking very beautiful. Xiaoqian revealed joy on his face. I succeeded. The increase in Xiaoqian's soul energy allowed him to finally bring out the mysterious phenomenon of the sun and moon shining together. In the future, even if he faced a sovereign personage's will of soul, he would be able to hold his own. Xiaoqian would no longer be in a predicament like when he was a star venerate, feeling a headache every time he faced a holy venerate's will of soul. After withdrawing the mysterious phenomenon, Xiaoqian frowned slightly. Returning to reality, where exactly am I? After searching for a while, Xiaoqian's expression slowly turned grave. There was no exit. The entire space was like a maze, crisscrossing and confusing. There were crystal walls all around him that emitted pink radiance. They were filled with an energy he couldn't understand. That energy was unfamiliar and powerful, causing people to feel reverence. It was somewhat similar to the divine text, but this was tangible energy. Xiaoqian knew very well that he did not absorb it. Bang! Bang! Punch after punch landed on the crystal wall. Xiaoqian's hands hurt a little, but the crystal wall didn't move an inch. It was as if it had existed for eternity and would never change. Was he going to be trapped here for the rest of his life? Since he could get in, he could definitely get out. Xiaoqian calmed himself down and began to search for the divine characters that had drawn him in. The light of the crystal wall covered the light of the divine characters. Xiaoqian's eyes were dazzled, but he still didn't discover anything. He had to think of a way to make the divine text appear. With a thought, Xiaoqian said softly, Demonic cloud heaven swallowing art. Within his 9-star primal core, the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art slowly circulated, and strands of black demonic chi emanated from his body. The demonic chi thickened and stuck to the walls, covering up the light of the crystal walls. The originally flickering space turned pitch black. Xiao Chen circulated his energy and nimbly controlled these demonic clouds, making them thinner. With Xiao Chen's continuous effort, flickering divine characters finally appeared on the crystal wall. In this dark environment, these flickering divine characters gave off a faint light, appearing exceptionally eye-catching. Xiao Chen activated the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories to see if he could dig out more information about the divine characters. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor was only one step away from becoming a true martial god. Although Xiao Chen could not write divine characters, he could still recognize them in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. Xiao Chen knew that the original deities of the heavenly realm had a complicated relationship with the peak factions of the Great Thousand Realms. In reality, in every war between the righteous factions and demonic factions, the true masterminds behind the scenes were these deities of the heavenly realm. Be it the righteous Tao or the demonic Tao, they all had the support of the heavenly realm's deities. However, the deities had not expected that the last great war between the righteous factions and demonic factions would involve a variable like the Black Dragon King, bringing the flames of war to the heavenly realm. The chaotic war between the deities resulted in the heavenly realm's destruction. From then on, the heavenly realm no longer existed in the Great Thousand Realms. However, when the deities of the heavenly realm still existed, the decrees they passed down were written in divine characters. The various major factions all had people who could read the divine characters and clearly understand the decrees of the heavenly realm's deities. Naturally, the Divine Dragon Empire had a backer in the heavenly realm back then. Those dragon races that advanced to martial god would definitely take care of their own races in the Central Great Realm. As the ruler of the Divine Dragon Empire, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor naturally could read the divine characters. After some hard work, Xiao Chen finally obtained some simple techniques for reading the divine characters. However, these techniques were limited to letting Xiao Chen understand the divine characters. They could not leave an impression in his mind. Divine characters were different from ordinary characters. The meaning of one divine character might require thousands of ordinary characters to describe. Xiao Chen's eyes quickly scanned these divine characters, searching for a way to escape. Since Xiao Chen came to this place because of the divine characters were definitely his only chance to escape. It was very possible that he had accidentally touched one of the characters while reading those divine characters, which resulted in him being sent here. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived before a divine character. After hesitating for a moment, he gently tapped on it. Perhaps he could use the same method to send himself out now. Boom! A huge force shot out, and Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying. This divine character recorded a flame, containing the supreme principles of the Fire Tao. It was berserk and merciless, inflicting severe damage on Xiao Chen's physical body and soul. Xiao Chen did not complain. After he stood up, he continued to read these obscure and unfathomable divine characters. After trying many times, Xiao Chen felt like he was on the verge of death, killed by the energy in the divine characters. Xiao Chen thought about giving up. However, if he gave up, he might really be trapped here forever. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth, feeling mentally fatigued. Then he touched another divine character. If Xiao Chen understood this divine character correctly, it described big. There was no way to count on a beginner like Xiao Chen to understand the complete meaning of this divine character. It was already extremely difficult for him to comprehend a rough state. This divine character contained a state that Xiao Chen could only comprehend to big. Boom. After Xiao Chen touched the divine character, the entire crystal wall started to tremble slightly. The flickering divine characters vanished, hiding within the crystal wall. Xiao Chen did not know what happened. He withdrew the demonic clouds in the surroundings, and the space regained its brightness. That is, in the center of the crystal wall, Xiao Chen discovered a beam of light encasing a stone stele. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Chen was certain that before he touched the divine character that represented big, this stone stele had not appeared. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He quickly walked over and looked carefully. Then he muttered, "Divine Universe Stele." Just as Xiao Chen finally obtained an opportunity to leave this mysterious place, Murong Yen, Lu Riyun, and the others found themselves in trouble. Murong Yen, Lu Riyun, and the others found themselves in trouble. They followed Jin Yuan's instructions and looked around. Then they all showed stunned expressions. At the moment, they were in a certain barrier, and beneath their feet was a pink mirror that was as bright as if it had been washed. Outside the barrier was a group of cultivators so shocked that their jaws nearly fell off. These people were the 4 rank 6 sects and the Heavenly Lodging Palace branch's upper echelon and elite disciples exploring the center of the ancient city in search of the greatest fortuitous encounter, the divine crystal. Aside from these people, there were also many sovereign personages, loose cultivators in ancient desolate town who were confident in their strength. These loose cultivators cut their way through the pressure of the divine crystal, crossed many restrictions and killed countless corpses. After paying a huge price and going through a lot of trouble, they finally arrived here. After that, they discovered to their frustration that the divine crystal was right before them. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not break the barrier of the divine crystal. Even with the combined power of several soul tools, they could not shake this barrier at all. In the hands of a sovereign personage, a soul tool could bring out 50% of its might, perhaps even 100%. Compared to the might that Xiao Chen and the others could bring out with soul tools, it was on a completely different level. However, even under such circumstances, they still could not break the barrier. Looking at the divine crystal right in front of them, yet they couldn't get their hands on it, anyone would go crazy. Just as they were about to despair, Murong Yen and the others appeared inside the barrier. How could they not be shocked? Damn it! Did I see it wrong? There are actually people in there? I did not see wrongly. I saw it too. How did this group of people appear? Quickly come over and tell us how to enter. Otherwise everyone will die. After the upper echelon of the 4 rank 6 sects recovered from their shock, they rejoiced and shouted. After the initial shock, Murong Yen and the others discovered that this group of people could not enter. So, they ignored this group of frantic sovereign personages. Lu Riyun looked at Yen Songming and demanded, "Where is Xiao Qin? If you do not give me an explanation today, I will not let you off." Yen Songming's and Zhen Yuan's gazes were already fixed on the sky. A pink crystal floated there quietly. This was the divine crystal that the group of people outside yearned for. This divine crystal gave off an awe-inspiring energy that they could not comprehend. A fanatical look flashed in Yen Songming's eyes for only an instant before he calmed down. Given Yen Songming's current cultivation, snatching this divine crystal would be pointless. Not only would he not be able to comprehend it, but it would also bring him a lot of trouble. Upon hearing Lu Riyun's words, Yen Songming recovered his wits. He smiled and said, "I feel that you should not worry about Xiao Chen at this moment. You should worry more about yourself and the people around you." When Murong Yen and the others heard the meaning behind Yen Songming's words, their faces immediately sank. They stepped forward and shielded Lu Riyun. "Zhen Yuan, you don't mind helping me block the attacks of these people with their great Desolatian bloodline, right? I am very interested in this young lady. Her value might surpass our imagination." Yen Songming had great insight. When his gaze fell on Lu Riyun, a sinister look flashed in his eyes. "As you wish." Zhen Yuan felt somewhat displeased. However, since Yen Songming insisted, he could only agree. Boom. In that instant, Zhen Yuan ignited the demonic nature that the Black Dragon King left in his body. His black hair immediately fluttered about, and his eyes flickered with a pitch-black light. His expression twisted, and his demonic might flourished. Chapter 1964. Yen Songming had sharp eyes. He determined that Lu Riyun had an extraordinary background and was extremely valuable. Even if Murong Yen and the others activated their great Desolatian bloodlines, the two of them would have to pay a heavy price. He still felt that it was worth a try. Zhen Yuan had been in the Central Great World for some time. He knew how terrifying the martial practitioners with the 8 Overlord bloodlines were after they activated their great Desolatian bloodlines. If he were to lower his guard, he might very well lose his life here. Without hesitation, Xiao Qin ignited the Black Dragon King's demonic nature that he had absorbed and refined. His body immediately erupted with a demonic might that rivaled that of a sovereign personage. However, this was because his cultivation was not high enough and his body could not withstand it. The Black Dragon King's demonic nature could display even more terrifying might. However, now it was already frightening enough. The moment the demonic might appeared, Murong Yen and the others trembled in fear. Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique, Entering Hell. Zhen Yuan drew his saber and shouted ferociously. A black saber light instantly materialized, a horrifying scene of purgatory. Zhen Yuan turned into the Kasayapa Buddha in hell, exuding boundless demonic might. The demonic smoke materialized thousands of malicious spirits circling above Murong Yen and the others. They bared their fangs and claws, giving off ghostly cries and wolf howls. From time to time, the spiraling demons and monsters would transform into sharp saber chi. They rained down like a torrential storm, each and every one of them lethal. They carried fear and resentment, and very quickly they messed up their formation. As expected of a Buddhist forbidden art. If you can learn the 7 kill seal, TSK, its power will be unimaginable. However, this move can actually be more perfect. I'll bring you to the real Azura Blood Sea to train some other day. Yen Tsangming silently spread out his death Dao's mysteries. Black smoke lingered on his body, wriggling like tentacles. Zhen Yuan said in a deep voice, "End the battle quickly to avoid any accidents." As Yen Tsangming looked at the somewhat disheveled Murong Yan's group, he smiled casually. They are just a group of outer sect disciples. If they were the Dragon's Gate's inner sect disciples, it would be somewhat problematic. However, it was true that he had to end the battle quickly. Accidents were bound to happen. Death like wind. Wuxia. With a wave of his hand, it was as if autumn had arrived in an instant, bringing with it gusts of autumn wind that were suffused with a bleak feeling. It arrived mercilessly, sweeping away all the fallen leaves in the world, bringing with it a sense of desolation and withering. The wind of autumn, the wind of death. This move was so brilliant that it made people gasp in amazement. He had actually merged the Death Upanishad into the wind invisibly. One would not be able to sense where the death force was hiding. While it appeared to be empty, it was actually like a shadow following one's body. What a terrifying young man, to have mastered the Tao of death to such a level. Outside the barrier, the sovereign personages of the various sects, who were shouting earlier, all showed grave expressions when they saw Yen Tsangming make a move. He is Yen Tsangming. So, it is him, the strongest outstanding talent of the Flood Dragon humans? According to rumor, when he fought a sovereign personage, he managed to retreat unscathed. This group of Dragon Clan juniors are going to be unlucky. Against him, they would have to be at least at the level of the 7 sons of the Divine Dragon to be able to suppress him. However, this guy is truly terrifying. I've never heard of him comprehending the Tao of death before. This fellow holds a great grudge against the dragon race. The dragon race cultivators that run into him usually do not have a good ending. Some sovereign personages recognized this Yen Tsangming. It turned out that he was not a nameless person. We have to break this Azura purgatory first, or we'll all die. Situ Changfeng shouted and arrived at the front. When he saw the death wind, his expression turned grave. Then he attacked decisively. 1,000 clouds stacking cliffs. In an instant, a heavy cloud will emerge from his body, stacking layer upon layer like a cloud mountain. The wind follows the clouds. This young man is very decisive. He wants to attract the wind of death to himself, creating an opportunity for his companions. But can he withstand it? The eyes of many sovereign personages lit up as they figured out Situ Changfeng's intentions. Boom boom boom. Murong Yen and the others activated their great desolate Ian bloodlines one after another. Without hesitation, they each sent out a move at the Azura hell, trapping them. Amidst the horrifying dragon roars, several people attacked at the same time. The Azura purgatory immediately shook, looking like it would collapse soon. If I don't go to hell, who will? Just at this moment, Zhen Yuan shouted, and the demonic might on his body turned into a horrifying Buddhist might. A black swastika appeared under his feet. The full might of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, entering hell, was displayed. Block him. The expressions of Wei Hongfei and the others changed drastically. This was the greatest danger they had faced since they started cultivating. They all focused and did their best. Heaven burning rage. Golden light cauldron. Falling leaves filling the sky, sounding like voices. Boom. The few attacked at the same time, clashing with the horrifying saber move that Zhen Yuan executed after he ignited the Black Dragon King's demonic nature. However, after Zhen Yuan ignited his demonic nature, he executed entering hell. This could not be viewed with common sense. This saber strike knocked Murong Yen, Lu Riyun, and the others back one after another. Their auras plummeted, and blood leaked out of a corner of their lips as they fell to the ground. Zhen Yuan turned around and took 3 steps back before he stabilized himself. The demonic might on his body slowly receded. Bang! On the other side, Situ Changfeng, who was blocking Yen Tsangming's killing move alone, finally could no longer hold on. The 1,000 clouds stacking cliffs shattered, and the mysteries of death entered his body. Situ Changfeng's life force immediately drained away. His expression turned grave as he resisted the endless mysteries of death in his body with much difficulty. Whoosh! Come with me then. Yen Tsangming brushed past Situ Changfeng and charged at Lu Riyun, preparing to send Situ Changfeng flying. However, something strange suddenly happened. A horrifying aura burst out of Lu Riyun's body. Despite moving later, she arrived first and soared into the air. Yen Songming revealed an extremely horrified expression because of Lu Riyun's aura. At this moment, it completely suppressed Yen Songming. His body even turned somewhat stiff and fear welled up in his heart. Lu Riyun blew away the death chi on Yen Songming's body with a palm strike. Then she instantly stabbed the saber with her right hand into Yen Songming's chest. A horrifying saber intent surged out. Even the injuries that Yen Songming suppressed when he fought with Xiao Qin erupted at the same time. At the crucial moment, Yen Songming landed a palm strike on Lu Riyun and quickly bounced back. "Situ, are you alright?" Lu Riyun landed and looked at Situ Changfeng with guilt on her face. Had Situ Changfeng used the strand of aura that the White Dragon King left in his body earlier, Situ Changfeng would not be in such a predicament. If Lu Riyun used the strand of aura, her father, the White Dragon King, would know that she had snuck out. The dragon race had extremely strong life force. The innate energy that their bloodline gave them made them different from other cultivators. They had strong recovery abilities and strong life force. When facing the corrosion of the Death Dao's mysteries, they should have strong resistance. However, this Yen Songming seemed to have modified his Death Dao, making it especially effective against dragon race cultivators. Situ Changfeng's current situation did not look optimistic. "Damn it, you two bastards." The others struggled to get up. After checking Situ Changfeng's situation, they glared at the two. "So that's how it is. I know who you are now." After Yen Songming fell to the ground, he executed a strange hand seal. Then the death chi on his body suddenly soared, forcefully suppressing his injuries. Yen Songming's gaze turned even more fervent as he looked at Lu Riyun. "It is not just him. All of you will not be able to escape death today. In your next life, don't be a dragon race cultivator." Yen Songming roared, and a terrifying demonic flame continuously appeared behind him. Even the smooth mirror under his feet looked down on it. Reversing the Death Dao's mysteries. He is really crazy. His talent is also startling. His comprehension of the Death Dao puts even the older generation demonic Dao experts to shame. When the many sovereign personages outside the barrier saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Yen Songming's gaze locked on Lu Riyun. Aside from her, everyone else was a dead person to him. Bang! Right at that moment, a strange change occurred. Cracks began to appear on the spirit formation barrier, and frightening power began to leak out non-stop. Just as everyone felt confused, the floating divine crystal in the air suddenly exploded. A white figure floated down from the sky. The divine crystal exploded. Furthermore, a person flew out of it. This person was Xiao Qin, who had found an opportunity to break free. Xiao Qin raised his eyebrows when he saw Yen Songming, who exuded a terrifying Death Dao. Holy Venerate Will, sun and moon shining together. With a thought, Xiao Qin brought out his Holy Venerate Will. A bright moon and a blazing sun rose up at the same time. Moonlight and sunlight intertwined. As Xiao Qin slowly descended, he let his will of soul encase Lu Riyun and the others. This immediately suppressed Yen Songming's Death Dao's mysteries, causing him to feel a huge resistance. Yen Songming's way forward immediately became restricted. Damn it! At the crucial moment, Xiao Qin suddenly appeared. This instantly drove Yen Songming, who had suppressed all his trump cards, crazy. The negative effects of reversing the Death Dao started to appear. Black demonic patterns appeared on Yen Songming's face, and pain appeared in his eyes. Yen Songming's Death Dao's might continuously weakened. Zhen Yuan shouted anxiously, "Yen Songming, it's time to go." Damn it! A great opportunity is gone just like that. Xiao Qin can only let them off today. Whoosh! A murderous intent flashed in Xiao Qin's eyes. The tyrant's saber, which had not appeared for a long time, instantly appeared. Xiao Qin drew his saber. Before Yen Songming, who had just thought of retreating, could react, a cold saber light flashed. Then Yen Songming's head flew into the air. His head separated from his body and blood spurted out. He's dead? Zhen Yuan, who had already taken a few steps back and waited for Yen Songming to retreat, was stunned when he saw this scene. Chapter 1965. The tyrant blade was unsheathed, sealing the marquee with blood. For some reason, Zhen Yuan suddenly recalled what Xiao Qin told him. It was not that Xiao Qin did not want to draw his saber, but that when he drew his saber he needed to see blood. That saber. His gaze fell on Ba Dao and his face instantly became solemn. Zhen Yuan had seen that saber before. However, now that he saw it again he felt like he had been reborn. Tyrant blade. He was very clear about the origins of this saber. Back then he had a great chance of obtaining this saber as well. Unfortunately, it still fell into Xiao Qian's hands by chance. At first it was not particularly scary. However, now, the feeling it gave Xiaochen was one of fear. If Xiaochen had used the saber back then, he would have died. He might be caught off guard and lose his life without any mental preparation. This was what happened to Yan Songming before Xiaochen. He died a wrongful death. Despite being severely injured, he still managed to reverse the Tao of death. When he saw Xiaochen, he hesitated for a moment and did not retreat on the spot. When the profound of death started to devour him, he wanted to retreat, but Xiaochen didn't give him the chance. Clang. After sheathing his saber, Xiaochen landed beside Sidu Changfeng and checked on his injuries. Xiaochen frowned. What a horrifying death profound. The death energy in Sidu Changfeng's body was invisible and formless. However, it continuously tortured Situ Changfeng, corroding his life force. He was like a bright flower slowly withering. If he wanted to treat Situ Changfeng, he would have to find the mysteries of death in his body. Of the group, Duan Fei, who was the most skilled, had already tried but could not find a solution. He directly said that only the elders of the Green Dragon Palace had a solution. However, based on Situ Changfeng's current situation, he would not be able to last that long. Xiaochen, is there any way to save him? Murong Yen asked sullenly, feeling extremely grave. He simply did not wish to see Sidu Changfeng die. Xiaochen pondered and nodded. Don't worry. I have a way to stabilize his injuries first. If anyone has any medicinal pills that can excavate the power of the bloodline, give them to Situ. With the toughness of the dragon race's bloodline, it can slightly slow down the loss of vitality. This was only to strengthen Situ Changfeng's life force foundation so that his life force would not drain away so quickly. Xiaochen treated the symptoms and not the root cause. However, as long as he could endure this period, Xiaochen would have a way to temporarily suppress the power of death in Situ Changfeng's body, allowing him to last until he reached the Green Dragon Palace. Given the strength of the Green Dragon Palace elders, it would not be difficult to remove Situ Changfeng's death energy. I do. Me too. The few of them rushed to take out their treasured medicinal pills and handed them to Situ Changfeng. Xiaochen, is there really a way? Lu Riyun's eyes turned red. Her valiant face looked somewhat heart-wrenching. This time the stimulation this child received was still a little too big. For Xiaochen and the others, they had experienced the parting of life and death a long time ago. No matter how fierce the competition was within the sect, it would not result in death. However, once they left the sect, death was all too common. At every moment, there would be cultivators falling on their way to the peak. You can trust me. Xiaochen looked seriously at Lu Riyun. Lu Riyun, who always trusted him, nodded, feeling somewhat relieved in her heart. Carrying Situ Changfeng on his back, Xiaochen looked around. Cracks appeared in the barrier, looking like it would collapse at any moment. Thousands of divine crystal shards hovered in the sky, attracting the attention of the various cultivators. No one had expected Xiaochen to come out of the divine crystal and kill Yan Songming with one saber strike. All the more, no one had expected the divine crystal to explode, producing so many shards. Some people rejoiced and some people raged. The people rejoiced because the divine crystal had shattered into so many shards. The loose cultivators would have a chance to fight for them. The people raged were the stronger ones. With the divine crystal exploding, the complete true God's mysteries would no longer exist. Even if all the divine crystal shards were pieced together, their value would be far from comparable to a complete divine crystal. Let's go. This place will turn chaotic soon. We should leave this troublesome place first. With the shattering of the barrier, blood would flow like a river because of the divine crystal shards. Boom. Indeed, someone quickly used a soul tool to shatter the barrier. Many sovereign personages soared into the sky, heading for the divine crystal shards in the air. Xiaochen and the others had already retreated to the periphery. The moment the barrier shattered, they quickly left. However, the group did not notice that Yan Songming's headless corpse on the ground silently turned into a clump of black smoke. After the black smoke of death formed a formation, it infused into a divine crystal shard. The divine crystal instantly turned black. Amid the chaos, it flew towards Zhen Yuan. Zhen Yuan felt slightly stunned. He received the divine crystal shard, feeling confused. Then he revealed a confused expression. When Zhen Yuan saw a strange talisman seal in the divine crystal shard, he revealed an expression of understanding. I just knew that you would not die so easily. After putting away the divine crystal shard, Zhen Yuan carefully sized up the surroundings before leaving quickly. Brat, stop right there. On the other side, Xiaochen ran into trouble. Someone had been targeting them for a long time. The moment the barrier shattered, a sovereign personage elder from the ruling sword gate was sent to block Xiao Chen. This was an initial perfection sovereign personage elder. His cultivation was about the same as Lu Yuanzong, whom Xiao Chen interacted with. However, this sovereign personage came from a large sect. He should be slightly stronger than Lu Yuanzong. When a sovereign personage blocked their path, Murong Yen and the others showed grave expressions. In the earlier battle, Murong Yen and the others had activated their great desolate Yin bloodlines and could not put up a fight at all. Even if they did, it would not be of much use against a sovereign personage. It would not make much of a difference. You killed Qi Yunfeng, right? The old man said with a sullen expression as he looked at Xiao Chen. Clearly, there had to be a reason why this old man sought trouble for Xiao Chen while the other sovereign personages chased after the divine crystal shards. You speak too much nonsense. Xiao Chen knew that he could not resolve this peacefully. He did not overthink. The moment he appeared, the god shadow bow appeared in his hand. A spot of heart flame burned on Xiao Chen's fingertip and spread to the arrow. Then, a simplified version of heart force merged with the arrow. Xiao Chen drew the bow and drew the bowstring. Veritable essence energy and soul energy continuously poured into the bow. When facing a sovereign personage, Xiao Chen showed no intention of holding back. Aside from activating his bloodline power, he brought out the god shadow bow's full might. A soul tool. Interesting. This old man looks forward to seeing how much might an insignificant holy venerate like you can bring out. The old man showed a calm expression as he smiled faintly. A trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. The old man was very clear on the strength of a soul tool and the requirements to use it. A holy venerate would not be able to bring out much of its might. Boom. However, as the vast might and pressure from the god shadow bow soared up, the sovereign personage old man gradually turned grave. Damn it. The old man cursed after clearly seeing the grade of that soul tool. Then he turned to leave. Without a doubt, even a sovereign personage would not dare to clash head-on with Xiao Chen using the god shadow bow at full power and the heart flame. However, by the time the old man flew over and blocked Xiao Chen, it was already too late. The god shadow arrow had never missed before. The instant Xiao Chen let go, a miserable shriek rang out. There was no way to dodge. After the arrow struck the old man, it did not lose any momentum, continuing forward ferociously, destroying countless buildings and carving out a path. Let's go. With the significant increase in Xiao Chen's soul energy, he still had some strength left over after executing the god shadow bow at full power. It was no longer like before where he would run out of energy after executing the god shadow bow once more. Then Xiao Chen carried Sidu Changfeng on his back and quickly led the others away. Right now was far from the time when the danger was over. Xiao Chen, thank you. Sidu Changfeng, who was on Xiao Chen's back, was in a daze. His mind was somewhat unclear, sometimes awake and sometimes asleep. At this moment, Sidu Changfeng endured the dizziness and the loss of life force before he finally managed to say a complete sentence. Xiao Chen understood Sidu Changfeng's state the best. The death energy suppressed his life force. He could only watch helplessly as his life force drained away. Even in such pain, Sidu Changfeng still had to thank Sidu Changfeng. This made Xiao Chen feel somewhat uncomfortable. He replied softly, Sidu, don't speak. Conserve your strength. On Xiao Chen's back, Sidu Changfeng said in a somewhat daze, I can't. I have to say it. Otherwise, I won't have a chance to say it. That would be too regretful. Murong Yen felt a lump in his throat and tears indeed flowed out. As he cried, he thought, stop talking. Xiao Chen said that he can save you, so he definitely can. Murong Yen thought of many things. He had known Sidu Changfeng for much longer than Xiao Chen. Many times, Sidu Changfeng would step forward without hesitation. Murong Yen thought of demonic venerate Mu Yun in Violent Flame Desert. Sidu Changfeng had saved his life when he was in danger. Now, if not for Sidu Changfeng blocking Yen Songming's death like wind, all of them would have died. They would not have lasted until Xiao Chen appeared. Sidu Changfeng was always so kind. Most of the time, Murong Yen was heartless and did not overthink. He did not even say a word of thanks. Sidu Changfeng's words were unbearable for Murong Yen. He should be the one thanking Sidu Changfeng. Wei Hongfei and the others showed unsightly expressions as well. Their eyes even turned somewhat moist. Xiao Chen showed a grave expression when he felt the weight on his back. It was not because Sidu Changfeng was really heavy. Instead, it was because he felt his responsibility. He felt everyone's anticipation of him saving Sidu Changfeng's life. Xiao Chen killed Yen Songming with one saber strike and knocked back a sovereign personage with one arrow. To others, these actions looked casual. However, who knew how much effort, soul energy and veritable essence energy Xiao Chen put into them? Xiao did not say anything. He silently carried Situ Changfeng on his back as he killed the guards along the way. After making one round, Xiao returned to the place where he fought with Yan Tsangming. He wanted to go to the southern city, to the herb garden in the southern city. Whether Situ Changfeng could survive or not depended on Xiao. Kill. As Xiao faced the guards blocking his way, he did not hold back on his veritable essence energy and soul energy, which he did not have much in the first place. It looked like hope was right before him. Xiao eyelids twitched slightly. When he looked up, he saw a white-clad monk and a mysterious person shrouded in a scarlet shadow standing on the roof in front. Ming Xian. Xiao said through clenched teeth as he stopped walking. He had not expected to run into this person at this moment. Chapter 1966. Black Lotus Church's holy son Ming Xian. He had actually appeared at a time that Xiao would never have expected, and in a place that he would never want to see him. This caused his heart to sink for some reason. Who is this person? Upon seeing the holy son Ming Xian and the mysterious person shrouded in blood, Murong Yan and the others were stunned, feeling somewhat worried. Based on the auras that the two gave off, it was clear that they were not ordinary holy venerates. Xiao looked at Ming Xian and said, Ming Xian, I had a chance to kill you before your master died. However, I spared your life. Now can you return this favor? I'll stay and let my friend leave. The current situation was not suitable to fight with someone like Ming Xian. In his life, Xiao rarely gave in. Even if he was weaker than the other party, he would never beg the other party to let him go. As for those of the same generation, there was no such thing. Xiao was alone. At most he would die. At worst, the result would be nothing more than that. He was not too afraid. But now it concerned Situ's life and death. Xiao still wanted to fight for it. Of course I can agree. The holy son Ming Xian had a calm expression as he spoke softly with a smile. Just based on his expression, it was hard to imagine that he had a deep grudge with Xiao. But I won't agree. The mysterious person shrouded in a bloody shadow beside him said in a hoarse voice. Based on the holy son Ming Xian's expression, it was like he knew that the other party would say that. He shrugged and said, Sorry, I can only represent myself. I already repaid your favor. Please don't say such things in the future. Upon hearing this, Xiao could not help feeling enraged. This Ming Xian was simply toying with him. He had no sincerity at all. He had never thought of letting the people around Xiao go. I can still shoot another arrow. However, the current holy son Ming Xian is somewhat unfathomable. It was unknown whether or not this arrow could kill the other party. What was even more difficult to deal with was that there was another person beside Ming Xian. That person's aura was even more terrifying than Ming Xian's. Don't worry. A person's death is like an extinguished lamp. Everything becomes empty. What worries will there be? From the center of the ancient city, he chased after them in secret until now. Ming Xian would definitely not give up on such an excellent opportunity to kill Xiao. He would not have such a good opportunity the next time they met. How could Ming Xian give up? Xiao had never been afraid of fighting, but at this moment he really yearned for a way to solve the problem in front of him without fighting. When Ming Xian saw the unresigned expression in Xiao eyes, he smiled and said, Still not giving up. Do you think that someone will come and help you? Accept your fate. Just at that moment, a piercing bird cry suddenly rang out from the horizon. It carried a sliver of arrogance as it resounded through the heavens recklessly. Xiao was very familiar with this voice. It was the demon blood vulture. Xiao heart skipped a beat. He looked up and saw that in the sky. The demon blood vulture spread its wings and soared high into the sky. It did not know what fortuitous encounter it had, but flames covered its entire body, making it look like a blood phoenix filled with divinity. Xiao, that stupid bird of yours is here. Murong Yan rejoiced when he saw the demon blood vulture turn into a flaming cloud, covering the sky and sun as it charged at Ming Xian. Without saying anything, the demon blood vulture, whose strength had increased explosively, moved like scarlet lightning. The smile on Ming Xian's face froze. Then he said sullenly, What the heck is that? Quickly scatter. The mysterious person shrouded in bloody shadows at the side said quickly when he sensed the extraordinariness of the demon blood vulture. However, the instant that voice rang out, the demon blood vulture crashed into where Ming Xian and the mysterious person shrouded in bloody shadows stood. A loud explosion rang out. Pillars of flame soared into the sky. The two did not have time to dodge at all. They were thrown into disarray, not knowing what was going on. The two appeared to be in a sorry state amid the flames. They did their best to charge out, but they appeared increasingly flustered. Let's go. With the demon blood vulture appearing to block these two, Xiao could relax. Carrying Situ Changfeng on his back, Xiaochen ran wildly, killing the damned servants in his way. 4 hours later, the herb garden they were in earlier reappeared before Xiaochen and the others. However, Situ Changfeng, who was on Xiaochen's back, was already fainting. The death qi had corroded away all the life force in his body. Situ Changfeng's body grew increasingly lighter. However, Xiaochen felt his footsteps getting heavier. Quick, 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 quick. The group returned to the herb garden in a fluster. Xiaochen quickly put Situ Changfeng down. Then he looked at the coiling dragon tree which had stopped growing. Without thinking, Xiaochen leaped down along the roots. Look after Situ Changfeng. Wait for me to come up. Xiaochen showed a grave expression as he descended along the roots. The medicinal spring was already close to drying up, having been absorbed by the coiling dragon tree. Xiaochen's descent was much faster than before. Right now, Xiaochen placed all his hopes on the great desolate 10,000 beast pill, the little bird that he left here with the life bestowal spell. He saw the scene of the coiling dragon tree successfully suppressing the pill demon. The surging demonic nature scattered, turning into filth and scattering everywhere. Right now, the great desolate 10,000 beast pill should have been washed clean of impurities, leaving only the essence. As long as Situ Changfeng consumed it, it would continuously consolidate his life force, strengthen his bloodline, and unearth an endless stream of life force. The vast medicinal energy of the great desolate 10,000 beast pill was more than enough for Xiaochen to rush to the Green Dragon Palace. Boom. Soon Xiaochen arrived at the medicine cauldron. Even though the coiling dragon tree had already absorbed most of the flames, using them as nourishment, the coiling dragon tree still had not recovered. The flames in the medicine cauldron were still frighteningly powerful. Xiaochen used his true essence to protect his body. He didn't care about anything else as he ran through the fire. He searched for the great desolate 10,000 beast elixir in the raging fire. Alas, the space within the cauldron seemed to be a world of its own, vast and boundless. Flames filled the entire area. Where was the great desolate 10,000 beast pill? There was no way to find it. How could this be? Xiaochen felt very anxious. According to his understanding, a medicinal pill at the level of the great desolate 10,000 beast pill would not be able to withstand it. Even if most of the medicinal properties had been shaken off along with the demonic nature, it was still as dazzling as the stars. It should not be difficult to find. Where is the divine pill? In the depths of the blazing fire, Xiaochen calmed himself. There would definitely be no results if he searched blindly. Since it was a divine pill, no matter how weakened it was or how much the medicinal properties had been demonized, that strand of divine nature should still be there. I got it. Although the pill demon had been shaken off and its demonic nature eliminated, its divine nature and intelligence still remained. The pill demon knew that Xiaochen was looking for it, so it hid. If Xiaochen could not figure this out, he would never be able to find this great desolate 10,000 beast pill. I will only lend you 10% of the medicinal properties to save my friend's life. I will not destroy your intelligence or take away your divine might. Xiaochen shouted from within the medicine cauldron. He knew that the other party would definitely understand what he meant. However, the flames in the surroundings did not move or respond. Xiaochen tried to persuade Xiaochen with kind words, but the other party did not put on any pretense. Xiaochen could not help getting enraged. He said sullenly, "Since you do not dare to show yourself, it means that your divine nature is weak and cannot withstand a single blow. If you continue wasting time with me, even if it takes 10 years or 100 years, I will sweep away the flames in the sky and find your hiding place. Why are you still not coming out and offering up 10% of the medicinal properties?" Boom, boom, boom. The ice snow divine flame in Xiaochen's left hand and the primal chaos heavenly flame in his right hand. One was yin and the other was yang. No flame in the world could break free from these two attributes. Xiaochen let go, letting the ice snow divine flame and the primal chaos heavenly flame continuously absorb the flames in the medicine cauldron. Immediately, the flames in the medicine cauldron surged like waves, roaring continuously. Xiaochen remained unmoved, showing a calm expression. After a while, a bright light suddenly flew over to him. It was a great desolate 10,000 beast pill containing heavy medicinal properties. However, it did not have any spirituality or divine might. The true great desolate 10,000 beast pill must have listened to Xiaochen's suggestion and used 10% of its medicinal properties to refine it into a pill. Xiaochen stopped absorbing the flames in the cauldron and snorted coldly, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. He shouted, "If you waste my time, I will settle the score with you later." Whoosh! After obtaining the medicinal pill, Xiao Chen flew up on a cloud and arrived at the surface of the herb garden. When the others saw Xiao Chen, they were greatly startled and could not bear to look at him. Xiao Chen could not care less about his doubts. He took out the medicinal pill and handed it to Lu Ruyun. "Feed it to him." Lu Ruyun was stunned for a moment. Then she received the medicinal pill and fed it to Situ Changfeng. Murong Yen asked nervously, "Xiao Chen, will this medicinal pill be effective?" "It should be." Xiao Chen felt somewhat uncertain. After all, there was only 10% of the medicinal properties. He could not guarantee anything. Who knew? Right after the two spoke, the great desolate 10,000 beast pill took effect. A vigorous life force surged out of Situ Changfeng's body. His complexion recovered and his lips turned red. This directly pulled him back from the gates of hell. Such a strong medicinal pill delighted the group. They were already in despair. To think that Xiao Chen could still pull Situ Changfeng back from the brink of death. "Xiao Chen, what medicinal pill is this?" Wei Hongfei sighed somewhat. "Why do I feel that the aura of his bloodline is becoming increasingly stronger? What exactly rank is this medicinal pill? Even the rank 6 heavenly pills that I once saw could not strengthen the bloodline so quickly." No matter what, Situ Changfeng managed to keep his life, even profiting from a disaster. As for what the medicinal pill was, naturally Xiao Chen would not say. If the matter of the divine pill spread, it would result in huge trouble. The demonic Tao cultivators had a vicious method of refining human blood into a medicinal pill. This increased the risk for Situ Changfeng. Xiao Chen relaxed slightly. Then he sized up his surroundings, the pill river, the herb field, the coiling dragon tree, and that heaven-supporting medicine cauldron. In the past, there were no suitable treasures to collect. However, the divine universe steel that Xiao Chen obtained from the divine crystal seemed to be able to collect everything. Chapter 1967. After a lot of effort, the group arrived at the herb garden. Outside the ancient city, a person wearing robes with pictures of the 26 constellations used his soul energy to rush over from the distant heavenly lodging sect's headquarters. The blood sand that lingered in desolate God Valley all year round and the harsh environment did not seem to affect this person at all. It was like he was walking on a boundless plain, looking down on everything. All the storms, sand, and horrifying ferocious beasts did not exist before him. Or rather, they were not worth his attention at all. He simply ignored them like air. The terrifying blood sand storm scattered before this person. Before the horrifying ferocious beasts could show their ferocious side, the blood sand storm had already shattered into pieces. Not even a corpse remained. This person simply walked over, looking down on everything, feeling suffocatingly strong. No one knew where this person's destination was in the vast, desolate God Valley. His eyes scanned the surroundings as if he was searching for something. From time to time, he would close his eyes to sense, and a trace of worry and hidden anger appeared between his brows. That hidden anger made everyone who had seen his strength not want to become his enemy. After confirming a direction, the old man quickly headed over. However, when he reached his destination, he found nothing. In this desolate God Valley, even someone as strong as this person experienced interference with his soul energy. After a few attempts, the old man continuously corrected his direction. His hidden rage reached its limit. Finally, a 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot hovering in the air appeared before the old man. Then the old man truly stopped moving. Boom! The old man threw a palm strike, and the 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot exploded in the air. The heaven-suspending war chariot was like a toy. The defensive formations that the Pirate Alliance put in so much effort to create were not worth mentioning before this person. The heaven-suspending war chariot exploded and a figure fell. The old man's figure flashed and firmly caught this figure. Naturally, this person was Hua Qingyun, whom Xiao Chen and the others had been restraining. The old man casually removed the restrictions on Hua Qingyun and sent in a strand of astral energy. Hua Qingyun slowly woke up. When Hua Qingyun saw the old man's face, he exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Grandfather." This old man was Hua Qingyun's grandfather, the heavenly lodging palace's sovereign emperor, Hua Qin. When Hua Qin saw that Hua Qingyun was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then he asked sullenly, "Who did this to you? They are truly audacious. They even dare to bully my Hua Qin's grandson. The people of this branch and ancient desolate town are all trash." The appearance of Xiao Chen and the others immediately appeared in Hua Qingyun's mind. He said, "It's a group of people from the Divine Dragon Empire. I only remember their appearances. I don't know who they are." "That's enough. Leave the rest to Grandpa. Whoever hurts my grandson, no matter who it is, must pay the price." The anger on Hua Qin's face seemed to be enough to make one's soul tremble. In the herb garden, Situ Changfeng recovered at a visible speed, and his complexion became better. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Situ Changfeng had profited from his misfortune. Not only had he recovered from his injuries, but his bloodline had also been strengthened. Xiaoqin, what kind of medicinal pill does Situ eat? Give me one as well. When Murong Yin saw that Situ Changfeng was fine, he relaxed and said with a smile. Get another one? It was estimated that the pill spirit would fight with him. There was not much medicinal power in the first place, and Xiaoqin seized 1/10 of it. If Murong Yin took another 10th, the pill spirit would definitely go berserk and try to take him down with it. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. After all, the pill spirit had divine nature. Murong Yin could not casually offend it. Xiaoqin smiled and ignored Murong Yan's request. He looked up at the sky, wondering how the demon blood vulture was doing. In reality, Xiaoqin was not too worried about the demon blood vulture's life or death. The demon blood vulture was very crafty and strangely fast. Even if it could not defeat Ming Xian and that mysterious person, it would not have difficulty fleeing. Xiaoqin did not know what fortuitous encounter the demon blood vulture obtained, but it looked like a burning blood phoenix. Speaking of fortuitous encounters, Xiaoqin should be the one with the greatest fortuitous encounters in this ancient city. Xiaoqin did not fight for the shattered divine crystal fragments. However, he vaguely sensed that the divine universe steel he obtained was even more valuable than the complete divine crystal. The four directions were called the universe, and the ancient times were called the Aeon. The divine universe steel was a space-related miraculous item. However, Xiaoqin had not had the time to investigate its mysteries. As for its origins, Xiaoqin found only some clues and a few words in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. It was mysterious and unfathomable, there was no real explanation for it. During the primal chaos epoch, before heaven and earth were separated and order was not born, the world was in primal chaos, giving birth to countless gods and demons. The primal chaos ended and shattered, giving birth to the great desolate continent. Legend had it that this divine universe steel was born when the primal chaos shattered. Aside from the divine universe steel, there was the even more mysterious divine Aeon steel. However, no one knew how many divine universe steels and divine Aeon steels were born at the same time, and whether there were other items born at the same time. Xiaoqin did not know how many mysteries the divine universe steel had. However, he could understand its simple function of storing things. The herb garden should be safe for now. Xiaoqin searched for a quiet place in the surroundings. He took out the divine universe steel, wanting to refine it and merge it with his physical body. However, after trying for a while, Xiaoqin was shocked to discover that he could not refine this divine item at all. Even leaving his own spiritual mark on it was extremely difficult. After thinking about it, Xiaoqin felt that he needed divine energy to truly refine it. He had to settle for the next best thing, merging a strand of his will of soul with the divine universe steel to achieve simple control. This made Xiaoqin feel somewhat weak. Without a spiritual mark and without refining it, he could not leave it. If someone snatched it away, it would easily become someone else's treasure. Simply put, even if someone snatched away the tyrant saber in his hand, he would not worry at all. Others would not be able to use it at all. They might not even be able to draw the saber out. Sooner or later, it would belong to Xiaoqin. After a strand of his will of soul merged with the divine universe steel, Xiaoqin's spiritual sense entered the divine universe steel's inner space with a whoosh. The inner space was vast and boundless, with primal chaos at the edges. Deep inside, Xiaoqin felt very different from the immortal spirit ring. This was a real world. Can I enter with my physical body as well? Just as Xiaoqin wondered this in his heart, he felt something solid under his feet after a moment of distraction. He actually really entered. Where's Xiaoqin? The sudden disappearance of Xiaoqin quickly attracted the attention of Murong Yen, Lu Riyun, and the others, greatly startling them. When they rushed over, they saw a stone steel radiating a horrifying might and pressure hovering where Xiaoqin cultivated. Divine Universe Steel. After the group read out the ancient words on the stone steel, they revealed doubtful expressions. They had never heard of such a stone steel before. Could it be that Xiaoqin entered the stone steel? Murong Yan's guess startled him. If that was true, then this stone steel was rather heaven-defying. A spatial treasure that could store a living person definitely surpassed a soul tool. People had only heard of such a divine item, but few had actually seen it. As though to verify Murong Yan's guess, Xiaoqin silently appeared before the group while holding the divine universe steel in one hand. Wei Hongfei exclaimed in shock, "What is Xiaoqin doing?" Xiaoqin smiled as he replied, "This is the divine universe steel that I obtained after deciphering some divine characters in the divine crystal. Right now, I do not know how useful it is. The group felt shocked at Xiao Chen's luck. After congratulating him, Wei Hongfei said with a grave expression, "Xiao Chen, don't casually reveal this treasure. I believe that even a sovereign emperor will want to kill it if they see it." Xiao Chen nodded. Even if Wei Hongfei had not said so, he would not have dared to casually take it out. After all, he had not even left a spiritual mark on it. The divine universe steel did not belong to him yet. After separating the group, Xiao Chen arrived before the Pill River and infused his soul energy into the divine universe steel. After a while, the entire Pill River soared up like a dragon, flying towards the divine universe steel. When the Pill River was completely absorbed into the divine universe steel, Xiao Chen wobbled somewhat, and his complexion paled slightly. Many people had set their sights on this Pill River. However, at best they could only collect some of it. It was not even a drop in the ocean. However, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the divine universe steel activated, storing the entire Pill River in it. Murong Yen and the others were flabbergasted at this sight, feeling incredibly shocked. After resting for a while and recovering some of his soul energy, Xiao Chen held the divine universe steel and stored the coiling dragon tree and the gargantuan medicine cauldron into it. Xiao Chen nearly overdrew on his soul energy. If not for reading the divine characters strengthening his will of soul significantly, he would not have been able to collect the Pill River and the coiling dragon tree. Even with the divine universe steel, Xiao Chen believed that he would not be able to collect the Pill River and the coiling dragon tree. This made Xiao Chen realize that the divine universe steel was not omnipotent. When collecting treasures, it exhausted a startling amount of soul energy. As Lu Riyun and the others looked at Xiao Chen, they all felt somewhat afraid. Right now, Xiao Chen's wealth was comparable to that of a sovereign personage. Even a sovereign personage would pale in comparison. There was a Pill River that could feed a rank 6 sect, a 7-colored coiling dragon tree, and a spatial divine item that could store a living person. Lu Riyun suddenly recalled that when Xiao Chen obtained the coiling dragon tree sapling, he said that he would not hand it over to the Dragon's Gate to exchange for a reward. In that case, what was the point of keeping it for himself? A divine item like the coiling dragon tree could bring out its greatest value in the hands of a sect faction. It would benefit the sect disciples and quickly strengthen them, ensuring that the sect's inheritance would not be destroyed. To an individual, the only thing they could obtain from it was the coiling dragon fruit. At most, they could eat 4 or 5 of them and there would not be much of an effect. Lu Riyun thought for a while but could not figure it out, so she stopped thinking. She revealed a faint smile. She should be happy for Xiao Chen for having such a fortuitous encounter. Sidu Changfeng is awake. Murong Yen discovered that Sidu Changfeng had opened his eyes at some point in time and stood up. Sidu Changfeng stood up and looked at Xiao Chen with gratitude in his eyes. Sidu Changfeng knew better than anyone else what kind of medicinal pill Xiao Chen gave him and what kind of changes it would bring him. Sidu Changfeng had not expected Xiao Chen to give away such a precious medicinal pill instead of consuming it himself. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. He could tell what Sidu Changfeng meant by his eyes, telling him not to mind. Sidu, sorry. If I had used the strand of will that father left in my body earlier, you would not have suffered so much. Lu Riyun stepped forward and apologized to Sidu Changfeng. This young lady had been feeling guilty all this time. Sidu Changfeng smiled casually and said, "You should learn from Murong Yen. I saved this fellow's life several times, but he did not say a word of thanks." Clearly, Sidu Changfeng did not mind Lu Riyun's teasing and did not blame her. Lu Riyun giggled. Only then did she feel relieved. Strangely, Murong Yen did not retort. Everyone looked around. Be it Wei Hongfei, Duan Fei or Xiao Chen, they all revealed smiles. After a calamity, one would understand many things. How fortunate was it to have such a group of friends and brothers to take risks and live together. Chapter 1968. In the ancient city, after Qin Outyen's group died and only 3 people remained, they finally escaped the pursuit of the flood dragon humans. Those people seemed to have retreated. Zhongli said cautiously as he sized up the surroundings after not seeing any movement for a long time. Beside him, Lu Yunfei's shoulder was bleeding profusely. His injury was terrifying. "Junior brother, is your arm okay?" Zhongli asked sullenly. Of the White Dragon Palace disciples that came with him, only Lu Yunfei remained. The price he had to pay for this opportunity was a little too high. Most importantly, they didn't get any fortuitous encounters at all. After entering the city, they took the wrong path and entered the East Gate. Not long after, the group ran into Yan Songming and Zhen Yuan. These 2 freakishly strong people managed to injure the group within a few moves. As for Qin Outyen, Zhongli could only say that he had been blind to think that Qin Outyen was someone important. He had inherited Dao artifacts and grasped several great Daos at the same time. Before he met a true expert, he was truly boundlessly strong. Xiao Qin felt that he was practically unrivaled among holy venerates. He gained many fortuitous encounters in desolate God Valley. However, Qin Outyin did not last even 10 moves against Yen Songming in veritable essence energy. Qin Outyin ended up severely injured within 10 moves, losing all his aura and being scared out of his wits. If Xiao Qin had all these inherited Dao tools, not to mention defeating Yen Songming, he would at least be able to protect himself. Thinking about himself, he did not even have a decent inherited Dao tool. This fellow was really lucky. Zhongli. Just as Xiao Chen was examining Lu Yunfei's injuries, Qin Outyin suddenly walked over and grabbed Xiao Chen's collar with a sullen expression. Qin Outyin, what are you doing? Zhongli turned pale with fright. He even saw a trace of killing intent in Qin Outyen's eyes. Qin Outyin demanded coldly, tell me, what is your relationship with that white-robed bladesman? Why did he help you block Qin Outyin? After recovering from his shock, Zhongli's expression slowly calmed down. He did not reply and only pointed his finger. In an instant, the tip of his finger shone with a cold light and was extremely sharp. Qin Outyin was slightly startled and he let go and retreated. Zhongli said indifferently, Qin Outyin, don't get touchy with me. I do not know the person you are talking about. Qin Outyin smiled and said, you are actually playing dumb with me. But it doesn't matter. Since I already know his name, I will find out his identity sooner or later. Zhongli found this strange. Just what kind of enmity did this fellow have with Xiao Chen for him to endure for so long? After confirming that there was no danger, he immediately erupted. Boom. Just at this moment, an aura enveloped them. Qin Outyin, Zhongli, and Lu Yunfei were immediately restricted, unable to move. Their hearts were filled with fear, and their eyes were filled with terror. Is it them? Looking carefully, he discovered that the source of all this aura was an old man wearing a constellation robe on the opposite roof. Beside him was a young man. The young man shook his head and said, not them. For some unknown reason, when the young man said that it wasn't them, Qin Outyin and the other two heaved a sigh of relief. There are 2 auras of dragon race cultivators in the city. Since it is not them, it should be another group of people. Just as the sovereign Emperor Hua Qin was about to leave, he suddenly waved his hand in the air, and a portrait of Xiao Chen appeared clearly before the 3. Do you recognize him? The expressions of Zhongli and the other 2 changed slightly. However, at this moment, even Qin Outyin could not be stupid enough to say that he knew Xiao Chen. The 3 shook their heads and denied it. Hua Qingyun smiled coldly and said, what clumsy acting skills. Since you know this person, grandfather, just kill them. Qin Outyin and the other 2 immediately felt like crying. What was going on? This was especially so for Qin Outyin. He cursed all 18 generations of Xiao Chen's ancestors in his heart. Xiao Chen offended a sovereign emperor for no reason at all. What exactly did he do? Hua Qin remained expressionless. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Qin Outyin like he was a little chick. All Hua Qin needed to do was squeeze gently, and he could kill Qin Outyin like he was squashing an ant. Qin Outyin was so frightened that tears leaked out of his eyes. He felt a chill in his pants. He had actually lost control. Hua Qin revealed a look of disgust in his eyes. However, just as he was about to make a move, he sensed a trace of a pure golden dragon royal bloodline in Qin Outyin's body. To think that the purple gold dragon emperor's bloodline has such a cowardly descendant. How laughable. The sovereign emperor Hua Qin revealed a disdainful expression as he tossed Qin Outyin back to the ground. When Hua Qingyun heard that, he could only give up on killing Qin Outyin. He looked towards the center of the city and said, Grandfather, there seems to be some fortuitous encounter there. The sovereign emperor Hua Qin replied indifferently, it is just a pile of divine crystal fragments. They are not of much use. After I deal with the matter at hand, I will get them to spit them out. The incomplete divine crystal did not hold much attraction to Hua Qin. However, it would be a pretty good reward for a sovereign personage of the sect. Whoosh. The 2's figures flashed and they left this place. Am I dead? After Qin Outyin was tossed to the ground, he still had not recovered his wits. It was like he was scared silly. Zhongli and Lu Yunfei heaved a long sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, they relied on the clan behind Qin Outyin to survive. However, the 2 felt somewhat embarrassed and did not look at Qin Outyin. Senior brother, senior sister Ryun is still with Xiao Chen, Lu Yunfei said when he thought of something. Zhongli looked in the direction that the sovereign emperor left and said, let's follow and take a look. If we can find senior sister before this sovereign emperor, we might still make it in time. Let's go. The two knew Lu Riyun's identity. Earlier they left her behind because they felt that she would not die if she was with Xiao Chen and the others. However, now that a sovereign emperor was here, the situation was different. As cultivators of the white dragon race, the two still had some conscience. However, while they had good intentions, how could they be faster than a sovereign emperor? Back in the herb garden, Xiao Chen sensed that the demon blood vulture had already shaken off the holy sun Ming Xian. He relaxed and decided to leave the city immediately before meeting up with the demon blood vulture. Aside from Xiao Chen, everyone else in the ancient city had gained something and was already satisfied. Everyone agreed to the suggestion of leaving. You want to leave just like that? Who knew? Just as the group left the herb garden, a familiar voice rang out from the roof in front. Hua Qingyun. When the group saw the source of that voice, they were greatly startled. They had clearly worked together to restrain this person. At this moment, Hua Qingyun should be in the heaven suspending war chariot outside the city. Why was he in the ancient city? Xiao Chen's heart sank. Suddenly he thought of a possibility. Then he said, "Let's go." Murong Yen and the others did not understand why they should fear Hua Qingyun. However, since Xiao Chen said it, it was better to listen to him. At this moment, Xiao Chen could only place his hopes on that person. He was greedy for the divine crystals in the center of the city and did not come with them. Bang, bang, bang. The group soared into the air. However, they crashed into an invisible barrier in the air and bounced back. Xiao Chen landed firmly on the ground with a grave expression. He knew that the thing that he did not want to happen the most had happened. Since Xiao Chen learned of this Hua Qingyun's identity, he had thought about how to deal with this person. Originally, he wanted to release this person after leaving ancient desolate town. Xiao Chen thought that a sovereign emperor expert would not make things difficult for them, the juniors. If Hua Qingyun came to seek trouble, he would just be seeking his own humiliation. There was no need to worry. Unexpectedly, that mysterious sovereign emperor cared so much about Hua Qingyun that he personally came to seek trouble. When Hua Qingyun saw Murong Yen fly up in disbelief and get knocked down again and again, he mocked, "Go ahead and fly. Aren't there a bunch of dragons? Why are you all not flying anymore?" Even without Xiao Chen's reminder, the others already felt that something was wrong. Xiao Chen looked around and said indifferently, "Senior, just show yourself. Since you are already here, why are you still afraid of embarrassing yourself before us juniors?" Umph. A cold snort rang out. Xiao Chen and the others felt like they were struck by lightning. Their souls trembled and their qi and blood surged. They could no longer endure it and vomited a mouthful of blood, their complexions paling. Hua Qingyun slowly walked out and looked coldly at Xiao Chen and the others, not saying anything. A sovereign emperor. Despair surged in the hearts of Murong Yen and the others. This old man was definitely someone who surpassed sovereign personage. The pressure he gave off was too strong. There was no way around it. Interesting. To think that a mixed blood dragon has more backbone than the purple gold dragon emperor's descendant. When the sovereign emperor Hua Qin saw that Xiao Chen remained standing, showing no intention of begging for mercy in his eyes, he revealed a trace of appreciation. "However, I like to torture people with backbone the most." The sovereign emperor Hua Qin flicked his finger, and two cracking sounds rang out. Xiao Chen's calves shattered and he fell to his knees. Amid the intense pain, Xiao Chen clenched his teeth in silence. He stabbed the tyrant's saber into the ground with his right hand and supported himself on one knee. "Xiao Chen." Lu Riyun rushed over and supported Xiao Chen, glaring at Hua Qin. However, Xiao Chen's gaze remained incredibly calm, not showing any fluctuations. The sovereign emperor Hua Qin asked, "Don't you hate me? I'm not as skilled as others. What is there to hate? However, I will take responsibility for my own actions. I killed the heavenly lodging palace's people. It has nothing to do with others," Xiao Chen said, enunciating every word as he looked at the sovereign emperor Hua Qin. "If you dare to touch him again, I swear that I will make you pay the price." Lu Riyun supported Xiao Chen as she looked at the sovereign emperor Hua Qin. Her valiant face looked somewhat scary. The White Dragon King's descendant? The sovereign emperor Hua Qin looked at Lu Riyun. When he saw the royal white dragon bloodline in her, some surprise flashed in his eyes. However, Hua Qin soon smiled coldly. "I just killed a mixed blood dragon. Do you think that the White Dragon King is your father? He only has a royal bloodline. At most he can guarantee your death." Having a royal bloodline did not mean that one was a direct descendant of the royal bloodline. It was just like how Qin Aoyan was definitely not a descendant of the purple gold dragon emperor. He was just a relative of that bloodline. "Sorry, I am really her father." Faint laughter came from the surroundings. Then a figure that looked like a white dragon suddenly appeared. This figure clashed with Hua Qin's palm strike. Boom! The shock wave spread out. All the buildings within 50 kilometers that were not protected by special formations turned to ashes. Blood leaked out of a corner of the sovereign Emperor Hua Qin's lips. Horror flashed in his eyes as he staggered back a few steps. Chapter 1969. The White Dragon King. It really is the White Dragon King. The White Dragon King wore long robes of alternating blue and white. However, he looked young, handsome, and heroic. If one looked carefully, one would discover that Lu Riyun's exquisite face, which exuded a heroic air, was more or less inherited from her father. The sovereign Emperor Hua Qin felt somewhat shocked. He could not understand why someone of the White Dragon King status would come to such an insignificant place. White Dragon King, why are you here? The White Dragon King smiled faintly and said, Hua Qin, you are still the same as before, unable to understand me. Didn't I say that I am her father? Do I have to repeat myself? The sovereign Emperor Hua Qin immediately felt speechless. When he thought of what he said earlier, he wished that he could slap himself. This little girl's father was really the White Dragon King. Xiaochen had guessed correctly. Hua Qin said sullenly, I don't care if she is your daughter. However, this fellow is just a mixed-blood dragon. He imprisoned my grandson. It is not overboard for me to take his life, right? How frustrating. Boom. The White Dragon King revealed an impatient expression. His figure flashed as he threw 3 palm strikes. Bang, bang, bang. Hua Qin took a step back every time he received a palm strike. After the 3 palm strikes, Hua Qin's face twitched slightly as if he was enduring something. However, he could not endure it in the end. He vomited a mouthful of blood, along with his shattered internal organs. A divine vein realm sovereign emperor already condensed a divine body. Their physical bodies could be considered immortal. However, the White Dragon King's 3 palm strikes actually shattered Hua Qin's internal organs. This showed how great the gap between the two was. The White Dragon King acted like he had not moved at all. He said indifferently, Hua Qin, did you not hear what my daughter said? If you touch him, you will pay the price. You are already so old, but your intelligence is still the same as when you were young. I wonder how you surpassed the sovereign personage. Hua Qin felt humiliated. However, the divine vein realm had a total of 9 divine veins. Each additional divine vein represented a huge chasm. Hua Qin had just advanced to sovereign emperor. Compared to the White Dragon King, he was much weaker. Hua Qin had not expected the White Dragon King to not give him any face, not even letting him touch a mixed-blood dragon. This humiliation reminded Hua Qin of the White Dragon King suppressing him when he was young, making him feel even more sullen. Let's go. Hua Qingyun was stunned. Grandpa, why are we leaving? Can't we even deal with a mixed-blood dragon? The White Dragon King laughed. Haha, Hua Qin, your grandson is just like you. He has inherited your intelligence. No wonder you're so protective of your children that you wouldn't hesitate to come to such a small place to attack your juniors. Hua Qin's expression changed rapidly as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiaochen picked up Hua Qingyun with one hand and quickly left. If he lingered, even if the White Dragon King did not beat him to death, he would be frustrated to death. Greetings, Lord White Dragon King. Wei Hongfei knelt on one knee and bowed respectfully. The White Dragon King nodded slightly. Then his gaze fell on Xiaochen. He smiled and said, Come, come, come. Let me see what the person my daughter is interested in looks like and what his name is. The moment the White Dragon King said that, Murong Yen and the others felt embarrassed. This White Dragon King really spoke without restraint. When Lu Riyun heard this, she felt even more speechless. Her face filled with embarrassment. You should know my name. Xiaochen raised his head and looked at the White Dragon King. Then he clenched his teeth, his voice trembling somewhat. He could not hide the rage and dissatisfaction in his heart. Xiaochen originally thought that with his mental state, he could hide his true emotions without changing his expression, not expressing his joy or anger. However, when he personally saw the person who erased Lu Riyu's memories, he still lost his composure. The White Dragon King's smile froze. As he looked at Xiaochen's face, many scenes flashed in his mind. It's him. This was the person whom Lu Riyue could not forget in the abandoned land, the person whom she entrusted her life to. Hence, the White Dragon King had to personally erase Lu Riyue's memories. The White Dragon King had never expected that one day, this person would come from the abandoned land and find his way here, one step at a time. The White Dragon King was very clear on how many difficulties, dangers and obstacles one had to face to reach this step from the abandoned land. Before Lu Riyue's memories were erased, she said that Xiaochen would definitely come out of the abandoned land and come to the Divine Dragon Empire to look for her. The White Dragon King laughed it off, not taking it seriously. This was simply impossible. To the White Dragon King, the abandoned land could not even be considered a rank 2 sect. It was too insignificant. However, right now Xiaoqin truly appeared before the White Dragon King. He looked exactly the same as the person in Lu Ryua's memories. Xiaoqin had a delicate and handsome face, a determined and unyielding gaze, and a hidden sharpness on his face. No words could describe the White Dragon King's shock. The White Dragon King had been a sovereign emperor for many years and had seen many grand scenes. However, he had never shown such an expression before. "You are very good." After a long time, the White Dragon King said these 3 words, which sounded rather strange. The others all felt that the atmosphere was somewhat strange. There seemed to be some karma between the White Dragon King and Xiaoqin. Murong Yin and the others felt that something was wrong when Xiaoqin spoke to the White Dragon King without using honorifics. Even a simple-minded person like Murong Yin knew that one had to use honorifics when meeting the White Dragon King. It was impossible for Xiaoqin not to know. However, everyone found it hard to imagine what grudge there was between Xiaoqin and the White Dragon King. The difference in strength between the two was too great. There should not have been any interaction between them. In reality, no matter how hard they thought, they could not imagine that the White Dragon Holy Daughter was Xiaoqian's lover. The White Dragon King had erased his lover's memories. The somewhat stunned Lu Ryun also felt that something was wrong. She knew more than the others. At this moment, she finally confirmed that Xiaoqian was the person in her elder sister's painting. The scarier thing was that Lu Ryun saw a trace of murderous intent on her father's face. No one noticed this trace of murderous intent. Only Lu Ryun knew that her father would show such an expression only when he really wanted to kill someone. Even when the White Dragon King attacked the sovereign Emperor Hua Qin with a horrifying momentum earlier, he did not show any murderous intent. Lu Ryun felt some fear for some reason. She said, "Father, what are you saying?" Quickly reattach Xiaoqian's leg. Xiaoqian rejected, "There's no need. It will heal eventually." The White Dragon King's expression finally changed. He smiled and said, "It's fine. It's just a piece of cake." Upon seeing this scene, Lu Ryun heaved a sigh of relief. The White Dragon King scattered that trace of murderous intent. Whoosh! The White Dragon King did not move at all. He arrived beside Xiaoqian and gently tapped twice. The shattered bones in Xiaoqian's leg healed at a visible pace. Then the White Dragon King arrived beside Sidu Changfeng and patted his shoulder twice. Strands of black death energy immediately leaked out of Situ Changfeng's body. The White Dragon King felt it was strange. He said, "What exquisite death energy! Who did it?" With the hidden danger in his body removed, Sidu Changfeng felt much more at ease. He said gratefully, "Lord White Dragon King, many thanks for making a move." This was the Flood Dragon human outstanding talent, Yen Songming. Is he still in the ancient city? A rather clear murderous intent flashed in the White Dragon King's eyes. Clearly he did not want to leave this disaster alive, so he was rather decisive in killing. He already died under Xiaoqian's saber. The moment Sidu Changfeng said that, he felt that he said something wrong. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. After hearing that Yen Songming died under Xiaoqian's saber, the murderous intent in the White Dragon King's eyes did not fade. Instead, it intensified. The White Dragon King turned around and looked at Xiaoqian. He discovered that although Xiaoqian was disrespectful to him, he was not stupid enough to point fingers at him and ask him to recover Lu Ryua's memories. Unfortunately, the White Dragon King sighed in his heart. Then he looked at Xiaoqian and said, "You are very smart. Unfortunately, I like dealing with stupid people like that sovereign Emperor Hua Qin, like this silly girl and her mother." The White Dragon King's words looked ordinary, but in reality they contained a heavy murderous intent. If Xiaoqian were stupid, the White Dragon King would have spared his life like he did with the sovereign Emperor Hua Qin. Xiaoqian could be considered a fatal threat. Lu Ryun pouted, "How am I stupid?" "How are you stupid?" the White Dragon King retorted in frustration. Naturally, Xiaoqian understood the meaning behind the White Dragon King's words. He replied calmly, "However, I like to interact with smart people. Smart people think more. The more they think, the more they have to worry." When the White Dragon King heard that, his heart sank. He almost could not resist smacking Xiaoqian to death on the spot. Xiaoqian's words also contained a hidden meaning. He could tell that the White Dragon King had some worries. If he were as stupid as the sovereign Emperor Hua Qin, he would not have any worries at all. He would not have any qualms about killing Xiaoqian with one palm strike. There was no need to think too much. Unfortunately, Xiaoqian was the White Dragon King, not the sovereign Emperor Hua Qin. "Brat, you have guts. The White Dragon King felt incredibly frustrated. He did not want to remain here any longer. He pulled Lu Riyun and said, "Come back with me." However, Lu Riyun continued to support Xiao Chen, grabbing Xiao Chen's arm. She feared that if she left, her father would turn around and kill Xiao Chen. She lowered her head and said, "I'll go back myself." The White Dragon King laughed in frustration. He said helplessly, "I said that you are stupid, and you still refuse to admit it? You should have known long ago that a girl cannot be kept at home. It would have been good if you gave birth to a son. No, if you gave birth to such a stupid son, you would really be frustrated to death." The White Dragon King's words made everyone flabbergasted. Murong Yen and the others could not help laughing, but they did not dare to. The White Dragon King let go. Shaking his head, he did not linger and left. As the White Dragon King walked, he suddenly felt very sullen, even more sullen than the Sovereign Emperor Hua Qin. About 7 minutes later, the Sovereign Emperor Hua Qin led Hua Qingyun, rushing out of desolate God Valley. Along the way, Hua Qingyun complained endlessly. However, Hua Qin showed a sullen expression, pretending not to hear anything. Suddenly, Hua Qin stopped, and his expression changed slightly. At some point in time, the White Dragon King blocked the two's path with a smile. The Sovereign Emperor Hua Qin felt goosebumps from the White Dragon King's stare. He asked somewhat weakly, "White Dragon King, why are you blocking my path? Are you trying to kill me?" The White Dragon King smiled happily and said, "Indeed, it is more comfortable to deal with stupid people. The moment they speak, they can make others laugh. What is the point of me killing you? I just feel somewhat sullen and want to vent it on someone. No, that's not right. It's exchanging a few moves. Come. Let me beat you up. Screw you." Hua Qin felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. He cursed and turned to run, not even caring about Hua Qingyun. "Ah, you are still not getting any better. Don't you know that my principle for beating people up is that the farther you run, the harder I beat you up?" The White Dragon King laughed loudly. Before he left, he glanced at Hua Qingyun, leaving behind something that Hua Qingyun found strange. "It is better to have a daughter. She is cute when she is a little stupider. A stupid son would really be frustrated to death." Chapter 1970. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, giving off a resplendent light. Desolate God Valley was covered in blood sand all year round. It was rare to see such a clear blazing sun. After the White Dragon King left, Xiao Chen and the others followed. 1 hour later, they arrived outside the city. When the group looked back, the ancient city glistened under the sunlight, giving off a different kind of light. Even the blood sand in desolate God Valley could not hide the beauty of this city. It was time to leave. The group had gained a lot on this trip to the ancient city. They all felt confident of successfully entering Ancestor Dragon City in the competition between the 7 outer palaces half a year later. Xiao Chen looked at the group and asked, "What are your plans after we return?" Murong Yen stretched lazily and patted his mouth with his right hand. Then he yawned and said, "I will probably sleep for a while and properly refine the accumulations during this period. After that, I might make a trip to the Red Dragon Palace to see if I can find the inheritance." The Red Dragon race's inheritance might be the same as the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's inheritance that Xiao Chen obtained in the Blue Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palaces of the various races all had similar inheritances to test their juniors. Xiao Chen recalled some of the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories of the Red Dragon Palace. Then he said to Murong Yen, "The Red Dragon Bloodline's Inheritance Palace has a total of 9 stages. If you want to go further and obtain a better inheritance, I suggest that you make up for some wind-attributed martial techniques and mysteries and train your eyes." 9 stages? The stages of the Inheritance Palace have always been a secret. I heard that others only made it to the 6th stage at most. Furthermore, what the test is a secret. How did you know, Xiao Chen? The laziness on Murong Yan's face vanished, replaced by shock. Xiao Chen smiled and did not say anything more. Murong Yan scratched his head and said, "I'll listen to you. In any case, there is no loss." "Xiao Chen, what are your plans after you return?" Sidu Changfeng asked. Xiao Chen thought for a while before replying, "I have not thought about it yet. I am already confident of entering Ancestor Dragon City. I might consider some things after I enter Ancestor Dragon City." The others felt embarrassed. While they were still thinking about how to enter Ancestor Dragon City, Xiao Chen was already thinking about what to do after entering Ancestor Dragon City. However, no one doubted that Xiao Chen indeed had this ability. A sharp bird cry came from the sky. When the group looked up, joy appeared on their faces. The demon blood vulture. "The silly bird is back," Murong Yen said joyfully. This is great. There is no need to walk back. The group soared into the air and landed on the demon blood vulture one after another. It was time to go back. Xiaochen took one last look at the ancient city, deep in thought. This was a city created by the martial god after his death. Every cultivator had such a city in their hearts. It was dreams, it was youth, it was pride, but in the end, it couldn't resist the mercilessness of time. In the face of time, everything became nothing. The city was still there, but the people were not. Time has taken away our city, but it cannot take away our pride, just like the city in front of us. Even after so many years, when the sun shone on it, it still glistened, showing the glory of the past. There was such a person who once worked hard, had dreams, and fought hard. In the end, he became a martial god and left behind a city in this desolate god valley. That was enough. Let's go. Under the sunlight, the demon blood vulture, which looked like a scarlet phoenix, carried the group of people into the distance. There was no protection from the ancient city there. Blood sand spread everywhere, and the environment was harsh. Day after day, year after year, it was the same, dull and unchanging. However, who cared? Battles were still going on in the ancient city. However, more and more people were walking out of the city. The remaining fights were a game between sovereign personages, which had little to do with them. Zhen Yuan came out of the western city, holding a black divine crystal. When he turned his head back to look, his expression turned grave. Soon, many flood dragon human cultivators gathered here. Where's the young master? The flood dragon humans asked somewhat anxiously when they saw only Zhen Yuan and not Yen Songming. Whoosh! The black crystal left Zhen Yuan's hand, and black smoke spread out, slowly materializing a vague silhouette. Although the silhouette was not clear, the flood dragon humans immediately recognized it. They exclaimed excitedly, "Young master! Don't worry, I'm fine. The Dragon Man race doesn't even have a place to stand. How can I die so easily?" That blurry silhouette and face were indistinct. Only a pair of eyes flickered with a resolute expression. This time, it was a blessing in disguise, and he'd managed to survive in the midst of death. It actually allowed him to comprehend a trace of the profound meaning of life that was even more difficult to comprehend. He had to say that he had to thank Xiaochen. I hope the next time he sees me he won't be too surprised. Let's go. With Zhen Yuan leading the way, the group of flood dragon humans started their return journey. On the other side, the Black Lotus Saint and the mysterious person shrouded in a bloody shadow walked out from the east gate. There were a few wounds on Ming Xian's body from the demon blood vulture's poison. The Buddhist light flowed in the wounds, and the black toxins were constantly being cleaned out. What a pity. If I miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to kill him next time. The mysterious person shrouded in the blood shadow sighed and said softly. At that time, the two had clearly sensed that Xiaochen was already in a rather weak state. At best, he could bring out 30% of his usual strength. Unfortunately, the demon blood vulture had appeared out of nowhere, delaying the two. They had clearly knocked back this demon blood vulture several times. Who could have imagined that after circling around, the demon blood vulture would craftily appear again? That demon blood vulture did not seem like a beast at all. Its high intelligence made the two clench their teeth in frustration several times. Holy Sun, where are you going next? Since they missed the opportunity, so be it. The two had a pretty good harvest in the ancient city. This was especially so for Ming Xian. He had unexpectedly obtained some divine blood. In the future, his strength would soar rapidly, and the benefits of the divine blood would slowly reveal themselves. Ming Xian said softly, I will break through to sovereign personage first. After that, I plan to go to the Shuowu dynasty. During the Black Lotus Church's most glorious period, it was the state religion of the Shuowu dynasty. Now there are many believers there. If I develop properly, I will definitely be able to make a comeback. The mysterious person shrouded in bloody shadow said after some thought, however, I heard that the Shuowu dynasty is now filled with demonic Dao sections. Back then, the Azure Lotus Church killed most of the Black Lotus Church's believers. If you go, you will definitely clash head-on with the Azure Lotus Church. The Holy Sun Ming Xian said indifferently, where there is a will, there is a will. Master told me that the Black Lotus Church still has some seniors in the Shuowu dynasty. As long as I find the ancestral court, I can officially wield the sect master seal. As for the Azure Lotus Church, I have long wanted to meet that Azure Lotus holy daughter. A trace of confidence appeared in the Holy Sun Ming Xian's words. As he looked at the mysterious person shrouded in bloody shadows, he asked, What are your plans? Are you coming with me? How can I go? I do not even have a physical body. When I find the 5-element divine lightning and condense the 5-element divine body, I will meet up with you. The mysterious person shrouded in bloody shadows sighed softly, a trace of loneliness flashing in his tone. All right, I'll wait for you. The two parted like this, agreeing to meet up in the Shuowu dynasty in the future. 7 days later, two people in white battle armor landed in the sky above the ancient city. The battle armor flickered with a crystalline light, radiating a faint divine nature. This battle armor actually contained divine might. Although it was very faint, it was bona fide divine might. If others saw this, they would definitely be greatly startled, feeling extremely confused. However, if a divine Vane Realm sovereign emperor were here and saw the insignia of the sun, moon, and stars carved on the battle armor, they would not reveal an expression of understanding. Another true god that lost to time. Just look at the size of this ancient city. I wonder how horrifying it was when it was alive. Stop sighing and get to work quickly. The major characters in the holy domain are all waiting. Yes. As the two hovered in the air, they continuously formed extremely complicated hand seals. Immediately, the divine energy hidden in the ancient city activated. The cultivators still exploring the city were prepared to send this divine energy all the way to the ends of the world. Then they left for some reason. After a while, the ancient city floated up. The two actually lifted the ancient city with their bare hands and flew into the sky. From a distance, it looked like the two were not holding up a city but a gravestone. Their expressions were solemn and respectful. At this moment, Xiaoqin had just rushed back to the Divine Dragon Empire's Heaven Dragon Palace and had not had time to rest. Many elders sent word to him at the same time, saying that the first palace master had been waiting for him for a long time. Chapter 1971. The head palace master is looking for me? What is it? Don't be so long-winded. Hurry up and go. If you don't come back soon, the recall order will be issued. Without any hesitation, the elders led Xiaoqin to the main hall of the Heaven Dragon Peak. Xiaoqin was somewhat puzzled. The three palace masters were elusive existences in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Many people might not even have the chance to see the three hall masters even after staying in the Heaven Dragon Hall for more than 10 years. Among the three hall masters, the first hall master was the most mysterious. He almost never showed himself. The second palace master, Jianghu, held the true authority in the palace. He often saw the heaven-class core disciples, so he was not too mysterious. The third palace master was in charge of the medicine refining pavilion, so he would occasionally see the people who often went to the medicine refining pavilion. As for the first palace master, he did not care about anything. Aside from the heaven-class elders, ordinary elders rarely saw him. Not to mention these disciples. Xiaoqin was puzzled. He did not know why the first hall master was looking for him so urgently. What Xiaoqin heard the most about this first palace master was that he was the person who truly perfected Firmament's rage in the past few thousand years. He didn't know anything else. After analyzing it for a while, he couldn't come to a conclusion, so he could only let him be. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiaoqin saw the mysterious first palace master in the hall. Unexpectedly, the other two palace masters were there as well. When the second and third palace masters saw him, they nodded slightly. Xiaoqin sized up the first palace master. His aura was unfathomable, and his strength was not something he could estimate. He wore a gray dragon robe and had an extraordinary bearing. However, there was a hint of fatigue on his face. Who knew what he had experienced recently? Greetings, hall masters. Xiaoqin bowed slightly and cupped his hands in salute. The first palace master revealed a smile when he saw Xiaoqin. He said softly, "You are too polite. Since you can stand at the top of the Heaven Dragon, you don't have to bow to anyone in the Heaven Dragon Hall. My name is Yun. You can just call me Senior Yun. There's no need to be reserved." "Thank you, head palace master." Even so, Xiaoqin still felt somewhat restrained and did not dare to be presumptuous. The first palace lord did not mind. He said in a deep voice, "You must be very curious as to why I called you here in such a hurry. Even the three hall masters summoned you at the same time. In fact, 2 months ago, the three of us had already had a serious discussion about you." When Xiaoqin heard this, he could not help but be surprised. He did not know what earth-shattering thing he had done. Supreme Dragon Fist. Second Palace Master Jianghu, who was at the side, looked at Xiaoqin. When he saw Xiaoqin's confusion, he gave a simple explanation. "This is just a fist technique, right? Although it is very heaven-defying, its flaws are also very obvious. I believe there should be a martial technique in the dragon race that is no weaker than the Supreme Dragon Fist." Xiaoqin was slightly surprised. Just a fist technique caused 3 palace masters to seriously discuss it. Wasn't this a little too much? Of course. The vast dragon race has a long inheritance. There are countless cultivation techniques and martial techniques. At every moment, there are powerful martial techniques of our predecessors being excavated. Or perhaps there are peerless geniuses creating their own shocking martial techniques. A brilliant light flashed in the first palace master's eyes. It was like he was recalling the past. After a pause, he said, "As far as I know, in terms of fist techniques, there are 4 martial techniques that are no weaker than the Supreme Dragon Fist. However, the Supreme Dragon Fist is unique. If one becomes a heaven dragon, the horrifying might of this fist technique will surpass your expectations." Xiao Qin knew that the might of the Supreme Dragon Fist would increase when one became a heaven dragon. Xiao Qin infused the mysteries of the heaven dragon into the Supreme Dragon Fist and instantly overtook Yan Songming. This was the best proof. However, Xiao Qin had not expected that after he truly became a heaven dragon, its might would increase to a level that even the first palace lord feared. However, what did all this have to do with calling Xiao Qin over? Feeling suspicious, Xiao Qin asked, "Could it be that you want to cripple my Supreme Dragon Fist?" If the Heaven Dragon Palace wanted to cripple it, Xiao Qin would feel helpless. However, he would probably still choose to accept it. After all, it was a secret technique of the Heaven Dragon Palace in the first place. If it were a cultivation technique that Xiao Qin created, he would fight to the end, no matter who it was, if anyone wanted to cripple it. When the first palace master heard that, he hesitated for a moment before saying sullenly, "Let's not talk about this for now. This time, the one who truly wants to meet you is not us but the royal clan of the Golden Dragon bloodline." At the mention of the Golden Dragon bloodline's royal clan, a look of disgust flashed in the first palace master's eyes. However, it was extremely minute, no one noticed it. "You are Xiao Qin, that mixed-blood dragon who comprehended the Supreme Dragon Fist." Just at this moment, an arrogant voice rang out from outside. A dignified and graceful middle-aged man wearing golden dragon armor with Emperor's dragon chi surrounding him opened the door. This person's cultivation was not very high, only a small perfection sovereign personage. However, his aura was much stronger than that of the small perfection sovereign personages that Xiao Qin had seen before. Clearly, with the support of the divine dragon bloodline, this person was not an ordinary small perfection sovereign personage. The first palace master said softly, "This is Lord Qinyu, Monarch Yu from Ancestor Dragon City." At the same time, the third palace master's voice projection rang out in Xiao Qin's ears. Whether Xiao Qin crippled the Supreme Dragon Fist or not, it all depended on this person's thoughts. When Xiao Qin heard that, he immediately felt dissatisfied. If the Heaven Dragon Palace wanted to cripple his Supreme Dragon Fist, Xiao Qin would not have any complaints. Xiao Qin would not have any complaints. However, if a random golden divine dragon wanted to cripple his Supreme Dragon Fist, he would not be able to do so. He absolutely would not agree. "To think that you are not bowing when you see this monarch." When that Qinyu saw that Xiao Qin did not move, he smiled coldly and said, "You are indeed a mixed-blood dragon who cultivates the Supreme Dragon Fist. Your temper is extraordinary. You have completely forgotten your status." "Greetings, Monarch Yu." Xiao Qin spoke in a calm tone, neither servile nor overbearing. Qinyu snorted coldly and did not look directly at Xiao Qin. He said indifferently, "Cut the crap. Demonstrate the Supreme Dragon Fist for me right here. After I take a look, I will decide whether you can continue practicing it." "Sorry, I cannot comply." Xiao Qin felt speechless. "Do you think I will practice it just because you say so? Do you think I am a monkey?" Qinyu revealed a horrified expression. He could not help feeling enraged. To think that a mixed-blood dragon could throw a tantrum at him. "I will count to 3. If you do not practice it, I will cripple your Supreme Dragon Fist," Qinyu threatened coldly with a sullen expression. Xiao Qin smiled coldly and said, "Who do you think you are? If the 3 palace masters want to cripple my Supreme Dragon Fist, I will not say any nonsense. I won't say a word of nonsense. Who do you think you are? Have I received any kindness from you? I will not practice it for you to see. If you are capable, try crippling me now." Everyone had their own temper and bottom line, their own pride and persistence, and their own principles of dealing with people and things. Even if he died here today, Xiao Qin would not practice the Supreme Dragon Fist for Qinyu. When the 3 palace masters heard this, they were greatly startled. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin spoke to Qinyu like this. After all, the other party came from the Golden Dragon's royal bloodline. Although he was only a sovereign personage, he was not worth mentioning in their eyes. However, his bloodline was there for all to see. In name, his status was even higher than the 3 palace masters. "You are seeking death." Qinyu released a murderous intent. Unexpectedly, An insignificant mixed-blood dragon dared to berate him. This person truly did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Qingyu immediately punched at Xiaochen. This was the Emperor Dragon Fist that only the royal bloodline of the Golden Dragons could practice. This punch contained the Dragon Emperor's might. It carried heavy might and pressure as it punched at Xiaochen at lightning speed. Divine Dragon War Body. The other party was a small Perfection Sovereign Personage, one grade higher than Lu Yuanzong, who was an initial Perfection Sovereign Personage. Furthermore, Xiaochen had the support of a Divine Dragon bloodline. He did not dare to underestimate the other party, so he immediately activated the Divine Dragon War Body. All the bones in Xiaochen's body crackled like thunder, and his body instantly swelled up. Then he punched with the Supreme Dragon Fist. Bang! The two fists clashed and Xiaochen immediately vomited blood and went flying back. Xiaochen was not a match for the other party at all. After he landed, he even took a few steps back before he could stand stably. However, Xiaochen gritted his teeth and revealed an unyielding expression in his eyes. He showed no intention of retreating. Instead, his fighting spirit blazed even stronger. To think that he did not die. Qingyu was shocked. Just now he used 30% of his power in that punch. Originally he wanted to use a thunderous method. Originally he had wanted to kill Xiaochen at lightning speed, preventing the three palace masters from reacting. However, from the looks of it, although Xiaochen was injured, he clearly could still fight. His aura did not weaken at all. Xiaochen could not help feeling humiliated. The other party was merely a holy venerate, while he was a bona fide sovereign personage. Unexpectedly, Qingyu failed to kill the other party with one punch, not even severely injuring him. If word of this spread, he would become a huge joke. A murderous intent involuntarily welled up in Qingyu's heart. Stop! The first palace master shouted coldly as he stood up, enraged. This Qingyu was becoming increasingly overboard. However, Qingyu acted like he did not hear anything, showing no signs of stopping. He knew that the three palace masters would not dare to truly attack him. If they dared to attack him, the Heaven Dragon Palace would suffer the punishment of Ancestor Dragon City, suffering an extremely miserable end. Screw you! How dare you injure my brother? You are really damn tired of living. Bang! Just as the three palace masters felt incredibly frustrated and furious, a scarlet figure suddenly appeared outside the hall. A blood-red silhouette suddenly appears outside the main hall. It rushes in at an extraordinarily fast speed and sends Qingyu flying with an extremely overbearing kick. It was the Blood Dragon Guard's Vice Hall Master Li. Who dares to injure me? Qingyu, who fell to the ground, was greatly startled. He could not believe that someone really dared to attack him. Beat him up. Vice Hall Master Li shouted coldly. A group of Blood Dragon Guard experts immediately rushed out of the hall and surrounded Qingyu without even thinking. All sorts of attacks rained down on Qingyu. Chapter 1972. The sudden appearance of the Blood Dragon Guards and Vice Hall Master Li shocked the three palace masters. Even Xiaochen looked surprised. He had already thought of the worst-case scenario, which was to leave the Heaven Dragon Hall and find another place to develop. Who knew that such a funny scene would occur? Miserable screams could be heard coming from the spacious hall. The experts of the Blood Dragon Guard surrounded and beat up Qingyu. Qingyu was pretty strong. Unfortunately, Vice Hall Master Li's strength was a level higher than his, firmly suppressing him. Coupled with the other Blood Dragon Guard's experts, they could not retaliate in mere moments, letting out miserable shrieks. Li Yunfeng, how dare you attack me? Are you tired of living? Qingyu, who was beaten to a horrible state, finally recognized Vice Hall Master Li and scolded loudly. Vice Hall Master Li laughed loudly and said, "Who is Li Yunfeng? This old man is the Blood Dragon Guard's Lord Li. Today I will beat you up. Beat him to death. Beat him until he can't speak. A mere royal prince dares to bully my brother? Yes, Hall Master. Three palace masters, save me." Qingyu, who was beaten miserably, finally remembered his savior and shouted loudly. But after calling for a long time, nobody responds. Qingyu turns his head to take a look. At the center of the Great Hall, the three hall masters had left at some point. That's right, he left. He had completely disappeared, as if he had never appeared and never seen him. How could this be? Qingyu said in a daze, not understanding what was going on. But, with a swaying movement of his body, Vice Leader Li attacks Qingyu again. After blocking 3 moves, Qingyu's aura is in chaos. Vice Leader Li sends him flying with a slap. *CK, it hurts. His skin is extraordinarily thick. Vice Hall Master Li said somewhat exaggeratedly as he looked at Qingyu, whose face was swollen like a pig's head. Don't just stand there, continue beating him up. Yes. Xiao Qin silently scattered his divine dragon war body and arrived beside Vice Hall Master Li. He said, Big Brother Li, many thanks. At the same time, worry flashed on Xiao Qian's face. Will there be any consequences for this Vice Hall Master Li standing up for me? Vice Hall Master Li smiled disapprovingly and said, Don't say too much first. I'll tell you in detail later. There will be a good show to watch later. Just as Qin Yu, a bona fide sovereign personage, was about to kneel and beg for mercy, a loud shout came from outside the hall. Stop. It was the 3 hall masters. The 3 of them walked in with some surprise. When they saw the situation before them, they were stunned for a moment. The 3rd palace master went over to help Qin Yu up and examined his injuries. Big brother, the ribs in front of Monarch Yu's chest are all broken, and his internal organs are all shattered. His face has already been destroyed. The 3rd palace master said in shock, as if he had just found out about this. The corner of Xiao Qian's mouth twitched for a moment. His acting was so real that if he hadn't seen everything with his own eyes, he would have believed it to be real. The 1st hall master looked at Vice Hall Master Li and asked, What happened? Vice Hall Master Li said, I don't know what's wrong with this kid, but he actually attacked a core disciple of our Heaven Dragon Hall. Fighting is not allowed in the Heaven Dragon Hall. This is the ancestral rule, so I taught him a lesson. The 1st hall master said coldly, Do you know who you beat up? This is Monarch Yu. Ancestor Dragon City's Monarch Yu. Vice Hall Master Li looked at Qin Yu in shock and exclaimed, Monarch Yu? Qin Yu's face looked like a pig's head with dark circles under his eyes. He looked left and right, completely stunned. He felt like his intelligence was insufficient, not knowing what was going on. Qin Yu wanted to say something but discovered that his mouth was too swollen. He could no longer speak, so he could only whimper endlessly. Vice Hall Master Li said in understanding, I understand now. It's all this brat's fault. I'll bring him back to the law enforcement hall to interrogate him. Let's see what's going on with him. To think that he dared to attack Monarch Yu. 3 palace masters, I'll bring him away now. Don't let this brat go. Qin Yu sat on the ground, whimpering endlessly. He was so anxious that he nearly cried. However, Qin Yu could not do anything. He could only watch as Vice Hall Master Li, who beat him up, led Xiao Qian away. The 1st hall master and the 2nd hall master said, It looks like it is a misunderstanding. However, although it is a misunderstanding, the Blood Dragon guards are becoming increasingly overboard. They even dare to beat up Monarch Yu. The 2nd hall master nodded with a smile and said, We have to report this matter as it is. I just used a light and shadow stone to record it. I will send it over later. Monarch Yu, don't worry. We will definitely uphold justice for you. We will not let you get beaten up for nothing. After saying that, the 2nd hall master gently tapped the light and shadow stone in his hand. Immediately, a screen of light appeared. The light and shadow stone showed only scenes and no sound. The first scene was of Qin Yu and Xiao Qian chatting. Then Qin Yu suddenly attacked. This scene stunned Qin Yu. How could it be like this? In the scene, Qin Yu ignored the difference in cultivation and directly attacked a junior, looking like he wanted to kill Xiao Qian. After that, Vice Hall Master Li barged in and beat Qin Yu up. The 3 palace masters came out to stop him. Finally, the scene fixed on Qin Yu's face, which looked like a pig's head. Qin Yu was utterly stunned. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have fallen into a trap. If Xiao Qian handed over this light and shadow stone, he would not be able to explain himself. Not only would he have to suffer a beating for nothing, but his reputation would also be ruined. Furthermore, he would be punished by the royal clan. Even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he would not be able to clear his name. Xiao Qian's illustrious reputation would fall here. In the past, Xiao Qian felt that these 3 palace masters were obedient to him, not daring to say anything even though he was angry. Now that he thought about it, he trembled in fear. They were already Divine Vein Realm experts, yet they still tried to scheme against him. After coughing a few times, Qin Yu said with some difficulty, The matter of the Supreme Dragon Fist, let it go. Xiao Qian has not comprehended the essence of the Supreme Dragon Fist yet, so it is not worth mentioning. The 2nd hall master smiled faintly and tossed the light and shadow stone in his hand to Qin Yu. Many thanks. Monarch Yu reported it honestly. 3rd brother, go and find some good medicinal pills to quickly treat Monarch Yu's injuries. After Vice Hall Master Li pulled Xiao Qian out, he also felt somewhat confused, not understanding what happened. The acting of the 3 palace masters did not seem like impromptu performances. It seemed like they had planned this for a long time. Vice Hall Master Li said somewhat ruefully, "Don't think about it." This was the second Hall Master's idea. Many of the Golden Dragon race's people have always been disdainful of mixed blood dragons, looking down on them. However, this Qinyu is extraordinarily stupid. Does he really think that the three palace masters of the Heaven Dragon Palace are easy to deal with? He does not know that for a mixed blood dragon to reach their positions, which one of them is not a formidable character? How can an insignificant sovereign personage like him guess? The details are like this. After you practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist, the first Hall Master went to Ancestor Dragon City to explain it to the other dragon race people. The main thing is the Golden Dragon race. The other dragon races will not care much about it. Hence Qinyu came. Who knew you happened to not be in the Heaven Dragon Palace? Your luck is extraordinarily good. If he happened to block you, it would have been somewhat problematic. After that, the second Hall Master came to discuss it with me and we came up with such a show. The commotion caused by you practicing the Supreme Dragon Fist has calmed down for now. There is no need to worry. Vice Hall Master Li spoke somewhat calmly. However, Xiaoqin could sense a surging undercurrent in his words. It looked like the commotion caused by the Supreme Dragon Fist was much greater than Xiaoqin imagined. However, Xiaoqin had been kept in the dark and did not know. Vice Hall Master Li sighed softly. The first Hall Master suffered significant grievances in Ancestor Dragon City. Originally, I did not intend to tell you all this lest it affect your mental state and delay your advancement to Holy Venerate. Now that the matter has blown up, I have no choice but to tell you. However, you gave us a pleasant surprise. To think that you actually broke through to Holy Venerate. A warm feeling welled up in Xiaoqian's heart. He said seriously, Big Brother Li has suffered as well. This time the Blood Dragon Guards offended Qinyu. It will be troublesome. However, Vice Hall Master Li guffawed and said, the Blood Dragon Guards are afraid of many things, but they are not afraid of offending others. The Blood Dragon Guards are an independent faction, not under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kings. We obey only the Shadow Dragon Sovereign. The Shadow Dragon Sovereign? Vice Hall Master Li nodded and said, that's right. Hence you don't have to worry about me. The three palace masters might fear this Qinyu, but we the Blood Dragon Guards do not. From the moment the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor established the Blood Dragon Guards, they were independent of the 7 major bloodlines. However, they were also closely connected to the 6-colored divine dragons, holding a transcendent status. When Xiaoqin heard that, he felt stunned. The Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor actually established the Blood Dragon Guards? This somewhat surprised him. So, he searched through the vast memories of the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor to see if he could obtain any useful information. Chapter 1973. The Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor's memories were extremely vast and complicated. Xiaoqin could not possibly accept them all, so he compressed and sealed most of them in a corner. When he needed to use it, he would search for it. For example, the Red Dragon Race's Inheritance Palace. When Xiaoqin thought hard about the Red Dragon Race's Inheritance Palace, the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor's information about the Red Dragon Race's Inheritance Palace slowly appeared. When Xiaoqin heard that the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor created the Blood Dragon Guards, he recovered from his shock. After a while, some information about the Blood Dragon Guards appeared in his mind. It turned out that while the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor was in charge of the dragon race, the Blood Dragon Guards were an independent organization responsible for intelligence. The Blood Dragon Guards were indeed founded by the Blood Dragon Guards. However, after so many years, the Blood Dragon Guards were no longer just in charge of intelligence. Now they extended their reach to every corner of the Divine Dragon Empire. You have never heard of the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor, right? Vice Hall Master Li said with a smile when he saw Xiaoqian's confused expression. Xiaoqin came back to his senses and nodded. I've never heard of it. How could Xiaoqin not have heard of the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor before? Right now, Xiaoqin was the person who understood the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor the best in the entire dragon race. However, he was unable to explain it to Vice Hall Master Li, so he could only feign ignorance. Vice Hall Master Li said unhurriedly, speaking of this Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor, there are some secrets of the dragon race that I only heard of by chance. Just treat it as a story. Actually, I don't really believe it. Xiaoqin said softly, Brother Li, tell me. It is said that 100,000 years ago, there were a total of 7 divine dragons. Other than the white dragon, the golden dragon, the silver dragon, the red dragon, the blue dragon, and the green dragon, there was also the strongest divine dragon. This Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor is the Dragon King of this strongest bloodline and one of the strongest dragon emperors in the history of the dragon race. Back then, the Black Dragon King nearly destroyed the dragon race and turned the entire central Great Realm upside down, starting a horrifying war between the righteous and demonic factions. However, the one who sealed him in the end was the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor. Vice Hall Master Li said softly, "It would not be an exaggeration to say that he personally ended the previous war between righteous and demonic factions." Xiaochen pretended to be curious and asked, "What kind of dragon is this? Since it is so strong, why is there no word of it?" Vice Hall Master Li frowned and said, "Yeah, I find it strange too. It is said that this lineage is called the Blue Dragon, but it has been extinct for nearly 100,000 years. I'm afraid that even if the Blue Dragon lineage stood in front of me, I wouldn't know what kind of dragon it is." Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. After he confirmed that this Vice Hall Master Li was not testing him, he heaved a sigh of relief. It's not that there weren't any words left behind. It said that some secrets were preserved. Furthermore, it would be passed down from generation to generation. Who would care about a dragon race that no longer existed? The Empire's territory has changed several times, and the central world is in turmoil. There are too many distractions. Xiaochen was slightly startled when he heard that. But when he thought about it, it was indeed so. As it was passed down from generation to generation, fewer people knew about the Blue Dragon lineage, unless they were like the Heaven Dragon of the previous generation. Otherwise, they would not care about the Blue Dragon lineage at all and would not know more about the Blue Dragon. Vice Hall Master Li said, "However, no matter what, the Blood Dragon Guards have passed it down from generation to generation. We have never forgotten that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor is the founder of the Blood Dragon Guards. This is recorded in the General Principles." Xiaochen smiled and said, "That's a pretty good story. I'm done listening to it. Big Brother Li, are you going to bring me to the Law Enforcement Hall now?" Vice Hall Master Li laughed loudly and patted Xiaochen's shoulder. "Return to your residence and cultivate properly. Don't overthink. The 3 palace masters are counting on you in the competition between the 7 outer palaces." After saying that, Vice Hall Master Li left. If Qin Yu knew about this, he would probably die of depression. The Blood Dragon Guards did not even put on a show of bringing Xiaochen to the Law Enforcement Hall to interrogate him, directly letting Xiaochen go. As Xiaochen looked in the direction that Vice Hall Master Li left, he entered deep thought. He felt that in these short 4 hours he had experienced a lot. It was even more tiring than the adventure in the ancient city. The seemingly calm Divine Dragon Empire was actually filled with undercurrents. The Supreme Dragon Fist's cultivation technique stirred up so many storms. Xiaochen vaguely sensed that the storm had not completely subsided yet. The Dragon Emperor's throne changed every 500 years. Before the Dragon Emperor abdicated, the successor would be determined first. According to the rules, mixed-blood dragons could fight for the successor. However, in reality, only the most talented junior generation outstanding talents of the 6-colored divine dragons fought for it. The Golden Dragon bloodline had already occupied the position of Dragon Emperor for many years. This time, only the Golden Dragon race's people came to care about the matter of the Supreme Dragon Fist. In reality, the other 5 bloodlines were happy to see this happen, hoping for a variable to appear. To break the Divine Dragon Empire's calm on the surface, the more chaotic it was, the better. Thousands of clues gathered in Xiaochen's mind. Then, a majestic scene appeared before his eyes. Xiaochen thought of the White Dragon King. For a moment, Xiaochen felt that he would die at the White Dragon King's hands. The White Dragon race had Lu Riyue. The other divine dragons should have their own outstanding talents as well. The 6-colored divine dragons were all stifling themselves in the struggle to become the Dragon Emperor. Sooner or later, an even greater storm would erupt, shaking the entire Divine Dragon Empire. However, what role would I play in this? After returning to reality, Xiaochen's figure flashed, and he returned to Cold Moon Cave. Then he arrived at the mirror-smooth lake in the cave. Splash! Xiaochen directly leaped into the lake. Then he closed his eyes and slowly sank into the lake. When Xiaochen reached the bottom of the lake, he shut off his senses. Then Xiaochen relaxed and fell into a deep sleep. He was too tired. Right now he did not want to do anything. He just wanted to sleep quietly. In the struggle of the martial Tao, a good night's sleep was often a luxury. 3 days later, the tranquility of the lake was broken, and a figure leaped out of the center. As Xiaochen stood on the lake, the water droplets on his body gently fell into the lake. Xiaochen did not use his veritable essence energy to evaporate the water. He just wanted to experience the feeling of being wet. Amid the mist, he looked up at the rising sun in the east. It was colorful and had a different flavor. Xiaochen stretched out his hand and wiped away the water on his face. His vision became clear and his eyes immediately lit up. He felt carefree and relaxed. The fatigue that he had accumulated for a long time was swept away. Then Xiaoqian let out a long breath of turbid air. Dressed in white, Xiaoqian's long hair draped over his shoulders, and the water droplets had yet to dry. He appeared unrestrained as he arrived at the courtyard with his hair draped over his shoulders. Xiaoqian took out a bottle of wine, the 1,000-year flame. However, he could not bear to drink it. There were only 2 or 3 bottles of 1,000-year flame left. If he drank it all, there would be no more. Xiaoqian took out a night-glazed wine cup and filled it with wine. Then, he raised the exquisite wine cup and gently swirled it. The golden starlight hovering above the wine cup slowly flickered with light. As the fragrance of the wine spread out, it rippled. As Xiaoqian slowly swirled the wine cup, the wine was adjusted to its most perfect state. The starlight flew out and formed a golden crow flying in the air. When the golden crow mysterious phenomenon disappeared, Xiaoqian drank it in one gulp, feeling the fiery aftertaste of the 1,000-year flame. After drinking only 1 cup, Xiaoqian put away the 1,000-year flame. What wine is it? It smells so fragrant. Just at this moment, someone arrived uninvited. Xiaoqian turned his head to look and saw the 3rd palace master, the 2nd palace master, and the 1st palace master. Xiaoqian stood up and performed a cupped fist salute. Greetings, palace masters. At this meeting, the expressions of the 3 palace masters were much warmer, no longer as grave and fatigued as they had been the first time they met. Clearly, the storm of the Supreme Dragon Fist had come to an end. The 3rd palace master looked at Xiaoqian and said, Xiaoqian, are you hiding some good wine? Quickly take it out. I already smelled it. Xiaoqian could not help feeling some heartache. He could negotiate with the other good wines, but he could not bear to take out this 1,000-year flame. I'll exchange it with you with a rank 4 heavenly pill. The 3rd palace master said fervently as he closed his eyes and sniffed the fragrance of the wine. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, the 2nd palace master saved Xiaoqian. 3rd brother, speak your mind. Don't get drunk here. Only then did the 3rd palace master say somewhat unwillingly, all right. Xiaoqian, the 3 of us palace masters have unanimously decided to give you some pointers before the competition between the 7 outer palaces begins. When Xiaoqian heard that, he rejoiced. Really? This was a pleasant surprise. Probably no heaven-class court disciple in the entire Heaven Dragon Palace would receive such treatment. Having 3 palace masters giving pointers at the same time was heaven-defying. Of course. I have long wanted to see your firmament's rage. The 1st palace master revealed a smile as he looked at Xiaoqian. Clearly he already knew about it. Aside from the 1st palace master, Xiaoqian was the 2nd person in the Heaven Dragon Palace in the past few thousand years to successfully practice firmament's rage. Chapter 1974. 2nd Palace Master Jianghu said after some thought, Before we came, we already discussed that the 1st Palace Master would give you pointers in martial techniques. In reality, aside from firmament's rage, Big Brother also participated in the Supreme Dragon Fist that you practiced back then. What? This startled Xiaoqian. This 1st Palace Master truly hid his strength. Firmament's rage, which no one in the dragon race had successfully practiced for thousands of years, reached perfection. Unexpectedly, the 1st Palace Master could be considered half the creator of the Supreme Dragon Fist. This was truly surprising. Palace Master Jianghu continued, I am most skilled in Soul Dao cultivation, so I will give you pointers in this aspect. 3rd Brother's cultivation is weaker than ours, but medicinal pills are excellent. However, medicinal pills are the best, and there's nothing better than cultivating your fleshly body. Martial techniques, soul energy, and physical body were all targeted at Xiaoqian, giving pointers on strengthening his body. Xiaoqian had to say that he was filled with anticipation. However, don't overthink this. The 3 of us cannot guide you for too long. At most, we will give you 1 day. The rest will depend on your own comprehension. The 2nd Palace Master is the busiest, so he will guide you first. We will take our leave first. When Xiaoqian heard this, he still felt happy. In reality, he did not think too much about it. The other party was not Xiaoqian's master. It was enough for them to take time out to guide him for 1 day. Most of the time, there was no need for long-term guidance. Sometimes, 1 sentence might be enough to benefit someone for life. It was fine as long as one put in the effort. Thank you, Palace Masters. Xiaoqian bowed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 1st Palace Master and the 3rd Palace Master vanished at the same time, leaving only Xiaoqian and 2nd Palace Master Jianghu in Cold Moon Cave. Palace Master Jianghu said softly, Xiaoqian, show me your holy venerate will. Your holy venerate will should be able to materialize, right? I sense that your soul energy is very strong at the late-stage holy venerate level. Yes. With a thought, the azure-colored dragon seal in Xiao Chen's soul pool flickered. The blazing sun and bright moon slowly rose into the air, competing with each other. In mere moments, Xiao Chen's holy venerate will covered the surrounding 1 kilometer. Sun and moon shine together. The second palace master, Jianghu, was greatly startled. There was actually a mysterious phenomenon. This was truly a pleasant surprise. A soul will that could produce a mysterious phenomenon was 1 in 10,000, perhaps 1 in 10 million. Normally, soul wills that could produce mysterious phenomena were mostly inherited from their ancestors, passed down through their bloodline. It was rather common among the outstanding talents of the various dynasties and aristocratic clans. However, it was rather rare in the 8 great empires. In the vast northern region, there were very few outstanding talents that could produce a phenomenon. Jianghu smiled and nodded. Not bad. This way it will be easier for me to guide you. I will teach you how to use the mysterious phenomenon. Please enlighten me, second palace master. The so-called application of skills is the actual combat skills. There are only 2 points. One is offense and the other is defense. Palace Master Jianghu said softly, you cannot have both at the same time. There must be a priority. Tell me first, is your avatar mainly for defense or offense? Xiao Chen was deep in thought. He actually had many ways to attack. As for the soul energy, Xiao Chen mostly wanted to replenish it. He could not allow himself to end up in a passive position when he met a Soul Dao expert. The clear-headed Xiao Chen quickly made his choice. He said decisively, defense. Good. Since it is defense, then I will teach you how to merge this sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon with your physical body. The second palace master Zhu Yang's face sank. He stepped forward and suddenly tapped Xiao Chen's forehead. Boom. The light of the sun and moon in the sky intensified continuously. The blazing sun in the sky looked very real, giving off a scorching glow. The moonlight was like water, calm and serene as it sprinkled down a gentle glow. When the two merged, they reached an exquisite balance. This prevented one from feeling the heat of the blazing sun or the gentleness of the bright moon. Whoosh! Just as Xiao Chen sank into this wondrous feeling, the sun and moon entered his body at the same time. His body immediately gave off a bright light. Xiao Chen's might soared, and the light of the sun and moon flickered rhythmically. The surroundings fell into a wondrous mysterious phenomenon. One moment it was night and the next moment it was day. Xiao Chen felt very surprised. To think that the sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon could be used like this. This was truly incredible. Now control it yourself. The second palace master withdrew his hand and retreated quickly. Then he appeared on a distant wall and looked at Xiao Chen with a smile. Boom. In that instant, Xiao Chen felt like the 2 different wills of soul in his body went haywire. The wills of soul moved everywhere, alternating between hot and cold. Black and white light flickered without any pattern. Xiao Chen completely lost control, which he could not endure. Think carefully. This is the will of soul, not veritable essence energy. Don't use your usual methods to control them. The second palace master's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's ears, calming him down somewhat. That was right. This was the will of soul, not veritable essence energy. Xiao Chen calmed down. However, he normally controlled a portion of the will of soul, which was a whole entity. Now that this will of soul suddenly split into 2, Xiao Chen felt somewhat flustered. Xiao Chen controlled the blazing sun, messed up the bright moon and stabilized the bright moon. However, the will of the blazing sun turned irritable. Sweat trickled down Xiao Chen's forehead. Boom. In the next moment, the light of the sun and moon burst out of Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood, suffering a backlash to his soul. The second palace master reappeared beside Xiao Chen. Without saying anything, he placed his finger on Xiao Chen's forehead again. This time, Jianghu healed the damage to Xiao Chen's soul. Jianghu's strong soul energy quickly healed Xiao Chen's injuries. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief and voiced his earlier doubts. The second palace master smiled without saying anything. Then he got Xiao Chen to stretch out one hand and one foot at the same time. Xiao Chen sat nimbly, moving his hands and feet. Xiao Chen felt enlightened. Second palace master, this light of the sun and moon is actually like my hands and feet. While they look separated, they are actually one entity. I only have one will of soul. Of course, if you could have 2 different wills of soul, wouldn't that be heaven-defying? After your soul is destroyed, you can still survive. That is equivalent to having another life. Do you think that is possible? The second palace master smiled, feeling gratified. Although this was Xiao Chen's first contact, he was not stupid. I'll let you experience it again. Properly experience it. You were too distracted the previous time. Zhu Yang placed his finger on Xiao Chen's forehead again. Soon the earlier scene reappeared. The sun and moon entered Xiao Chen's body. Day and night alternated, flickering rhythmically. Suddenly the rhythm became chaotic. Day and night alternated, changing constantly. However, in reality, it was still under the second palace master's control. Zhu Yang let go, and the light of the sun and moon scattered. Then he said softly, "In reality I still used your soul energy. I did not use any of my soul energy. Come, experience it again." This time Xiao Chen used his mind to experience it. It was indeed as the second palace master said. Be it the strengthening of the light of the sun and moon, or the light of the sun and moon entering Xiao Chen's body at the same time, merging with his physical body. Xiao Chen controlled it with his soul energy. He did not need a strong soul energy to achieve such an effect. He only needed a small amount of soul energy to easily control it. The important thing was how to control it. I understand. This time Xiao Chen took the initiative to stop, forcing out the second palace master's will. The second palace master felt slightly startled. Then he moved back and watched Xiao Chen's actions. Sun and moon competing radiance. With a thought from Xiao Chen, the bright moon and the great sun soared into the air at the same time, hanging high in the sky. As Xiao Chen drained his soul energy, the light of the sun and moon continuously strengthened. However, everything was in order. Neither side was stronger. The second palace master felt somewhat surprised. To think that Xiao Chen grasped the art of equilibrium so quickly. This was truly shocking. Conservation of yin and yang. Light of the sun and moon, heed my call. Xiao Chen shouted in his heart, and the light of the sun and the great sun entered his body at the same time. The two were indeed one. Xiao Chen imagined it as a Taiji yin-yang flame diagram, with the sun and moon corresponding to yin and yang. After the initial immaturity, he could control them as he pleased. The sun rose and the moon set. With a raise of his hand, Xiao Chen moved freely. He smiled as he soared into the air, moving up and down. Xiao Chen looked into the distance. It had only been a while, but he no longer needed to focus fully. While maintaining the light of the sun and moon, he could still move and even drive his veritable essence energy. This dumbfounded the second palace master, Zhu Yang. This was equivalent to having practical combat ability. This was truly impressive, causing him to clap and praise Xiao Chen. Whoosh! As the alternating light of the sun and moon flickered, Xiao Chen landed beside the second palace master. Then he smiled and said, "Second palace master, please teach me the attacking technique of my holy venerate will." The second palace master shook his head and said, "There's no need. Once you understand one method, you will understand all methods. All that is left is for you to choose a soul energy cultivation technique to cultivate. I have nothing to teach you." Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He scattered the light of the sun and moon and sent his will of soul into his soul pool. Then he exclaimed in shock, "That's it?" Zhu Yang thought to himself. What else could he do? Originally he thought that it would take him several months to comprehend, but he learned it in 3 tries. Chapter 1975. The second palace master looked at the somewhat disappointed Xiao Chen and said, "Don't be too disappointed. You are not a cultivator who focuses on soul energy. Indeed, you do not need to learn too much. However, given your talent, it is truly a pity that you do not focus on soul energy." Focus on soul energy? Xiao Chen had never thought about it before. Soul energy was more supportive. He could not let himself get flustered when he ran into a soul energy expert. How horrifying are the strength of a soul energy expert? Xiao Chen asked. After some thought, the second palace master replied, "That's hard to say. The soul energy Tao is similarly vast and profound. The strongest person I've seen can even cultivate a will clone to the same level as the main body. As a soul body, it has the same cultivation as the main body. Furthermore, it has some advantages that the physical body cannot, making it exceptionally difficult to deal with. There are also those who can merge their soul energy with their eye technique. With just one look, one will sink into it, trapping the soul. The scariest are some demonic Tao sections. The ghost penance that they refine are extremely evil." The second palace master explained many things, broadening Xiao Chen's horizons. The central Great Realm Soul Tao experts were filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There were even fewer Soul Tao cultivators than physical body cultivators, and they were much more difficult to cultivate. However, once one succeeded, one would be extremely horrifying. "Second palace master, can you show me a soul energy attack?" Xiaoqian was somewhat eager to see how strong the second palace master, who had an extremely strong will of soul, was. Palace Master Jianghu entered deep thought. After a while he said, "That's fine. I will restrict my cultivation to Holy Venerate and use my soul energy martial techniques to attack. This will be a good test to see how you can use the light of the sun and the moon to defend against my soul technique attacks." Right after Palace Master Jianghu spoke, Xiaoqian suddenly felt a terrifying will of soul coming from Palace Master Jianghu. Whoosh! Almost instinctively, Xiaoqian turned into a bolt of lightning and quickly dodged. After Xiaoqian landed, he was somewhat horrified to discover the afterimages he left behind. These short spears were condensed from soul force and seemed solid. If one was struck by them, one's soul would immediately be riddled with holes. Boom! Before he could sigh, the second palace master's will of soul turned into a landscape painting that spread out. Immediately, the Holy Venerate will greatly suppressed Xiaoqian. His movement technique and veritable essence energy decreased by more than half. The second palace master grabbed gently with his hand, and a dragon claw made of soul energy swiped at him. Xiaoqian's movement technique was limited. After dodging for a moment, he was caught by accident. In an instant, he felt as though half of his soul was gone, and the pain was unbearable. Several times Xiaoqian tried to bring out his Holy Venerate will. However, the second palace master's soul technique attacked him. Almost all the time, it was like a torrential storm, continuously attacking him. As a result, Xiaoqian was unable to concentrate and had no chance to use it at all. Xiao. All of a sudden, Xiaoqian felt the pressure on him lessen abruptly. Just as Xiaoqian was feeling bewildered, a dragon soul descended from the sky, pouncing at him with a vast dragon might. When Xiaoqian felt this pressure in the depths of his soul, he could not move at all. His entire soul felt suppressed. This startled Xiaoqian. If he let the dragon soul descend, it would definitely swallow up his soul. Sun and moon shining together. At the moment of life and death, Xiaoqian erupted with unprecedented potential before the immense pressure. The bright moon and the sun soared into the sky at the same time, hanging high in the sky. In the next moment, the light of the sun and the moon entered Xiaoqian's body. His surroundings flickered with light as day and night alternated. Bang! The dragon soul crashed into Xiaoqian's body, and a huge shock wave erupted. The entire dragon soul directly scattered, but Xiaoqian's soul only suffered some minor injuries. Very good. As long as you can bring out the light of the sun and the moon before this pressure, you will be able to protect yourself. Even if you face a sovereign personage's will of soul, you will be able to protect yourself. The shock wave scattered, and the second palace master, Jianghu, smiled faintly. Xiaoqian panted gently. He felt that the second palace master had not used his full power at all, and he could not even withstand a single strike. Xiaoqian felt somewhat embarrassed, not daring to accept this praise. Many thanks for second palace master's pointers. Jianghu smiled faintly and withdrew. Then the first palace master's figure slowly appeared before Xiaoqian. The first palace master looked at Xiaoqian and said, "This is really surprising. I originally thought that you would need at least 3 months to control the light of the sun and the moon. Unexpectedly, in less than half a day, you managed to grasp it in actual combat." First palace master, you praise me too much. The first palace master shook his head and said, "I did not praise you too much. You are just lacking in accumulations. If you had cultivated in a large sect of the Central Great Realm since you were young, you would have become famous long ago. However, you are not afraid now. Sooner or later, your name will spread throughout the northern region, even the entire Central Great Realm." Clearly, the first palace master thought very highly of Xiaoqian. He continued, "I heard Jianghu mention the Supreme Dragon Fist. He brought you to see that person in the dragon prison." He seemed to have gained some new comprehension. Xiaoqian nodded and said, "Yes." He gained a new understanding of what it means to be a prime. It involves many things that I do not understand. After saying that, Xiaoqian told the first palace master about what he saw in the dragon prison. The first palace master sighed and said, "Even being locked up in the dragon prison did not stop him from gaining an understanding of this world. However, you don't have to worry about this for now. The Supreme Dragon Fist has not reached that level yet. Right. In the future, when you become a heaven dragon, you will discover some of the mysteries of the Supreme Dragon Fist. Perhaps it will be much easier for you to understand it." After some thought, the first palace master said, "I'll teach you Firmament's Rage first. Show me your Firmament's Rage and let me observe it." Xiaoqian nodded and thrust his hand out. Immediately, the great desolate Aeon Ancestor Dragon's rage spread out in the sky. A gigantic, burning hand appeared, covering the sky and sun. Its 5 fingers were like sabers. Resplendent electric light and cold saber light flashed in the palm. Its might was vast and incredibly horrifying. The first palace master carefully observed it. After a while he said, "It's done." Xiao Chen withdrew his hand and Firmament's rage flew into the distance, shattering a mountain peak. Then, he quietly waited for the first palace master's guidance. Xiao Chen felt extremely satisfied with the might of this Firmament's rage. That earlier strike had exhausted only 1% of his strength. You have not searched for the 5 elements yet. Are you looking for the 5-element divine lightning? The first palace master could tell that Xiao Chen had already practiced the second layer of Firmament's rage to perfection. He could already infuse it with the 5 elements energy. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "The 5-element divine lightning happens to be compatible with my Thunder Great Tao. Furthermore, it is a peak energy of the 5 elements. It is very suitable to infuse it into this Firmament's rage. However, this 5-element divine lightning is not easy to find. Furthermore, there are many experts who are interested in it. I will help you keep an eye out. If there is any news of the 5-element divine lightning, I will inform you immediately." "Thank you, First Palace Master. You are too polite. For now, your Firmament's rage actually does not need much guidance. You already grasped its mysteries. You just lack some flexibility." Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity, "For example?" "For example like this." The first palace master stepped forward and stretched out his hand. Then he turned his palm into a claw and grabbed. The first palace master instantly executed Firmament's rage. Before Xiao Chen could react, he felt the horrifying rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon encasing him. He felt the horrifying rage of the great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon enveloping him. Boundless sword chi assaulted his entire body. If he moved rashly, this rage would swallow up his physical body, and the sword chi would tear him to shreds. What was even more horrifying was that the first palace master did not unleash this Firmament's rage even as he clawed at Xiao Chen's head. The first palace master already had complete control over the release of his rage, unlike Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen could not control the rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon. Once he executed it, he needed to vent his rage quickly. Otherwise he would explode from the rage. Whoosh! The first palace master withdrew his hand, and Xiao Chen felt sweat pouring down his forehead. He heaved a sigh of relief, horror flashing in his eyes. Xiao Chen had never thought that Firmament's rage could be executed in such a manner. There was no startling aura or rage spreading in the sky. The first palace master simply executed it casually. Xiao Chen was certain that the first palace master had not brought out the might of the 3rd layer of Firmament's rage. "How do you feel?" "This is an eye-opener. Incredible. I am ashamed of my inferiority." Xiao Chen answered honestly, not exaggerating at all. The first palace master smiled and said, "This is the result of my centuries of comprehension. Of course you are not as good as me. There is no need to feel ashamed. Speaking of which, I should be the one feeling ashamed. Back then, I spent an entire year to reach the 2nd layer. Even so, my master praised me to the heavens, saying that I was a rare genius of the Heaven Dragon Palace that only appears once every 1,000 years. The first palace master revealed a sorrowful expression as he recalled the past. Then he said seriously, "Come, I'll teach you how to be flexible. First, control the rage. Hold it in without unleashing it. Finally, reach the state of showing might without rage." The first palace master was very patient. He guided Xiao Chen over and over again, teaching him how to control the rage. This was a very dry process. Seeing that Xiao Chen had the patience to learn, the first palace master felt extremely happy, revealing a satisfied smile. Next, condense the Firmament's rage. It does not have to really make the sky rage. If the rage of the water can shake the sky, wouldn't that be even better? Don't you think so? Good. That's it. Withdraw your rage and do it step by step. There is no rush. I failed. There is no rush. Again. Watch me demonstrate it. It was hard to imagine that a person could cultivate Firmament's rage to such a level. For someone to have such a good temper, patiently giving pointers and guiding him step by step, this made Xiao Chen feel somewhat embarrassed. He felt that he was too stupid. Even after such careful guidance, he still could not learn it. Focus. Xiao Chen repeatedly warned himself in his heart. He showed a serious expression, not daring to get distracted. Try it again. Control the rage. Good. That's it. There is no rush. Anger without showing it. That's right. Very good. Condense the ancestor dragon's rage in your palm. The thunder Tao and the saber Tao are both in your palm. Soon the first palace master stopped speaking. Xiaoqin immersed himself in this, reaching a state where he forgot about himself and the world. Then he raised his hand and curled his fingers. His palm turned into a claw and he moved it gently. Boom! A tyrannical look that showed disdain for the world burst out of Xiaoqian's eyes. With this gentle claw the entire sky trembled. Success! The first palace master's voice rang out again, containing a gratified smile and satisfaction. Chapter 1976. Angry but not obvious, not angry but mighty. Xiaoqin clenched his fist and retracted the great path power and the ancestral dragon's fury in his palm. The god mountain erupted with a shocking pressure. Although it was calm, it was still awe-inspiring. All right. The first palace master praised softly as he clapped his hands in satisfaction. Xiaoqin was pleasantly surprised. He knelt down on one knee and said, "Thank you, First Hall Master, for your guidance. Xiaoqin is deeply grateful and has no way to repay you." There was an ancient saying that apart from one's parents in heaven and earth, only the master could be worshipped. Although the first palace master was not Xiaoqian's master, the first palace master's patient guidance had greatly benefited Xiaoqian. The first palace master was like half a master. If not for the other party, Xiaoqian would have needed at least another 10 years to comprehend Firmament's rage. His horizons were limited. In the past, he had never imagined that Firmament's rage could be used like this. Right now, this first palace master was the best at using Firmament's rage in the Divine Dragon Empire. The first palace master stepped forward and helped Xiaoqian up. Then he said, "You are too polite. Just do your best to enter Ancestor Dragon City in the competition between the 7 outer palaces. Actually, there are still many things that can be developed in Firmament's rage. The great Tao that you and I cultivate is different. The Firmament's rage that we execute is actually 2 different martial techniques." The first palace master continued, "I see that you seem to have cultivated the will of ice as well. Unfortunately, you do not use it much. I'm afraid that you will have to wait a long time before you can break through this bottleneck. If I manage to break through, I really look forward to infusing Firmament's rage with the ice Tao. What kind of changes will there be?" Xiaoqin said softly, "I do indeed not use the ice Tao much. I cultivate too much and cannot afford to be distracted for now. Unfortunately, none of us 3 palace masters knows how to use the saber. The other experts of the Heaven Dragon Palace who use the saber are all cultivating in Ancestor Dragon City. This is problematic." The first palace master was rather disappointed that he could not guide Xiaoqin in the saber Tao, which he excelled at. "That's it. Let third bro do it. He can't wait any longer." Ah. The first palace master chuckled and waved his hand, disappearing from Xiaoqian's sight. "It's finally my turn. Xiaoqin, don't hide anymore. Bring out your good wine." The third palace master appeared anxiously and said impatiently. Xiaoqin smiled bitterly, feeling helpless. Since the third palace master was so enthusiastic, he could only take out a flask of 1,000-year flame. "Come, teach me how to drink." The third palace master was clearly a wine lover. When he saw this 1,000-year flame, he knew that he could not casually drink it. So Xiaoqin told him how to drink this 1,000-year flame. Boom! A golden crow soared into the sky and circled around. After circling a few times, it turned into specks of golden light and slowly dissipated. The third palace master picked up the 1,000-year flame and drained it in one go. He immediately felt very satisfied and refreshed. Good wine. After drinking the cup, the third palace master felt somewhat dissatisfied. He sighed softly. If this wine appeared in the Golden Crow Empire, just 1 cup would fetch a sky-high price. How unfortunate. Xiaoqin had already told the third palace master that he did not have much of this wine left and felt that it was unfortunate. "All right, it's time to help you temper your physical body. Here comes the proper business." Just as Xiaoqin was feeling some anticipation, wondering how the third palace master would temper his physical body, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a large pile of bottles appeared on the table, all sorts of medicinal pills. The third palace master pointed to the medicinal pill bottles on the table and said, "This is dragon bone paste. It is a rank 4 heaven-ranked medicinal pill forged from dragon bones found in the Ancestor Dragon Remnant. When refined by me, it is no weaker than a heaven-ranked item. There are a total of 3 bottles. Each bottle contains 50 pills. Don't try to save them. Just refine them. Come and look for me after you run out. This is the Heavenly Cloud Bishio pill. It can help you repair your hidden injuries. Cultivators of the physical body can easily leave hidden injuries, damaging their foundations. With my Heavenly Cloud Jade Elegance pill, you can practice without worry. I guarantee that you won't have any internal injuries. This is the Putua pill, used to refine one's blood and strength. It's also of the heaven rank. Looking at the pile of pills, Xiao Chen was somewhat dumbfounded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Third Hall Master, are these the pointers you gave me? The Third Palace Master smiled and said, of course, what else do you think it is? Do I look like a physical body cultivator to you? Doesn't seem like it. That's it then. I'm here to teach you how to take medicine. Medicinal pills can't be taken randomly. If you were to eat this pile of heaven-ranked level 4 medicinal pills, not only will it be ineffective, it will also harm your body. Suddenly the Third Palace Master paused. His expression turned serious as he said, I say brat, I can tell long ago whether you are unhappy or not. Back then, when I took you in as my disciple, I was already extremely unwilling. Under the guidance of Big Brother and Second Brother, you benefited greatly, and you looked down on this old man. Fine, I'll take it back. So. How can that be? The table was filled with rank 4 heaven-ranked medicinal pills. Just thinking about the value of rank 4 heaven-ranked medicinal pills, this table was probably worth millions of primeval heavenly pills. This startled Xiao Chen. However, he reacted quickly and collected all the medicinal pills before the Third Palace Master could. Then he said softly, Third Palace Master must be joking. Who doesn't know that talent comes first and resources second on the path of cultivation? However, without resources, no matter how talented one is, it would be useless. The Third Palace Master snorted softly and said, it's good that you know. Xiao Chen did not dare to offend the Third Palace Master, so he carefully dealt with him lest the Third Palace Master get angry and take everything back. With so many medicinal pills piled up, Xiao Chen estimated that he should have no problem cultivating the divine dragon body tempering art to the 5th layer. 50 cauldron force would probably be able to improve it further. Furthermore, it would take a long time. Of course, the most important thing was that Xiao Chen would have to interact with the Third Palace Master for a long time. For the next half a year of cultivation, Xiao Chen would have to go to the pill hall to exchange for medicinal pills. Clearly, the Third Palace Master was not truly angry. He took out a list and said, refine according to the steps on it. There are also some instructions on how to use the medicinal pills and how to refine them to achieve the best effect. Xiao Chen received the list. The details on it warmed him. Although this Third Palace Master did not personally guide Xiao Chen like the other 2 Palace Masters, he was very considerate. Many thanks, Third Palace Master. The Third Palace Master waved his hand and said, there's no need to thank me. Compared to the other outer palaces, our Heaven Dragon Palace is poorer. There are not many Heaven-class core disciples that we can nurture. Those that the 3 Palace Masters can nurture with all their might are even fewer. Alright, I just recalled something. You should have a primal chaos level flame, right? Xiao Chen nodded and opened his hands. The heavenly snow divine flame and the heavenly flame appeared in his hands. What a fellow. To think that it is the heavenly snow divine flame and, hey, what flame is this? It seems like it? The Third Palace Master stared at the heavenly flame, feeling very doubtful. He asked, isn't this the universe origin true flame that only the Jianghu dynasty's royal court can grasp? The universe origin true flame. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt stunned. This should be the true name of the heavenly flame, the universe origin true flame. How did you obtain this flame? Just as Xiao Chen was about to answer, the Third Palace Master suddenly stopped. He said, I forgot. How can I casually tell others about such a secret? It is best to use it sparingly in the future. Although this universe origin true flame is not of a high rank yet, it is still something that only the Jianghu dynasty's royal court disciples can grasp. What do you mean? The Third Palace Master looked at Xiao Chen with some surprise. Then he explained, brat, you really don't know. Where did you come from? You don't even know this? The universe origin true flame's primeval flame seed is in the Jianghu dynasty's royal secret realm. It is the forbidden land of the royal court. If the people of the royal court can pass the test, they can obtain a strand of the primeval flame seed and nurture it for themselves. In the future, take it easy. Don't tell others. If someone says that this is the universe origin true flame, you can deny it even if you are beaten to death. Just say that this is the dragon race's extreme thunder true flame. After all, most people would not recognize it. You also do not know the Jianghu dynasty's martial techniques. No one should suspect anything. Suddenly, Xiao Chen recalled that Chu Chaoyin had a heavenly flame as well. However, he did not have an origin flame. Xiao Chen did not know if Chu Chaoyin would go to the Jianghu dynasty or where he was now. Aside from Xiao Chen, the only other person who came out of the Kunlun realm was Chu Chaoyin. That's not right. There is also the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva who was brought away. I'm leaving. If you need anything in the future, you can come to the medicinal pill hall to look for me. The third palace master stood up and prepared to take his leave. While Xiaochen was distracted, he took advantage of the time when the third palace master was distracted to sneak away with the 1,000-year flame on the table. Wait. What's the matter? The third palace master, who had already stood up, asked with some guilt. Xiaochen entered deep thought. Finally he made up his mind. Third palace master, during my experiential training outside, I actually gained a great harvest. However, I am unable to grasp it and bring out its power. The third palace master said lazily, What is it? Let's talk about it another day. Another day. As the third palace master spoke, he prepared to leave. When Xiaochen saw the situation, he said anxiously, It is a medicine cauldron that can endure an astral flame. Senior, are you really not going to take a look? What? The third palace master was greatly startled. He turned around and revealed an extremely shocked expression. It is a medicine cauldron that can endure 9 astral cores at the same time. There is also a rudimentary divine pill in it. Xiaochen answered honestly. This thing had a frightening origin. However, it was temporarily useless in his hands. If it were the third palace master, it would be a different story. Quick, let me take a look. Chapter 1977. With a smile on his face, Xiaochen left the third palace master's secret realm. It had to be said that the secret realm was a huge treasure trove. The foundation of the Heaven Dragon Palace was still very impressive. Unfortunately, he only managed to obtain a 9 heavens mysterious ice fruit. However, if these words were heard by the third palace master, he would definitely reprimand him. After returning to Cold Moon Cave, Xiaochen began to prepare for his closed-door training. Right now, he did not lack resources, comprehension, and accumulation. He needed to go into seclusion and consolidate his foundation, turning all of this into actual combat power in preparation for the competition between the 7 palaces. Not only did Xiaochen want to enter Ancestor Dragon City, but he also wanted to enter with the best ranking. Xiaochen started with the Holy Venerate Will. The second palace master said that if one understood one method, one would understand all methods. Hence, he did not teach Xiaochen the attacking methods of the Holy Venerate Will. The logic was the same. There wasn't much of a gap between defense and attack. Since he could use the light of the sun and the moon to defend himself, he could definitely use the blazing sun and the luminous moon to attack as well. For example, a scorching sun or a luminous moon could fall to the ground and form a soul power shockwave. Or the sun and moon could fuse, and then the light of the sun and moon would explode. Actually, the various methods and the technique of infusing the light of the sun and the moon into one's body were all the same. There was nothing too difficult to understand. Xiaochen gave it a try. After half a month, he finally managed to switch the sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon between offense and defense as he pleased. At the same time, Xiaochen was more concerned about the second palace master's method of guiding soul power. Xiaochen did his best to recall the feeling of controlling soul power when the second palace master's finger touched his forehead. His current soul power was actually higher than his cultivation. Xiaochen's cultivation was only at early stage Holy Venerate. However, with the help of the divine characters, his soul energy already reached peak Holy Venerate. The sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon could be directly manifested. If used well, it could catch the opponent off guard. After Xiaochen stopped cultivating his Holy Venerate Will for a while, it was time to solidify Firmament's Rage. The first palace master's Firmament's Rage made Xiaochen's eyes light up, fresh in his memory. Although he could successfully use it now, it wasn't very smooth and the success rate wasn't high. Not only did it require a change in technique, but it also required a change in mentality. It wasn't something that could be achieved in a day or two. It required a long period of hard work. After cultivating for half a month, Xiaochen felt that there was no obvious room for improvement, so he stopped and began cultivating. Physical body, divine dragon body tempering art. Relying on the third palace master's resources, it would be inexcusable if he did not make a breakthrough. Day after day in the blink of an eye, Xiaochen had already been in seclusion for 4 months. In the Cold Moon Cave, the white-robed youth continued to cultivate. Sometimes he frowned, sometimes he was puzzled, and sometimes he was doubtful. Occasionally, his brows would relax and he would reveal a knowing smile. That was the sincere happiness he felt after a difficult problem was solved. The path of a martial artist had always been like this. There were no shortcuts. On the road to success, those who stood at the peak would always be those who knew how to persevere. No one could casually make progress. Explode. In the Cold Moon Cave's combat training room, Xiaochen tried his best to throw a punch. The towering dragon pattern cauldron rang out 100 times. The sound was ear-splitting, like the roar of a dragon or the roar of thunder reverberating endlessly. 100 cauldron force. After 4 months of bitter cultivation and the aid of many resources, Xiaochen's vital chi finally reached a horrifying 100 cauldron force. Divine Dragon War Body. With another shout, Xiaochen's physical body swelled up, reaching 2 meters tall, becoming like a small giant. The muscles all over Xiaochen's body bulged, filled with explosive energy. The divine dragon's dragon might lingered, looking solid as it wandered around his body, turning into strands of azure-colored dragon chi. Xiaochen's eyes filled with pressure. Even if he faced the power of a sovereign personage, he would not shrink back in fear. In the ancient city, Xiaochen could barely hold his own against an initial perfection sovereign personage. At best he would not lose. Now Xiaochen, who had strengthened and consolidated his strength in every aspect, could hold his own against a sovereign personage. It might even be possible for him to defeat one. Furthermore, this was without using soul tools or trump cards like the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art. Xiaochen gently snapped his fingers and combat puppets immediately leaped out of the cultivation room. Xiaochen had requested these from the Blood Dragon Guard's Vice Hall Masterly. The Blood Dragon Guards normally used these combat puppets for combat training. Every one of these combat puppets was at least an early-stage Holy Venerate. Compared to real cultivators, they lacked some flexibility and intelligence. These combat puppets still possessed the offense and defense of a Holy Venerate. Firmament's Rage. Xiaochen stretched out his hand and grabbed. His fingers curled, and his palm turned into a claw as he pressed it against the combat puppet's head. Immediately, boundless saber chi and thousands of lightning bolts encased this combat puppet. With a thought, the puppet gave off a crunching sound as the saber chi tore it into thousands of pieces. Each piece flickered with crackling electricity. Bang! Xiaochen threw another palm strike, still using Firmament's Rage. However, this time he did not turn it into a claw. Instead, he threw this palm strike. The lightning infused with saber intent turned into a lightning saber chi storm, howling. The 10-odd combat puppets in front all got blasted away, their bodies riddled with holes. Pa! This time Xiaochen turned his palm strike into a palm strike. When the palm strike landed, a huge palm imprint appeared on the ground. All the damaged combat puppets shattered into pieces, destroyed. A sense of danger came from behind. Xiaochen turned into lightning and his figure flashed. This was the last combat puppet left. This combat puppet was stronger than the others, reaching the peak of the Holy Venerate level. Xiaochen had just landed when this combat puppet quickly followed and punched. Bang! 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 After exchanging 3 punches, Xiaochen moved back 10 steps, his aura forcibly suppressed. The veritable essence energy of a peak Holy Venerate was extremely strong. Right now, as a middle-stage Holy Venerate, Xiaochen was not a match for it. Blood Dragon Chop. After gaining the upper hand, the combat puppet showed no mercy. Scarlet flames burned all over its body, and a scarlet dragon coiled around its arm. Then it punched with great might. Firmament's Rage. When Xiaochen executed Firmament's Rage, he turned his palm strike into a fist. He tightly grasped the Thunder Great Tao, the horrifying Saber Great Tao, and the mysteries of the Great Desolate Aeon Ancestor Dragon. Boom! The 2 fists clashed. This time it was the combat puppet that got knocked back by Xiaochen. However, he did not move at all. A terrifying might erupted from Xiaochen's body. He exuded might without showing rage, shaking the sky with one punch. Divine Dragon War Body. Xiaochen's body swelled up, and his vital chi surged. Then he roared and charged over. Xiaochen punched 10 times in a row. Each punch contained 100 cauldron force. After the 10 punches, the combat puppet's arm shattered. Cracks appeared in half of its body. Xiaochen raised his leg and kicked heavily. The late-stage Holy Venerate combat puppet directly exploded, and its core crystal rolled on the ground. After stretching his body, Xiaochen felt somewhat relaxed. However, he did not feel satisfied. After all, a combat puppet was just a combat puppet. It was still much weaker than a true cultivator. It could only be used to familiarize oneself with martial techniques and movement techniques during training. It could not be used as a reference for one's strength. If one treated a cultivator as a combat puppet in actual combat, one might not even know how they died. 4 months passed in the blink of an eye. The competition between the 7 outer palaces drew closer. However, Xiaochen did not feel much about it. After 4 months of closed-door cultivation, his originally somewhat restless heart calmed down. This was especially so after practicing Firmament's Rage. Xiao Chen's mental state had improved significantly between anger and calmness. Xiao Chen picked up the combat puppet's core crystal on the ground. At the same time he pondered. How should I use the remaining time? There were still 2 more months. Even if there were fortuitous encounters before me, I would not be able to truly digest them. Should I go to the Blue Dragon Palace, the Red Dragon Palace, and the White Dragon Palace to look for Murong Yen, Sidu Changfeng, and the others? At the same time, I can understand the strength of the experts of the other outer palaces. After thinking about it, Xiao Chen gave up on this idea. The other outer palaces discriminated against mixed-blood dragons. If Xiao Chen went over, he could not guarantee that he would not run into trouble like the White Dragon Palace. Heaven-class core disciples, quickly gather at the Profound Dragon platform on the Heaven Dragon Peak. Just at this moment, a message came from Xiao Chen's identity token. It was Elder Tianyun's voice. Why are the Heaven-class core disciples gathering at this moment? There are only 2 or 3 Heaven-class core disciples in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Is there a need to gather? Xiao Chen did not feel like going. He did not like Elder Tianyun either. However, Xiao Chen was wrong about this. There were more than 3 Heaven-class core disciples in the Heaven Dragon Palace. It was just that those who could climb to the top of the Heaven Dragon Peak had all gone out on experiential training. The remaining 3 happened to be the weakest. They had not been able to climb to the top of the Heaven Dragon Peak. Xiao Chen had something important to discuss at this gathering. After collecting the core crystals on the ground, Xiao Chen prepared to go to the Blood Dragon Guards and meet with Vice Hall Master Li. The two got along well. Xiao Chen found it interesting to hear about the Blood Dragon Guards. Senior brother Xiao, this junior brother was about to disturb you. Unexpectedly, senior brother came out on your own. Just as Xiao Chen left Cold Moon Cave, he saw an outer palace disciple stop him and say respectfully, "What's the matter?" Elder Tianyun was afraid that senior brother Xiao did not receive the message to gather at the Profound Dragon platform, so he sent a disciple to inform you. Xiao Chen had no choice but to go. Chapter 1978. On the Profound Dragon platform, figures flashed. Exan Ju Yun and Li Luo had arrived long ago. They looked around as if searching for someone. However, they revealed disappointed expressions. They did not see the person they wanted to see. Soon, 10 odd people gathered on the Profound Dragon platform. Xiao Jinyu felt startled, somewhat surprised. To think that the Heaven Dragon Palace had so many Heaven-class core disciples. Whoosh! Soon, an extremely strong aura flew over from the Profound Dragon platform. That aura was so strong that everyone felt an obvious pressure, prompting them to look over involuntarily. This person wore white battle armor and showed no expression, appearing somewhat indifferent. This person was already a late-stage holy venerate. He had an extremely sharp look on his face. After slowly looking at the crowd, he silently hid his sharpness. This person radiated sharpness as he pleased. Senior brother Lu. This person seemed to be very famous among the older generation Heaven-class core disciples. Many people greeted him respectfully when they saw him land. Xiao Jinyu pulled Yi Qianyun who was beside him and asked, "Who is this person?" Yi Qianyun had stayed in the Heaven Dragon Palace longer than Xiao Jinyu, so they should know each other. After passing the test, the two had already become official Heaven-class core disciples. Yi Qianyun gave that person a deep look and said, "His name is Lu Feng. He joined the Heaven Dragon Palace at the same time as me. He has a mixed blood dragon bloodline, but he already became a Heaven-class core disciple 3 years ago. During the test back then he suppressed us all by himself. I was the most confident of becoming a Heaven-class core disciple. In the end I lost to him, wasting 3 years of time." A mixed blood dragon bloodline is still that strong? Xiao Jinyu said in surprise, feeling startled. Yi Qianyun whispered, "Speak softly. Don't let him hear you. This person will take revenge for the smallest grievance. Don't let him target you." Just at this moment Xiao Jinyu felt a chill. When he looked up he saw Lu Feng looking at him coldly. Xiao Jinyu only felt better when the other party looked away. He could not help feeling shocked. Originally, he thought that after cultivating bitterly during this period, he should be able to rank within the top 3 of the Heaven-class core disciples. Now it looked like he was somewhat surprised. There were many hidden talents among the Heaven-class core disciples. It was not as simple as he thought. Boom. Junior brothers, long time no see. All of a sudden, an aura even stronger than before descended from the sky. A figure slowly landed on the peak of the Heaven Dragon, looking down at the crowd. "Eldest senior brother?" the others said in unison when they saw this. As Xiao Jinyu looked at that person he thought to himself, is this the strongest heaven-class core disciple by Yunfeng? Xiao Chen had heard Li Luo and the others mentioned by Yunfeng long ago. Bai Yunfeng had already occupied the top position of the Heaven Dragon Palace's heaven-class core disciple for many years. Xiao Chen spent most of his time traveling. Rumor had it that the people he befriended were already inner sect disciples of Ancestor Dragon City, not outer palace disciples. He had a close relationship with many of the inner disciples, and he often followed them around. Xiao Chen's wanderings were not limited to the Divine Dragon Empire but the entire northern region. He came into contact with the outstanding young talents of the entire northern region. He could be considered as someone who had seen the world. His knowledge and strength were a level higher than the others. Xiao Bai Yunfeng descended from the top of the Heaven Dragon and swept his gaze across the crowd. His gaze lingered on Lu Feng for a moment. It was like the others looked down on Lu Feng. "Who is Xiao Qin?" Bai Yunfeng asked sullenly. However, no one answered him. Xiao Jinyu felt startled. Could it be that this Bai Yunfeng has heard of Xiao Qin as well? Li Luo stepped forward and said, "Senior brother Bai, Xiao Qin has not arrived yet. He is not here." Bai Yunfeng smiled in understanding. "That's true. If he is really here, then the rumors are too exaggerated. Let me wait and see how strong the Xiao Qin is. To think that 3 palace masters personally guide him." Whoosh. The moment Bai Yunfeng said that, everyone was startled, feeling deeply shocked. What? 3 palace masters actually guided the same person at the same time? That's impossible, right? This is too exaggerated. It is already very fortunate for people like us to receive guidance from just one palace master. To think that he received guidance from 3 palace masters at the same time. Could it be that this fellow has some backer? It was not that no one in the history of the Heaven Dragon Palace could receive guidance from 3 palace masters at the same time. However, they could be counted on one hand. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the 3 palace masters to guide Xiao Qin to leak out. However, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. The 3 palace masters did not hide it on purpose. It was not strange that Bai Yunfeng, who had some means, found out. Shock flashed in Li Luo's heart. Then she asked, "First senior brother, did you gain anything after going out for 2 years?" Bai Yunfeng smiled faintly and replied, "I can't really say that I gained anything. However, I am confident of entering Ancestor Dragon City this time." As Bai Yunfeng spoke, he radiated strong confidence. His body radiated a pure dragon might. The surrounding disciples all took a few steps back, feeling startled. What a strong dragon might. Such an aura could rival that of a sovereign personage. Congratulations, first senior brother. You probably converted at least 30% of your bloodline power. Someone with sharp eyes praised softly, noticing the mysteries behind it. Bai Yunfeng said softly, "It's still all right. I just gained some benefits from traveling with the inner sect disciples. If you have the opportunity to enter Ancestor Dragon City, you will see how strong the inner sect disciples are. The competition between geniuses in the entire northern region will be very exciting." These words made some people uncomfortable. It was as if Bai Yunfeng himself had already entered Ancestor Dragon City. "First senior brother, which experts in the Dragon's Gate's outer palaces do you think are worth paying attention to?" Someone asked softly. After all, the other party was very knowledgeable and well-informed. He knew many things that the others did not. Bai Yunfeng pondered for a moment before replying, "There are many experts in the 6 Divine Dragon outer palaces. The first is the Golden Dragon Palace's Qin Mu, whom you all know. There is no need for me to elaborate. His Emperor Dragon Fist has already reached the 7th layer. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he is the strongest in the outer palaces. Next is the Silver Dragon Palace's Yuan Shi. His sword skills are superb, and his sword Great Dao has already reached great perfection. I heard that he is already close to the Dao domain level. Ordinary sovereign personages would not dare to fight him. Next are the Red Dragon Palace's Ding Jun and the Blue Dragon Palace's Feng Wuheng. Their comprehension of the Fire Dao and the Wind Great Dao is unrivaled in the outer palaces. These 4 are definitely people who will enter Ancestor Dragon City. The inner sect elders even took a liking to them long ago. Qin Mu, Yuan Shi, Ding Jun, and Feng Wuheng were currently the 4 strongest experts of the Dragon's Gate's outer palaces. Xiao Jinyu made a mental note of these people's names. "In that case, senior brother Bai, how many of our heaven-class core disciples do you think can enter Ancestor Dragon City?" Someone asked in anticipation. Bai Yunfeng looked around and replied softly, "Aside from me, Lu Feng has a high chance. As for you all, your chances are rather slim. If that Xiao Qin is not up to par, it is likely that only the two of us will enter Ancestor Dragon City. Bai Yunfeng's words were like a bucket of cold water splashing on everyone's heads. Everyone immediately fell silent. They found it hard to accept. However, the one who said this was Bai Yunfeng, so they could not rebut. Just as everyone fell silent, a cold snort suddenly rang out. "Who are you? How dare you speak nonsense here? What does my situation have to do with you?" It was Xiao Qin who had walked up from the foot of the mountain. Xiao Qin remembered that he had not come up from the foot of the mountain before, so he came up from the foot of the mountain, which delayed him for some time. He was somewhat surprised to see so many Heaven-class core disciples gathered at the Profound Dragon platform. What was even more unexpected was that he heard someone talking about him behind his back the moment he arrived. Xiao Qin immediately felt dissatisfied. This was a formal gathering. How could others speak nonsense about him? Whoosh! The moment Xiao Qin said that, everyone felt shocked. They had not expected Xiao Qin to challenge Bai Yunfeng the moment he arrived. Bai Yunfeng's eyes lit up. He said seriously, "You must be Xiao Qin, right? You are rather strong. No wonder you are someone who received guidance from 3 palace masters. However, with your strength you only have a 50% chance of entering Ancestor Dragon City. You are a frog in a well. The sky is only as big as the mouth of the well. You should go out and see more." Xiao Qin frowned slightly. This person seemed to understand Xiao Qin very well and seemed to have made preparations long ago. This person even knew about the 3 palace masters' guidance. Xiao Qin's senior brother Bai has a close relationship with Elder Tianyun. It seems like he is targeting you. Li Luo sent a voice transmission to Xiao Qin, resolving Xiao Qin's doubts. It turns out that Bai Yunfeng is Elder Tianyun's man. No wonder this old fellow is so prejudiced against me. Since Elder Tianyun does not care about me, there is no need to be overly concerned. There is no need to stoop to the level of a jumping clown. Xiao Qin looked around, preparing to find a place to rest. "Junior brother Xiao, it seems like you do not agree with senior brother's point of view?" Who knew? Bai Yunfeng's figure flashed and appeared in front of Xiao Qin, looking at him with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Xiao Qin raised his eyebrows, and a murderous intent flashed in his heart. He was already angry. Xiao Qin turned around and walked in another direction. Whoosh! Bai Yunfeng seemed to be putting on a show. His figure turned into a dragon image in the air and spun around several times. Then, with a loud boom, he appeared in front of Xiao Qin again. I wonder if junior brother Xiao has any advice for senior brother's movement technique? As Bai Yunfeng spoke, his figure turned illusory, continuously circling around Xiao Qin. A strong wind blew and afterimages flickered. A deep dragon roar rang out in the surroundings. No one could see where Bai Yunfeng's true body was. Pa! Just as everyone was praising Bai Yunfeng's movement technique, a resounding slap rang out, sending Bai Yunfeng flying. Chapter 1979. The Profound Dragon platform fell completely silent. Many people were so shocked that their jaws nearly hit the ground. Xiao Qin actually sent Bai Yunfeng flying with one slap. Naturally, the calmest person was Lu Feng. From the very start, he had maintained a cold and indifferent appearance. Even after Bai Yunfeng appeared and commented on him, Lu Feng remained expressionless, not showing any fluctuations in his expression. It was like Lu Feng was not talking about himself. Now, after Xiao Qin sent Bai Yunfeng flying with a slap, Lu Feng still showed no signs of changing his expression. Bai Yunfeng held his burning cheeks. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Even he felt somewhat confused. My soaring cloud art has already reached peak great perfection. Why can he still see me? Not only can he see me, but his attack is also so accurate. Most importantly, Xiao Qin even used the most humiliating method to slap me. You are seeking death. Bai Yunfeng was thoroughly enraged. Originally, he only wanted to promise Elder Tianyun that he would humiliate this Xiao Qin. He had not thought of doing anything to Xiao Qin. However, rage filled his heart. He only wanted to trample on Xiao Qin, mercilessly trample on him. Rage burned in Bai Yunfeng's heart, and his aura soared. Dragon might roared out, venting the murderous intent and rage in his heart. Quickly dodge. Quickly dodge. This is already the aura of a sovereign personage. First senior brother's improvement in the past 2 years is really terrifying. Even an initial perfection sovereign personage would not have any advantage against first senior brother. This rage is somewhat scary. Let's move further away and not get caught up in it. Everyone felt the rage in Bai Yunfeng's heart. Aside from Lu Feng, they all left in a hurry, afraid of getting caught up in it. Worry appeared in Li Luo's heart as she looked around. Why is the sect elder not here yet? It must be Elder Tianyun. Elder Tianyun must have sent him away. He still has not let go of his grudge with Xiao Chen and does not want to give up this opportunity to deal a blow to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, you forced me to do all this. You are just a frog in a well. Today I will show you how vast the sky is. Bai Yunfeng roared, and his holy venerate will appeared, infusing it into his aura. The strength of his soul energy turned the formless dragon might into something solid. Layers of dragon shadows floated in all directions. Not only did they bring a strong sense of oppression to one's physical body, but even one's soul would tremble. Soaring dragon fist, flying flame meteor. Bai Yunfeng soared into the sky like a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. He turned into a shooting star that traveled across the horizon and punched out. It gave off the feeling of a meteor falling from the sky, bringing with it a peak aura as it turned into a falling star. The fist light was like a star, lighting up the surroundings. The dazzling light made it hard for people to open their eyes. Not only was it powerful, but its speed was also frighteningly fast. In the next instant, it had already arrived before Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's left shoulder shook slightly, his body slanted, and he easily dodged the punch. When the horrifying fist light struck the air, it instantly exploded. Sparks flew everywhere and the entire profound dragon platform trembled. Twinkling starlight. Bai Yunfeng roared with a frown. His fists flashed as he continuously punched. Motes of light looked like flickering stars, crackling as they flew at Xiao Chen like a torrential storm. The dense attacks and the overwhelming aura made it impossible to dodge this punch. Let's see where you can dodge to. After learning from the previous punch, Bai Yunfeng immediately changed his strategy, not giving Xiao Chen a chance to dodge. However, Bai Yunfeng seemed to have misunderstood. Did Xiao Chen need to dodge? Did he? Naturally, he did not need to. Holding it in without unleashing it, angry but not showing it. Xiao Chen planted his feet on the ground. He did not see a startling aura erupt from his body as he threw a palm strike. This was Firmament's rage. However, most of the people present could not recognize this Firmament's rage. There was no rage filling the sky, no colossal hand, and no overwhelming rage that made everyone tremble. There was only a palm wind. Bang! When Xiao Chen threw a palm strike, it did not show its might. However, the thunder great Tao and boundless saber chi, as well as the rage of a great desolate Ian ancestor dragon, completely poured out. Boom! With this palm strike, Xiao Chen clashed with the thousands of fist lights that Bai Yunfeng sent out with his fists. A loud sound rang out. The motes of starry fist lights scattered. Bai Yunfeng took 10 steps back before he managed to stabilize himself. Might without getting angry. Xiao Chen stepped forward and gently pushed off the ground. His expression was calm, but an overwhelming might encased Bai Yunfeng's body. This made Bai Yunfeng feel very uncomfortable. To think that the other party actually suppressed his aura. Dragon subduing fist, burning clouds. Bai Yunfeng did not want to just sit and wait for death. He shouted again and his aura rose by 50%. Only then did he feel the pressure on him lessen. Fiery clouds surrounded Bai Yunfeng as he charged at Xiao Chen. Fist lights rained down, clashing head-on with Xiao Chen, not believing that he could not do so. Xiao Chen remained calm, dealing with the moves as they came, fighting steadily and surely. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged more than 100 moves. Unexpectedly, Bai Yunfeng did not gain any advantage. Bai Yunfeng looked like a raging monkey jumping around Xiao Chen. I don't believe that I cannot injure you. Soaring dragon profound chop. Rage filled Bai Yunfeng's heart as he chopped with his hand. Flames spread out in the sky and gathered into a 300-meter-long saber light. The blazing flames on the saber light inspired fear when seen from afar, deterring one from clashing head-on. To think that this was a martial technique that merged soul energy and veritable essence energy. No wonder it was so scary. The moment this move appeared, the surrounding Heaven Dragon Palace disciples retreated significantly. They all sensed that this move would be extremely horrifying. Sun and moon shining together. Xiao Chen shouted. Without needing to bring out the sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon, he drew the light of the sun and the moon into his body. Instantly, day and night moved around his body. One moment it was day and the next moment it was night. The pressure that this soaring dragon profound chop brought on his soul vanished. When he looked at it again it was just the same, there was no need to care. Explode. When Xiao Chen punched, it was still Firmament's rage. However, this time, it turned into a fist light. The ancestor dragon's rage, the overwhelming saber chi, and the lightning saber Dao instantly exploded together with the fist light. The terrifying subduing dragon profound slash was shattered into thousands of pieces by this punch and scattered in all directions. Boom boom boom. Explosions rang out in the surroundings. The expressions of the cultivators who were already far away changed greatly. They hurriedly made their moves in a fluster, trying to shatter the remnant flames. Only Lu Feng did not panic. He gently tapped a few times with his fingers. The remnants of the flames that flew towards him were torn apart by strands of sword intent, turning into wisps of faint hot wind that blew past his body. She only lifted the hair in front of her forehead, but her body was not injured at all. How could this be? Seeing Xiao Qian perfectly break his killing move, Bai Yunfeng suffered a huge blow. His momentum faltered and he became somewhat dazed. So. However, Xiao Qian didn't give him the time to be in a daze. He took a few steps forward and officially attacked for the first time. In just 3 moves, Zhang Xian had forced the other party into a dilemma, and his face paled. Whoosh! After 10 moves, Bai Yunfeng was struck by a punch. He soared into the air, flying towards the top of the Heaven Dragon. At this moment, Bai Yunfeng already felt regret in his heart. He wanted to use his movement technique to get Xiao Qian to stop. However, who could have imagined that Xiao Qian would arrive first despite moving later? He turned into a lightning dragon and soared up. When Bai Yunfeng stabilized himself and looked down, he saw nothing but empty air. He did not see Xiao Qian at all. Suddenly, Bai Yunfeng felt a strong might and pressure above him. When he looked up, he saw a lightning dragon charging at him. This startled him so much that he nearly fell off. Boom! Bai Yunfeng did his best to throw a punch, wanting to shatter the lightning dragon. In the end, he was knocked back several steps. Then he stepped on the dragon's head and looked like he would fall off. When the lightning dragon appeared, Xiao Qian did not show any mercy. Using Firmament's rage, he used his palm as a claw and swiped at Bai Yunfeng. At this moment, Bai Yunfeng forced out all his strength. He dodged left and right, dodging several times, causing Xiao Qian to grab nothing. Scram! With this, Bai Yunfeng's confidence soared. He grasped the opportunity and threw a punch. Xiao Qian had to admit that his first senior brother was truly his first senior brother. Even in such an adverse situation, he could remain calm and steady. Before everyone's eyes, Bai Yunfeng's final, all-out punch struck Xiao Qian's shoulder at lightning speed. Is he going to make a comeback? From the start until now, the two's fight had been startlingly fast, making everyone's hearts hang in their throats. Who would have thought that Bai Yunfeng would be able to seize the opportunity at the last moment? Bang! The fist light landed solidly on Xiao Qian's shoulder. Before Bai Yunfeng could smile, his expression changed. Vital qi surged in Bai Yunfeng's body and gathered at his left shoulder. 100 cauldron force surged out. The one to retreat was not Xiao Qian but Bai Yunfeng. However, Xiao Qian did not give Bai Yunfeng a chance to fall. Using Firmament's rage, he turned his palm into a claw and attacked again. Whoosh! In an instant, Xiao Qian's 5 fingers pressed against Bai Yunfeng's head, preventing him from moving carelessly. The horror that Xiao Qian experienced at the hands of the first palace master appeared on Bai Yunfeng's body 10-fold, 100-fold. Boundless saber qi, the thunder great Tao, and the great desolate Ian ancestor dragon's rage all appeared in this claw, encasing every corner of Bai Yunfeng's body. As long as Bai Yunfeng resisted, he would instantly shatter into pieces. Life and death depended on a single thought from Xiao Qian. Bai Yunfeng looked around and saw everything in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Then Xiao Qian asked indifferently, "How big do you think the sky is?" At this moment, how could Bai Yunfeng dare to answer? He begged, "Junior brother Xiao, please let me off." Senior brother was confused. "I'm asking you how big the sky is." Xiao Qian interrupted the other party coldly. Bai Yunfeng's legs trembled. He felt like his life hung by a thread. Earlier he had mocked Xiao Qian for being a frog in a well. Now he could not answer. "At the top of this Heaven Dragon Palace, I'll teach you a principle. Being a frog in a well is not laughable. As long as your heart is always higher than the sky, it is fine. The laughable thing is that by looking at the sky you can jump out of the well but you cannot jump out of your own heart." Right after Xiao Qian spoke, he retracted his hand and slapped Bai Yunfeng off the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Then he shouted, "Old fogey Tianyuan, how long are you going to keep sneaking around?" Chapter 1980. Just a moment ago, the resounding slap still resounded above the Heaven Dragon statue. In the next moment, Xiao Qian shouted furiously, forcefully drowning out the sound of the slap. Before the crowd could recover from the shock of Xiao Qian defeating Bai Yunfeng, Xiao Qian did something shocking, challenging a heaven-class elder. Xiao Qian had long sensed that something was wrong. After fighting with Bai Yunfeng for so long, no sect elder came out to stop him. It had to be Elder Tianyun's doing. During the battle, Xiao Qian kept an eye out and sensed that someone was spying on him several times. The other party hid very well. Xiaochen could not figure out how. He only vaguely sensed that the other party wanted to make a move several times. However, he seemed to have some misgivings and did not make a move. Now that things had reached this point, Xiaochen was sure that the old revenant Tianyun had been hiding from the start. According to the Heaven Dragon Palace's rules, those who disrespect an elder can be executed on the spot. On account of your ignorance, this old man will not bicker with you. Get down. Elder Tianyun said seriously as he appeared in the air with a sullen expression. Then he landed on the Heaven Dragon statue. Xiaochen turned around and looked at the other party. On account of my ignorance? Although this Bai Yunfeng is stupid, he will not take the wrong medicine and seek trouble for me for no reason. This is especially so when he knows that the 3 palace masters have given me pointers. He will not come and offend me. If not for someone supporting him, how could he be so confident? Elder Tianyun felt very confident. He smiled coldly and said, "What do you mean? Are you trying to say that I instructed him? Brat, don't think that you can challenge an elder just because you have the support of the 3 palace masters. Not to mention that I did not instruct Bai Yunfeng. Even if I did, what can you do to me? Can you get the 3 palace masters to teach me a lesson? The 3 palace masters only gave me pointers for 1 day. Don't think too highly of yourself." Elder Tianyun spoke arrogantly. He simply could not be bothered with Xiaochen not caring about him at all. Elder Tianyun already made it clear that he was the one behind this. Scram. This is not a place for you. This elder still has something important to announce. Xiao. Elder Tianyuan's figure flashed, and he arrived before Xiaochen. Then he threw a palm strike. The palm was so fast that Xiaochen couldn't see it clearly. He could only rely on his body's instincts to dodge it in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. Missed? Elder Tianyun felt somewhat surprised. He felt slightly angry in his heart. This elder is teaching you a lesson. Just stay there properly. As soon as he said those words, he struck out with an even faster and stronger palm strike. The difference in cultivation between the two was too great. Elder Tianyuan was a late-stage sovereign personage. Furthermore, he had comprehended a Dao domain. Even among late-stage sovereign personages, few could defeat them. The difference between Xiaochen and him was too great. They were not on the same level. It was already extremely rare for him to be able to dodge his palm strike. However, Xiaochen didn't even have the time to react and was hit. Several of his ribs broke, and he vomited a mouthful of blood before falling to the ground. Then, with a loud thud, he landed heavily on the ground. Li Luo quickly went over and helped Xiaochen up. Xiaochen showed a calm expression as he wiped away the blood at a corner of his lips. Then he raised his eyebrows and looked at Elder Tianyun. Elder Tianyun smiled coldly, showing no fear. Naturally, Elder Tianyun showed no fear. He was a heaven-class elder and had known the 3 palace masters for decades. The 3 palace masters cherished talent and taught Xiaochen for a day. However, they did not take him in as a disciple. He was not even a nominal disciple. In the past 4 months they did not give him any instructions. Furthermore, Xiaochen did not make any major mistakes. Even if Xiaochen called over a palace master, he would at most give him a verbal warning. This Xiaochen was reckless. Defeating Bai Yunfeng was enough. To think that he dared to challenge Elder Tianyun. If Elder Tianyun did not teach Xiaochen a lesson today, he would lose his prestige as a heaven-class elder. Xiaochen, take a step back and you will see the world. After all, we are disciples. A disciple is a disciple and an elder is an elder. There is no need to bicker with them. Li Luo advised softly when she saw that Xiaochen had no intention of backing down. In Li Luo's opinion, Xiaochen was seeking trouble for himself. How could a disciple challenge an elder? Even the unruly genius disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace for thousands of years did not dare to do so. Xiaochen, do you admit your mistake? Elder Tianyun asked as he looked coldly at Xiaochen from the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace. What mistake? Whoosh. Elder Tianyun remained expressionless as he casually waved his hand. Immediately, a sword wind pulled Xiaochen away from Li Luo. After the sword wind passed, many crisscrossed bloody wounds appeared on Xiaochen's body, inflicting incredible pain. Elder Tianyun's sword intent remained in Xiaochen's wounds, continuously deepening them. Did you admit your mistake? Elder Tianyun shouted coldly. Then, with a flip of his hand, he sent another sword wind at Xiaochen's body. Intense pain assaulted Xiaochen, but he gritted his teeth and endured. Xiaochen remained silent as he gave Elder Tianyun a deep look. Then he turned and left. The elder is asking you a question. Just at this moment, the figure of Bai Yunfeng, whom Xiaochen had slapped earlier, flashed and appeared in front of Xiaochen. A mocking smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he said, "You are still too inexperienced to fight with me. Weren't you very arrogant up there earlier? Now let me ask you, how big is the sky? Big. If you don't, you are not allowed to leave today." The other disciples on the profound dragon platform could not bear to see this. Xiao Chen should not have offended Elder Tianyun. No matter what, Elder Tianyun was a heaven-class elder. Xiao Chen instantly reversed the situation. Bai Yunfeng, who was under Xiao Chen's foot, flipped around as if he wanted to get back at Xiao Chen. Disdain flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He could not be bothered with Elder Tianyun. With Elder Tianyun backing Xiao Chen, do you think I do not dare to attack him? Wrong. Gravely wrong. Xiao Chen replied to Bai Yunfeng with a lightning-quick strike. 100 cauldron force instantly erupted, sending Bai Yunfeng flying with one punch. Bai Yunfeng was sent flying back in a sorry state, crashing into the cliff wall. His facial features twisted together as he felt extreme pain. Idiot! Just as Elder Tianyun was about to make a move, who knew Xiao Chen would leap off the cliff. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just at this moment, a group of elders emerged from the Heaven Dragon statue. They asked somewhat worriedly, "Elder Tianyun, isn't this somewhat inappropriate?" Elder Tianyun retorted indifferently, "What's inappropriate? He is just a disciple. Can he really instruct the 3 palace masters to teach me a lesson?" The other elders thought about it and agreed. The 3 palace masters were very busy people. How could a disciple casually instruct them? Xiao Chen, who came down from the Heaven Dragon Peak, showed a cold expression, not saying a word. Xiao Chen felt angry in his heart, but he did not lose his composure. If it were an ordinary person, they would either get angry and fight it out with Elder Tianyun. Otherwise, they would feel sullen and have nowhere to vent, resulting in a heart demon, making them feel even more depressed and pained. However, since Xiao Chen dared to challenge Elder Tianyun, he naturally had his reasons. Elder Tianyun's thoughts were right. Even if Xiao Chen called the first palace master and the second palace master over, they would only give Elder Tianyun a warning. They would not give Elder Tianyun any substantial punishment. After all, the other party was a heaven-class elder. However, it was different for the third palace master. Xiao Chen moved as fast as lightning, heading for the secret realm where the third palace master was. When he neared the secret realm, there were many checkpoints guarding it. However, the third palace master had instructed not to make things difficult for Xiao Chen. Seeing that it was him, all the checkpoints led him through, and Xiao Chen successfully entered the secret realm. At this moment, the third palace master's face was full of smiles as he studied the medicine cauldron inscribed with divine runes. After 4 months, he was finally able to slightly control this medicine cauldron. He felt that it wouldn't be long before he could officially use this medicine cauldron to refine pills. At that time, not only would the pills he concocted be upgraded to a whole new level, but it would also increase the grade of the pills he concocted. He might even be able to break through the bottleneck that he had been stuck in for over 100 years and reach another level. When the third palace master thought that he was about to break through his bottleneck, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. "Haha, Xiao Chen, you came at the right time. Did you bring any wine? Come, have a drink with me." The third palace master sensed Xiao Chen's presence the moment he entered the secret realm. When he saw Xiao Chen, he welcomed him with a smile. Who could have imagined that Xiao Chen would ignore him? He walked over, waved his hand, and put the medicine cauldron into the divine universe steel. "Kid, what do you mean by this?" The third palace master asked anxiously. This medicine cauldron was about to start a fire to refine pills. Now that it was gone, how could the third palace master sit still? Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, "I can no longer remain in this Heaven Dragon Palace. I'm preparing to pack my things and leave. Naturally, I have to take this medicine cauldron as well." Only now did the third palace master notice the sword wounds on Xiao Chen's body. He was startled to realize that the other party was not joking. "This is that brat Tianyun's sword intent. What exactly happened? Tell me. If there's anything, this old man will take care of it for you." Xiao Chen turned around and said, "I already told him everything I needed to say. There is nothing more to say. He already injured me to such an extent. How can I have the face to remain here?" The third palace master carefully examined Xiao Chen's injuries. They were a ghastly sight, and he immediately became enraged. Even if the third palace master did not say anything, the fact that Xiao Chen told him the secret of the divine rank medicine cauldron was already a great favor. Given Xiao Chen's talent and aptitude, he should not have suffered such grievances. "How dare you rebel? There's no need to say anything else. Come with me. This old man will not believe it today. How can an elder be so bold?" The third palace master showed a sullen expression. Without saying anything, he grabbed Xiao Chen and left the secret realm.